Welcome to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships, coming to you live from the Gold Coast of Australia. A little weather had us behind schedule yesterday, so we were picking up on a few pro finals today, then hopping back into where we were at yesterday, originally scheduled for the pro men 18 and under semifinals, but an early day here today at what they call the Spit in the Gold Coast of Australia. I am Kristen Beat, joined alongside Brad Smela, and
we're back.
We're back.
We're back on site.
We're back on site.
We were here day one, and then with the weather coming in over the last couple of days, we got moved to the host hotel, to a conference room there. It was a little bit strange. It was quite nice to not be out here in the weather, but it was a bit odd to
isolating.
be
It was very isolating to be so far
from the event. Yes, it was. It was good to be back here at the Nautique WWA Wakeboard World Champs, presented by GM Marine. Shout out to anyone and everyone tuning in out there on the WWA Rideline app, or if you're tuning in on YouTube as well, drop a comment, let us know where you're tuned in from. Shoot us a DM, whatever, reach out. We'd love to hear from you. And there's a little bit of a breeze here this morning. We started bright and early. It's just past 7 a.m. here local time, and we have already had the Pro Wake Skate final out there on the water, and we're about to get started with the Pro Foil Strapped division, straight into the final. And I think things did get a little shuffled around. These foil riders would have had a semi-final, but would have kind of been just like a seeding round yesterday. Unfortunately, that weather came in hard for safety reasons. We really did need to postpone things, put things off, shuffle them around, and good to be back down here on site.
In this Pro Foil Strapped division, we're going to see Gunther Oka, Beaux Wildman, and Noah Flegal. Both Gunther and Noah will also be in contention for the Men's Pro Wakeboard World Championship, also going for the World Series titles today. Out on the water, we have Gunther Oka. Take me through the difference, obviously, with the Pro Foils. This is strapped. You'll also have strapless. What are the major trick differences that we'll see between strapped and strapless? I
think with strapless, you're more likely to see the potential of some of these riders maybe even going upside down. With that contact with the board and being strapped in, it means that they can do sort of more high-end maneuvers, maybe even lean into some of those carves a bit more, as we're seeing Gunther really just carving that wake, that G23 wake. I love these foils. They did come around after my injury, and so I never really got to try one out, but they've become so popular and they look like a lot of fun, just cruising around up there. And look at the Gunther airing out. Unfortunately, they're not able to land perfectly, and that's the thing with these foils. You've got to be
very temperamental,
so precise. Yeah,
they are super temperamental. I've had the opportunity to try one, and then it wasn't pretty. No, I let's just say I don't have the balance nor the I think natural athleticism to manage them. But on Lake Norman, they've become very popular, and it is just spectacular what you see some of the professional and even some of the more accomplished amateurs doing on these foil boards. It's just insane. Like, you'll see flips, you'll see all sorts of twirls, and to think that you're doing this above the water, and when you're on it, you feel so much higher above the water than it may even actually appear. You're surfing on air. It's the coolest thing.
Yeah, it must be such an odd feeling to be able to be out there, kind of hovering above the water. And there are different versions of these foils, several different versions. So obviously here we've got strapped and strapless. You'll see people out there in the surf, surfing waves with them. Some of these guys surfing the big waves out there. What up to Brian Grubb right here? Just coming on past. He's getting ready to get back out there. Or he was out there with the Pro Wake Skate. And it's cool to see as well. They have like the E-foils, the ones where you got a little remote in your hand. It's got a little propeller on the foil, so you can just cruise around. And look at Gunther there just
really
going
set apart from the wake.
Yeah, I don't even need that boat for now. I'm just going to pump a little bit. Because that's the thing as well. You can pump those foils, and you can actually do it without the boat at all.
And create some momentum for yourself, which is so cool.
And he's gone from the first wave there to the second. Looked like he might even be on the third wave right now. Airing out on that one. Oh, and just
that
going
will be
down.
His second fall before he was able to make his first pass. There's a piece of me that feels like, as competitive as this class could potentially be, today may not be a day that showcases how spectacular this class can really be.
Well, I think, there's could be potentially a little bit limiting in contest anyway. Like free riding, obviously, I really enjoy seeing the videos you'll see on social media from a lot of these guys. I'm not sure how many falls they have here with Profoil, whether they get any more allocated falls. So they get an extra fall, so they do get picked up a second time.
Oh, there we go.
Just because, it is
the nature of the sport.
It is a really challenging thing to stay on top of. You do really want to give these riders an opportunity to get as much of the course as possible, while also, not taking up too much time of the day. Really cool to have this division added into the WWA Wakeboard World Championships. And it was one of these sports that I was kind of coming into it looking and going, I actually don't really know how to commentate this as well as I would with wakeboarding. Just because it is such a new sport, it's a little bit foreign to me. Obviously, when they're starting to go upside down and do things like that, then you can kind of call the tricks. But yeah, when they're out there carving, they're pumping, they're kind of looping around to the second wave, and it's just.
But again, it is rising in popularity. I see more foils and more of the e-foils on Lake Norman than I even do wakeboarders anymore. And then we look at the wake surf divisions as well, which are growing so rapidly. It is fun to see the way that this sport is kind of branching out. And there are so many ways to get involved in water sports and in wake particular sports. It's just really kind of cool to see this sport evolve.
Yeah, and we saw it with wake surfing. That sort of was sort of the next wave. Like we had wakeboarding, then wake skating came about, and that was sort of got really popular. And then the next wave was the wake surfing, and then came the foils. So it's really adding to the types of boards you can have on your boat out there for the weekend. And I love actually that these Nautique G23s, they've got. Obviously, the board rack, you can see it on the side off the tower there, but you can then stack boards on top as well, on top of the Bimini tower, Bimini cover.
Gunther Oka on the water now. Again, we'll be seeing him later during the day. Noah Flegal will also compete in this. He pulled out a wake skate earlier, just a lot going on this morning, so I think that Noah said, you know what? This is going to be a marathon day. That is the one event I think I'll drop. Yeah,
4 different events he was entered in. So dropping that one, we're seeing Gunther on the backside now, airing out off of that wake. So cool. Yeah, looking for a little nose grab. Gunther backside and switching over. Oh, no.
So I wonder, in a physical sense, what foiling does for these athletes who also wakeboard. It has to improve your balance, maybe your patience, but could it be teaching you tendencies that hurt you as a wakeboarder too, because you might be learning bad habits? What are your thoughts on that?
I guess it's one of those things you just really got to separate it. Same as going from park to boat. It's might be tough today when you're going straight from one to the other. You don't really get a chance to go out and kind of refresh yourself on the discipline that you're about to go out and compete on. But
I would imagine it's similar to some motocross athletes will compete.
That thing on screen that's sort of covering. Are we able to?
We are back, just moving some things around here, still getting situated at the desk. But yeah, I think maybe doing these multiple competitions, at least when I've spoken to athletes who might run a 250 or a 450 in the same day, or, in other motorcycle divisions I've covered when they've ran a 450 or 750, it's not so much the setup or the differences between the bike, it's the mental change, because you have to remind yourself that you are riding another board, because the board that is your dominant board, or the bike that's your dominant bike, has muscle memory attached to it. You kind of know how it lands and you automatically set yourself up for it. But when you go onto a 450, even your shifting pattern, the marks that you hit, your braking points, all of these things change dramatically when you're on a different bike. So I'm curious if maybe that is something that Noah will have to work through today, considering he's in 3 different classes, and kind of not allow that muscle memory from wakeboard to take over in foil and vice versa.
Yeah, I think Noah is one of those riders that is just going to be able to flip a switch, go from one to the other. He just does it so naturally. He is so multi-talented behind the boat, also out there on the surf. But yeah, with your analogy there, going back to motocross and supercross, there is a huge difference, say, going from the 250 to 450. Like 250, they go wide open, and then 450, they get a little bit more throttle control going on. But we're going to see
Beaux Wildman.
Oh, yeah.
Hitting the water now.
Yeah, Beau airing it out straight away, getting straight into it. Ronik's team rider as a wakeboarder, foiler, and surfer as well. Wake surfer. Very similar to Noah Flegal. Yeah, airing out that 360, whether you call it a air reverse. I'm not super brushed up on my surfing terminology and whether they use that more so with foiling.
Oh, nice.
Upside down, not quite getting the lift he wanted. Now I feel like, obviously you would be using the wave that the boat's putting out, but also your momentum and really kind of leaning into, see how he aired out there on the replay, and there's that kind of like an air reverse or full rotation, getting a little indie grab, but yeah, not quite getting the speed and lift that he wanted from that foil. And I think it's really about that transferring the weight from your front foot to your back foot, leaning back, which will give you that lift from the foil as you go up the wake. So I'm looking forward to see if we get another attempt at that from Beau. As we were talking before, these riders do get picked up twice, so they have one extra fall than you would if you were on a wakeboard.
Allowing them a little more wiggle room to maybe get comfortable out there and giving them some time. They allowed that in wake skate as well. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm really stoked that we have much better weather out here today. Obviously the wind is still kind of blowing this morning. Hopefully that drops off as we go throughout the day. It looked like on the forecast that it might be doing so. The sun is out though, so if you are in the Gold Coast area, or if you're tuning in, come on down to Marine Stadium. Come and join us down here on the beach. We're going to be having a good time. There's plenty of food. There's plenty of our sponsors on site. You'll be able to check out the latest and greatest of boards and all the sorts of gear, the boats, food, music. Our on-site announcer, Mr. Stu Wilson, will be calling all of the action for you today on site, while myself and Kristen running the live stream.
We're feeling very glam up here today. Finals day. Gotta
put it on.
Gotta put it on. Gotta go with it. Beaux Wildman still out on the water here in Profoil strapped. I'm curious how these athletes kind of feel about the conditions and how it might be affecting what we would normally see. Because I know on Lake Norman, when I watch some of the foil guys, I mean, like, usually there's a lot of amplitude, and I think maybe what might be hurting them, and this again is just speculation, just isolating a landing that's not choppy, because those boards really are so temperamental.
Yeah, although the foil, I feel like it would be less affected by
the chop.
By the chop than, say, a wakeboard or a wake surfer or a wake skate.
Because it's not actually on the water.
Yeah, and that foil is just cutting through the water below the chop, and so there would be a little bit of an effect, but I think probably less so than those other.
Or maybe it's the wind above the water.
That as well, yes.
Yeah. There's dogs in the background. Whose dogs are those?
I don't know, but dogs
Hi,
on
good
screen.
doggos.
Hello.
Hello. I'm waiting for the magpies. I'm waiting for that moment.
Guaranteed we're going to have some more magpie wars with the drone. That is
There's another dog.
what we're really excited for down here. On top of all the wakeboard action, it's just been just a little novelty that we've been checking out.
Oh, look, he's going for a swim. Oh, there's a boy. There's a good boy right in front of us that's going for a swim. He's just laying in the water.
Oh.
He doesn't need a wetsuit.
I miss my dog, Jet. I'll be back tomorrow. I was actually trying to plan to extend and stay on a few extra days. Wasn't able to do so, but that means I'm pretty stoked I'll be going back to see my dog.
That is the one thing. It's hard to leave your furry friends behind. Okay, Beaux Wildman back on plane. Let's see what he's got for us here at the World Championships.
So once again, this is the strapped foil division. We do have the unstrapped.
Nice.
So as we saw, the 360, like airing out, things like this is probably, we'll see a little bit more of that amplitude, a little bit more in terms of the tricks. And we'll see if Beau's going to really pump up into maybe going upside down again. He knows the man following on behind him, Noah Flegal, is just a weapon on one of these things, inventing many tricks. In fact, you know, I've seen in some of his videos that he puts on his social media, legends like Kelly Slater coming in and commenting on it and just going, man, you're insane. And to hear that from the GOAT, Kelly Slater, would just be insane. So
it requires such a focus, such a balance, such a pliability, body awareness. I mean, they are not, let's be honest, this is not like an entry-level sport. It takes a lot of natural talent and athleticism to do what they're doing right now. So impressive.
So much precision. Here we go. He's going to go upside down.
Oh!
Oh, can't see. Oh.
But you know what? I think that will still have standing with the judges, considering what we've seen so far today. Again, the judges reward on, I believe, the drive system still for this.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see what sort of allowances the judges do have. You know, if you're attempting a trick, and you'll see as we get into the replays, we saw
he still landed on plane.
Really nice airing out there, that kind of air reverse 360 off the wave, and then upside down. He landed on the board, but just wasn't able to keep going. So we'll see how the judges reward that, whether they give him a partial score for it. But yeah, we've got 3 riders here in this first division, 4 in the next. Pro foil strapped final.
Yeah. We have a busy schedule today, but an exciting schedule. After this, we'll go to Pro Foil Strapless. Then we hop into the Pro Men's 18 and under semifinal. We thought we might be able to get it in yesterday. The conditions were not right. And, of course, WWA putting an emphasis on rider safety. They said, you know what, we don't need to do it today. We'll do it tomorrow. So we will see those pro men get to the water, or the pro men's 18 and under get to the water. We'll also see the pro women's wakeboard semifinal, the pro men's wakeboard semifinal. Then around 11:50, we'll see the junior pro women final, the junior pro men final, and then right into the pro women's wakeboard and pro men's wakeboard. So if you're looking for a schedule, as of now, we're looking at a noon final schedule. So right now we're kind of working through a few of these foil finals, and then we'll go to semifinals and back to finals again.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the day plays out. We got so much action. We're down to, you know, the real meat of this WWA Wakeboard World Champs. And you know, they did have to change things up. Initially, the pro men and pro women, they were going to have a semi-final followed by an LCQ, so 2 opportunities to make it through to the final. That's changed now. They're going to take an extra rider from those semi-finals straight through to the final without the LCQ. There we got Noah going that air reverse 360 off the wave, carving it up. You know, this kid has so much control. There he goes upside down, sticking it as clean as you could ask for.
So he was at the hotel with us on Friday. It's all blur. On Friday, he and Corey Tunison, super close friends. I love the story he told us, and I'll probably say it again come wakeboard finals time, as he is unable to
stick that.
But he and Corey Tunison, lifelong friends, they met at a wakeboard world competition back when they were juniors and have remained friends ever since in competition. That's kind of neat to sort of preface, because a lot of these younger riders that we'll see coming up in the junior pro, this isn't just an opportunity to compete for a world title, but make lifelong friends, create this amazing sense of global community. Because, again, Noah Flegal, a young rider from the U.S., becoming best friends with a kid from Australia. And then now, at this stage in their career, Noah gets to crash with Corey when he comes to Australia. They hang out together. They throw different ideas out. And then even earlier this week, it was really fun to see Noah, as soon as he was done talking to us, straight out into the water. Went surfing, was foiling, doing all the things, just enjoying Australia for what it has to offer.
Yeah, really experiencing the Gold Coast for everything it has to offer. And
# visit Gold Coast.
Yeah, experience Gold Coast out here. We... I know you've been doing a lot of that. You've been getting out, seeing the sights, and cuddling koalas and all that good stuff.
I went to a local art gallery yesterday. It wasn't too far, really close to our hotel. I was actually walking down there to go get a coffee because I had some other work I needed to get busy doing, and I had a conference call U.S. time, which threw me off a bit. So I said, I'm going to go get a coffee, and I went past an art gallery, all local artists from Australia. And the gentleman who is the curator for that art gallery was a former Brisbane basketball player and a former United States USC major college basketball player who relocated to play for Brisbane and then opened an art gallery with his wife. And they have some great local artists there. I picked up a few pieces I'm going to bring home with me. They wrapped it in bubble wrap, so I'm hoping they stay good. But just kind of enjoying all Gold Coast has to offer, from the koalas to the action sports to the art and the food and all the fun stuff.
Oh, that's awesome. And you know what I did yesterday after we finished up?
Took a long nap.
I went straight to bed. I was in bed by 2 p.m. Stayed in bed.
Kind of jealous.
I ended up watching the rugby last night with the All Blacks versus Australia. Sorry, Aussies, we smashed you.
So the headline in the news, which I'm so surprised because I like watching the news out here because it's so different than what we have at home. But the word that they used was savaged from the other team. An absolute just smashing.
Yeah, and then when I followed that up watching the one of the NRL semifinals, so that was really cool. That was between the Sharks and the Panthers. Panthers going on through to the finals, and I think they're looking to make it 4 in a row. It was much needed. I was feeling absolutely wiped out. We've done 4 days of the Wake Park World Championships. Now we're on day 4 of the Wakeboard World Championships. I have never done a back-to-back schedule like this before. I don't think yourself as well, to go 8 days, with 1 day break in between.
Yeah, and I think, too, the WWA does a great job of live streaming every single event, from amateurs to pros, whereas generally in TV, we're just covering pro events, and there's so much to talk about because you've known these athletes since they were juniors, right? And you have all these storylines, and with the amateurs, we're still getting to know them. We're getting a feel for who they are, and sometimes the commentary, when you ask them, what have you been working on this week? Having fun. So that's the basis of what we have to kind of reiterate for them. So I think that has presented us with an interesting challenge of bringing that home to the families, but it's been fun. It's been really fun.
And I think it's giving us those future talking points for when those younger riders do advance through. We were talking about Corey Tunison and this man Noah Flegal, their friendship. I remember that World Championships that they were talking about back in Reno, Nevada, where they first met. They were in juniors. I was riding, I think I might have just stepped up into pro, and I believe it was the World Champs where Rusty Malinowski, one of our judges out there, landed the first 1080 in competition. These kids were just grommets right there at that event. But check this out. Noah grabbing a little slob on that air out. We'll see if he goes.
Do you think he's going to go for a flippy?
Yeah, we'll go for the mob again. So it's the back flip with a 360. He's first in the world to do it. And he's making his way back in front of us here toward the end of the course. So he's going to pump. He's going to go back on the wave. He's going to get some speed. We'll check this out right here. Upside down and around. I'm just not quite able to continue along on that wave. But, man, Noah just showing so much control, so much style. And, really cool to see that's going to finish off our pro foil strap final, and then he's going to paddle straight back in
and get on the dock because he's got
another one to go.
Unstrapped coming up. strapless. Now, in strapless, we actually have one other entry. We've got Brian Grubb, so we'll have Gunther Oka, Beaux Wildman, Brian Grubb, and Noah Flegal in that profile strapless.
Now let's talk about Brian Grubb for a second.
Give us the deets.
He is a absolute madman. I'm going to just go out and say it. You guys may have seen on social media, he went out and did a crazy stunt where he was on a wake skate, which we saw him in the wake skate division to start off the day. He was wake skating on an infinity pool in the top of a skyscraper in Dubai, I believe. And he just decided he was being towed by a drone. First of all, that's just nuts. Secondly, he decided to launch himself off the building, off a kicker.
I'm looking for it on Instagram at this point now.
Falling from the sky. And then he thankfully had a parachute on the back of him.
Oh, he's one of those.
Oh, he's that guy.
He's that guy.
Yeah, and I believe it is one of the most viewed videos on the energy drink company's Instagram. You can go out and check that out.
I am on the page.
Yeah, you might have to go a bit, but I believe it's at like maybe 100 million views, if not more.
1.9 million. Brian K. Grubb just made history by doing the first ever wake skate base jump.
I think they've posted it
Powered by Prada
times.
Linea Rossa. I'm watching it now, and
it just does it like you get knots in your stomach as he goes up there. You're like, oh my god!
And it's so quick.
Oh,
it's a matter of seconds. But
magpie versus drone.
Wait, go back. Can we get a replay of?
I'm seeing it live in front of us. It's just gone off to the right.
Where's our magpie drone moment?
Greg Weatherall is got to be hating those magpies. I believe he's actually lost a drone before, thanks to a bird trying to take it out. It was successful that time. So far, drone is winning the competition in magpie versus drone, but it's giving us so much entertainment.
Gunther Oka back out on the water. We saw him in the strap division as the first off the dock. Now first off the dock in unstrapped.
Yeah, he's now
Strapless.
on the second wave. He's carved around, and you're going back to that second roller. He may carve around, go back to the third potentially. Just showing all sorts of control. There he goes, looping around back to that third wave. And again, that's where I'm, I guess, a bit unfamiliar with how the judging works and how highly they would score these sorts of things. Obviously, the amount of control you can show, he really is carving really nicely. Oh, and as I say that, he just takes a little bit of a spill out there. That's toward the end of pass number one. So
I wonder if they can learn anything from the water and the conditions that they can apply to their later heats or semis by being out there now. In motocross, that's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing here. I'm curious.
Yeah, I think they'll just be, just keeping an eye on things, and I guess they'll have their fingers crossed that the wind will drop off a little bit as I am figuratively crossing my fingers as well.
Yeah.
I might need assistance if you could cross my fingers for me.
Crossing right now. It looks like Noah Flegal's making, he's just removing the straps. So that's simple, but making a little adjustment to the board right now. And that is cool that you can choose to run them and you don't have to change the boards out.
Yeah, down there with his girlfriend, Marla Faye. She's they've got a really cool relationship. Follow them both on social media. They just do a lot of traveling. They honestly, they just have so much fun. One of those couples where you're like, sort of, I don't like to be envious or anything, but you just see them out there doing so much all around the world. Just a beautiful relationship there. So shout out to those two. Young, I think as well, they met when they were super young as well, and just, it's a beautiful story.
Aw.
I love young love.
Oh, look at you getting all sappy up
getting
here.
all sappy up here.
It is 7:45 in the morning. It's a little too early for that for me.
It is a little bit too early. I've had my coffee, though. That's got me kick-started for the day.
You're ready to go. And I know you have some friends coming out here today, too.
I do. Some of my cousins are going to come hang out. A couple of other friends. I met a young man as well, another quadriplegic who's going to come down and check out the action. We do actually have the wheelchair mat on the beach. So, for anyone who is contemplating coming down or was thinking about it, we do have that possibility for anyone on a wheelchair who wants to get on down on the beach. There is an access point. You'll see it signposted. for wheelchair access. Cruise on down onto the beach and, park up, grab yourself a good spot for the action. Come and join us down here in Marine Stadium, down here by SeaWorld.
I came in the back way in my Uber this morning, and I didn't realize how big the SeaWorld is here. Like, it's a big park.
Honestly, when I'm in the back of the van, I can barely see the side of the road, so I don't even know what's going on around us. I just left the hotel, arrived here, and but it's a beautiful spot we have down here, not very far from SeaWorld. Gunther, airing out a little bit there, strapless. That makes it a bit more challenging, a little bit more like being on a skateboard. There's that possibility to become disconnected from the board. Look at him pumping there, unfortunately dropping off the wave, and that's his second fall. I'll grab him one more time to get him back. You can see that red Nautique buoy. That's the 3/4 marker. You
can also see the frustration. You can see it. He has more to offer, but
between Gunther and Noah, and Beaux, they are all doing triple duty today.
Yeah.
All riding in pro foil strapped, pro foil strapless, and pro men wakeboard. I believe both Wildman brothers will be out there as well. We've got another Noah. So
a couple of brother stories today between Brad Tunison and Corey Tunison making a run at it again.
So cool. I bumped into Brad Tunison on the way in this morning. Him and his son. Actually, I was there with their dad as well, so 3 generations arriving. And Brad Tunison's, he hasn't ridden in a while. Like, he used to ride and compete in the junior divisions back when I was riding. And he's kind of moved on a little bit. He's dad life and just had a new young baby a couple of weeks ago as well. So he just kind of decided late. He's like, actually, he came down here. He was in amongst it. He was like, actually, I miss this. I kind of want to get back out there. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. I believe he might even be first off the dock in the Pro Men division. But yeah, Gunther carving backside on that Nautique G23 wake right now. And yeah, just want to give a shout out to our production crew bringing us the live stream out here today. They have been really on their toes with moving things around, kind of tuning into what's going on from our WWA officials. Gunther airing out off the heel side there, unfortunately going down. But yeah, really cool to see that, they just packed everything up, moved us to the hotel for the last couple of days. And then, at the end of the day, yesterday they even asked us, they're like, hey, where would you prefer to be?
Yeah.
And we're like, we need to be down there where the action is.
We need to be amongst the people. However, this wind is a little chilly.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to later today when you're able to get out there and talk to a few of our riders.
I have so many questions. I have so many questions.
You've been storing them up over the last couple of days. I've seen you've been taking notes. Yeah.
I'm really excited to talk to them. Now, in the future, if there was a Christmas list, you know what I really want? I want a roaming camera so we can do 2x interviews and talk to them before their run and after their run.
Yeah.
And grab little quotables. During this time right now, we're talking to somebody. That's on my Christmas list. Just tell Santa that that's what I want for Christmas.
All right. I believe that that's something that we could probably pull together for next time around. But yeah, it's really cool to get those insights. We'll be bringing up some special guests throughout the day as well.
Some great insiders in the sport.
Yeah, people who've got some deep knowledge.
I think Brian Grubb is one of them that we have scheduled.
Yeah, cool. And I kind of roped Harley Clifford into coming on up here. We'll try and get him up during the Pro Men division as a former multiple-time Pro Men World Champion. World Champion.
Beaux Wildman. Back on the water again. He seems very tall. I wonder if that helps or hurts.
Yeah, look at him crossing over the wake, going across to the other side. And we're just getting that drone angle right now. He's a little bit further back on the wave. So there he is, catching up now. Back on, roller 2 or 3, airing out as well. And yeah, it'd be cool to see they gain some momentum, catch back up, see if he can get back up on the main wave or whether he's going to go back even further. That's Yeah, it's quite cool with these foil boards. You can just kind of, you can pick your wave. You can go further back. You're a bit limited, I guess, on wake surfing. You need that bigger wake to kind of have that push to keep on it.
But these Pro Nautiques, this G23, the 2025 edition, creates such a beautiful wake for wake surfing and for wakeboarding. It's just one of those all-around amazing boats. So lucky to have them as a partner for the Wakeboard World Championships.
Yeah, powered by GM Marine, PCM Marine engines out there. And, I wonder if they're going to be pumping the tunes out there. They got the Roswell Marine Audio, one of our other sponsors out here. Big shout out to Experience Gold Coast as well. We've got some incredible partners who have been bringing us the action. We wouldn't be able to do it without you, so thank you so much for backing the sport that we love so much.
Speaking of pumping the tunes, I know Noah Flegal said that he loves being out on the water with music. Like, if he could compete that way, he would. He is so into the vibe. And that kind of suits his personality, I would think, too. If that makes sense for him.
Yeah, and I'm sure every rider has that one tune that they put on for, I remember. It depends, like whether I was going out just for a normal set, or if I was like, okay, I'm going out, I'm going to smash some double ups today, we're going to go massive. That would be where I'd go more to something a bit more aggressive, something a bit more heavy. I don't know if you're familiar with head PE. It's probably not something you'd be able to play on this sort of...
Do I look like I'd be familiar?
Nah, not really. But no, that's something I used to pump when I'd get out there for some double ups, just to really amp up. But no, I'm a man of many tastes of music, kind of broad palette, I guess, if you will.
Corey was full Gold Coast. He said all EDM all day. He wants that boom boom and like the trendy techno-y stuff.
I was on my way here this morning. I was listening to a bit of Sticky Fingers. It's an Australian band that I've actually become friends with a few of the guys from the band, and they're just one of my favorites. And so that'd probably be one that I'd be pumping out there.
Beaux Wildman going to work out there, choosing the first wave for now.
Airing out, grabbing Indy, that backhand grab once again. And I think like the difference is when, say in wakeboarding, if you were to repeat a trick, obviously the second one is not going to count. Whereas in this, I don't know, I feel like they look at everything. I guess some of the tricks that you're able to do, there's maybe a shorter list of tricks that are possible. So they might be a bit more lenient with sort of repeated tricks, just kind of just seeing the flow. Oh, there we go, the front, the air 360, that air reverse. Doing that strapless is really difficult. Yeah. One thing I've seen, and I was watching a video of Noah yesterday, I believe he might have even been out on the water, I think 2 days ago, on the foil, and he can do a 3-shove strapless, which is incredibly difficult because you've got to get that foil right up and out of the water. And I saw him do a like an air reverse sort of 360, but he really stalled it out and he kind of went backwards on the foil for just a split second, and I was like, man, that's got to be difficult. Like that foil is obviously designed to go forward and cut through the water that way. But just, people like Noah, people like Beaux, all of these riders, Gunther and Brian Grubb, they're all just so talented and have so much control of that foil.
I think he's got one more. I think that was only his second.
Yeah. It's got the handle, going to get towed back up on the water.
Let's see. We've seen a lot of the bigger tricks kind of come in final moment, clutch time for these foil riders.
Yeah, I guess if you make it toward the end, then it's like no real point holding back.
Yeah, let's send it. Beaux Wildman still on the water. I like his pink board. Speaks to my heart.
Airing out there.
Style points.
Good. Getting that drone cam angle. Is that, looking for that air reverse 3, not quite getting it. You really have to project yourself forward back. So when you do it, you land back on the downside of that wave. I've got eyes on the drone in front of us here. No magpies around just yet.
Not yet. There's hope.
You're going to have to excuse us if you think that's a bit weird. But for the last few days, it has been really entertaining to see some of the shots. And it's more that we're just watching on screen and suddenly you'll see a bird pop out. Yeah.
I love it when we get like bird eyes like coming down. You can see their soul a little bit. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty fun.
Oh, looks like we got Aaron Gunn just kind of cruising in front of us with his little grommet.
Aaron, where you at?
Child. He's just walked on past. And
come hang out.
He's joined us on the live stream over the last few days, both at Wakeboard World Champs and the Wake Park World Champs. He's been judging. He is one of the riders that, he's sort of stepped away from competing. The knees are getting a bit sore because he is one of those riders that just goes absolutely massive on the cable, launching off kickers. We got Brian Grubb on the water now.
We mentioned him a little earlier, social media sensation. 1.9 million views on his foil to base jump, which...
Oh, the wake skate to base jump? Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's... we got Magpie Wars.
Oh, now they're going. They're going at it. Oh, he's coming in. Do you see him? Oh, let's get the magpie shot. Sorry, Brian Grubb.
Yeah, Grubb's... he's fallen off now, so we can focus on the magpie.
Guys, go to the magpie shot. Give me a replay of that. That's all I'm... He's like running away so fast.
Greg's like, I'm getting my drone out of here.
We're done. Don't chase me.
We're not losing a drone to a magpie.
Imagine being a drone pilot and just seeing that in your peripheral.
Yeah. So I think that that stunt that he did has been posted so many times.
It's so cool.
But the original one, I'm pretty sure, has got up over 100 million views. It has gone ridiculously viral. And yeah, I know he spent a lot of time training for that. He was out in Europe jumping, base jumping off giant cliffs and kind of learning. Because even when he came off the kicker off the top of the building, he didn't just like straight dive. He did like a barrel roll kind of thing out of the kicker. You might be wondering as well, if he went off the top of the building with a wake skate, what happened to the wake skate? Thankfully, it was attached to the drone.
So it reserved the wake. That's great.
Yeah, so when he let go of the handle, the wake skate was hanging from the drone. And
so it didn't fall 500 stories to the ground.
And take someone out.
Yeah. All things considered.
Now, I really hope we do get some shots of the Magpie Wars, just so you guys don't think we're really
just
odd
making this
and
up.
Weird, just kind of
when you see it, you get it. You don't, yeah.
It really is entertaining.
That's great. Brian Grubb, a little air there. Now, these are his like bread and butter events right here, the wake skate and the foil.
Yeah, I mean, you'd call Brian Grubb a legend of wake skating, one of the true innovators. He's been doing it since it was pretty much invented. He was one of the guys that really jumped on it right at the beginning, back in the early days of some of those kind of legendary wakeboard films, going back to 12 Honkies and those sorts of films, which if you haven't checked them out, I'm sure you can find them somewhere online. Now we're catching up there, seeing Grubby just going back to that second wave. And it's cool to see there, like the boat's completely stopped and he's just still cruising around. So yeah, they get so much momentum, they can just drift through the water. That foil really revolutionizing a lot of water sports, and even, you see sailing as well, like the America's Cup boats, they're all up on foils now. Morning, Rusty Malinowski has been
one of our judges.
Yeah, judges. He came on down to the Gold Coast from the States to help celebrate, to not only to help with our judging, but to celebrate some of his good friends, Brett Eisenhower, Daniel Watkins, and Josh Sanders getting inducted into the Wake Sports Hall of Fame. We celebrated them on Monday night at the Wake Awards. It was my pleasure to host those awards. Getting the thumbs up, Russ. Shout out to you, mate.
That is later in the day. I need to get a selfie.
Yeah.
That's like one of those. I feel like I've already gotten like 5 with you.
And you might even need to get on your tippy toes because he is not a small man.
Great. Well, I'm excited. The one thing that's kind of cool is like growing up in Southern California and like the heat of wakeboard between the Sovins and the Bonifays and Rusty being out there. Like those are the names that we saw. So I have some friends from back home who are a little starstruck that I'm on the same broadcast with some of those guys.
Well, and the fact that Rusty is retired from competitive wakeboarding, you know, he's in his 40s, and he went out just right before he flew out here, he still stomped a toe side 1080 off the double up. Like,
do you think we'll see him competing in the 50 plus at some point or the 40 plus? He might be one of those guys.
I really hope we do.
Wouldn't that be cool?
I don't know. Like, I feel like a lot of these, the pro riders, the guys at the really top end, maybe they feel like joining, you know, those older divisions. You know, they call it sandbagging a little bit. Where, you know,
wouldn't it be cool to have like, so in racing we have this thing called like Astro Cup, or we have the what is it called, like our vintage classes. It would be cool to have a vintage class out here.
Yeah, bring back all the
at the World Championships.
Yeah, that would be so cool. Bring back the guys that have been so competitive in the past, and maybe the years have caught up on them, but they still wakeboard, they still have a good time. Yeah, go check out Rusty Malinowski's Instagram. Go check out that toe side 1080. He was one of the first in the world, I believe third in the world to land a 1080. Parks Bonifay first to do it. Danny Half second, Rusty third. And I was there, had the honor of being the fourth to land that trick. That was one of my, I guess, key moments in my career. And it was just such an honor to be able to kind of put my name up there with those legends at such a young age. We got Brian Grubb on the water coming back for his second pass. He's on that front side attack of the wave. Big air out, grabbing Indy. We got this beautiful drone angle for the bird's eye view. Going for that air reverse. Oh, and he sticks it. He's still going. Pumps out of it. And he's made his way back to the second wave. Love it. The first one, I believe, in the strapless division to ride away from one of those. That's super cool. And I love that with this, you know, with the foils, you don't necessarily have to land perfectly on that wave and stay on that first wave. You know, if you kind of drop off it a little bit, as long as you've got that foil in the right position, you're able to pump into it, then you can like loop around back to that second wave. Getting a bit of props there from our next rider off the dock, our final rider
Noah
here
Flegal.
in the pro foil strapless division. And after this, we have our junior pro men. That's the 18 and under wakeboard semifinals. We were supposed to run them yesterday. In fact, we started running them. Our first rider went out there, and then the officials just went, nah, this is looking a bit potentially unsafe, and we'll shift things to pack it all in on finals day.
It is still a little windy out here. I'm getting some text messages from friends. A little sandblasty, but this should calm down a little bit later and make for a really nice day this afternoon.
Morning. We got Brett Eisenhower, a Hall of Fame inductee, joining us.
I will actually
right
step
here.
out and allow both these gentlemen to step in, and I will go grab some reports.
Yeah, what up, Pike?
Hey, buddy.
Oh, we're not hearing you through the headset. Not sure if we can hear you on the stream, but you may have to loop around the other way. We're kind of packed right in here tight.
What's going on, Brad?
How are you, mate? Now, I'm not sure if the broadcast team, if you can hear Rusty on his headset here. We got Brett Eisenhower joining us. Welcome, Brett.
Oh, there we are. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, good to have you.
Good to be here.
We're watching Noah Flegal throw down on the strapless foil final out here. He is extremely talented on one of these boards. And I was coming into this going, I actually don't know how I'm going to commentate foiling because I've never done it before.
It's incredibly hard, and Noah makes it look so easy.
So easy. I've tried this a few times myself, the foil stuff down at Grafton with Daniel, and it's deceiving how incredibly hard it is, and like Rusty said, how incredibly easy Noah makes it look. I watch all his stuff on Instagram, and it blows me away what he can do on one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, and he's getting a lot of respect from people, even the likes of the GOAT Kelly Slater, commenting on some of his stuff, where he's just absolutely insane out there. And does it make you feel, going from being so talented and so capable on a wakeboard and probably a wake surfer and all sorts of things, and then you jump on something like that and you feel like such a beginner?
100%. It's so humbling. Like, you get on there and you go, this is how the rest of the world probably feel when they start to wakeboard.
Yeah.
And you forget, you forget those times when you're learning something new, and it definitely takes you back to the start when you try to foil.
I've never felt like I've been so out of place as the first time I tried foiling. And normally you get behind the boat, you can kind of do anything and kind of figure it out, but foiling was definitely the hardest one for me.
Speaking of behind the boat, you went out there just before coming out and just stomped another toeside 10.
Yeah.
I mean, you've always had that trick so consistent, which has always blown me away because, we were in that first handful to land that trick, and I only landed 3 in my time. But by the end there, I'd figured it out in my head what I was doing wrong, but you just had it so dialed in, from early on, but for you to still be going out and landing that trick just blows me away. So,
thank you. It's kind of one of those things that I was always good at landing blind like that, coming from that way, and once I got a good switch toe side, the ability to ride good switch toe side, it was kind of, once I got a good connection, it was pretty much a guarantee.
Yeah, you made it look way too easy.
Well, I can't comment because I'm not part of that club.
Still time, Mike.
It's master of the double up, Rusty Malinowski on here. So just going to check in with our production crew. If you're tuning in, just give us a bit of a thumbs up or anything if you can hear Rusty. I can't quite hear you in my headset, but hopefully the crew out there on the live stream can hear all 3 of us. Anyway, you're on camera. We've got right now, it is our final rider, Noah Flegal, coming back down the course in the strapless division. I saw he does like a 3 shove on the foil. I saw he did a air reverse the other day where he kind of stalled it out and went backwards on the foil for a second, and it just baffles me.
For those that don't know, like, just watching him come into the course, then that's incredibly hard just to stand there on one of those things without it wanting to buck you off like a bull. And then to watch him get into his groove here as he comes in for his second pass is it's just the control he's got is incredible.
Would you call that a rocket air, the double nose grab?
I think you can call that whatever you want, Dad, I mean, that's insane.
Not only doing that 3, that kind of air reverse style 3, but doing it on the backside as well, backhand approach.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, true. I didn't even pick up on that he was on that backhand coming in on that second pass.
It just makes it look too easy.
Too easy.
I watched him and Brian Grubb ride doubles one time, and they made it look like it was the easiest thing in the world. It was incredible. Something big coming up here.
Yep.
No way.
Oh, shove it.
Danger. Well, how sketchy that can be, doing a shove it like that on a foil.
I'd be interested to know how many stitches have been the result of a foil contact on a fall. But you've been in the boat quite a lot, Rusty. Have you been noticing the magpie wars with the drone?
It's hilarious. I can't believe they haven't took a drone down yet.
It is the most entertainment.
Grubby killed it.
I've been getting, not to talk down any of the on-water action, but it's just something that I did not expect to be seeing. Greg Weatherall, obviously, probably not a fan of those of those magpies going after his drones. I know I was talking with Jeff the other day, and he was telling me that Greg's lost a drone or two to bird strike. Greg's done a lot of filming of the WSL events and things like that. So,
and those things are not cheap.
No.
to lose a drone to a bird, that's gotta hurt.
I am happy to see the rain has moved on, but unfortunately the wind conditions aren't that much better than yesterday.
Yeah, at least it's not white capping just yet. Hopefully, I did look at the forecast and it looked like it was going to be dropping off as the day went on. So
I hope so.
Really hope it does, because that's where we're getting into the real meat of things with the Pro
it's
Med
such
finals.
it's such a beautiful sight, and Thursday and Friday the conditions were great, and it's the perfect setup as far as a wakeboard site can be. You got good protection from each side, a perfectly long straight, no other boat rollers. So, hopefully the wind dies, because we have the brand new 2025 G23 out there, and the wake is insane, and we have the best wakeboarders in the world. So I really hope that their conditions will back off a little bit, and then we can see some of the most insane progressive wakeboarding that we have ever seen.
Yeah, we want to see the best of the best.
And look, if the wind just changes direction a bit, you've got, from the north, south, and even the west, there's a lot of protection here, but obviously the wind's coming straight from the south at the moment, which blows this side out. So even if we get a little bit of a change in the direction, hopefully it clears up the site and we get a good finals. Because, like, I live on the Gold Coast, and I was just saying to someone before, we've had perfect weather for a month, and then I can guarantee Monday we'll have perfect weather for another month. It's Murphy's Law that it's just going to happen to be the two final days of Worlds that we're going to get this type of weather. But it is what it is, and we've just got to get through it.
It is great to be back in Australia. I came 14 months ago for the Moomba Masters, and Moomba Masters is an awesome event, but to be here on the Gold Coast with so many awesome friends that I grew up riding with, and Ike and Watkins, and their induction into the Hall of Fame on Monday was a huge part of coming back here and helping out with the event and also supporting them. So it was awesome to see the Wake Awards in Oz with so many amazing riders and legends, and just, they're really doing a good job over here of keeping it all alive. It was exciting to be a part of it.
So cool. What about a shout out to Jeff Weverill for getting the Legend Award? That was unexpected. I don't think, everyone, it was like a no-brainer once it was announced, but I just don't think anyone's seen that coming, and including Jeff. And for that pure joy and excitement that he got when he got announced that award, that was a great part of that night.
And for me to be able to announce that for him was so cool, such an honor, because he's one of those riders, or he is the rider that paved the way for me in New Zealand wakeboarding. He did a lot for me throughout my career. I was crashing on an air mattress on the floor where he was living, riding behind his boat. As you'd probably remember, his boat had one of the best wakes at the time. He absolutely slammed that thing with weight, and we really had a good time, and it was such a pleasure to be able to give him that surprise and be able to get him announced with the Legend Award.
Isn't it crazy, Brad, to think, you just said before you were back crashing on an air mattress on Jeff's floor, and I think in those same years I had Hank and Scotty Broom and Dean Smith, and to think of where we all come from living in the States and loading up houses with
Lake
5 or 6
Frederica
people,
that you guys
Lake
were on?
Frederica, and to here we are today giving out Legend
remember,
Awards. And
do you remember that story when I think we were coming around to your house, me, Jeff Wetherill, Kathy Williams, and Andrea Fountain? We stopped off at the Steak and Shake, and there was a stick up. There was a hold up at the Steak and Shake. A guy came in, robbed the place. We were sitting there like, is this a joke or what is going on? Like, it was just so out of the blue. We had no idea what was going on. We ended up getting a free meal out of it, but and they caught the guy up the road, and I think he got away with a couple $100 in his pocket. So not sure if that was the smartest move for him, but I just remember so many memories and so many stories that we had over the years, and I remember we were on our way to come and have a little shindig at your place, and one of many. Yeah, such a cool time in wakeboarding.
Such a cool time. It's you know, the sport's come a long way, and I only thought this the other night. I was just like, you know, to to have gotten to live in an era where we got to watch the sport progress from riding behind ski boats with homemade center poles to big, you know, tubs you'd buy at Kmart, Walmart, that sort of stuff, and fill them with water for weight, you know, to a G23 Paragon. Like nowadays is just, it's so incredible to have gone through that cycle and lived that life.
And you started it, you know, years before me as well. I came in at the early 2000s, and you were there in the 90s, kind of, as things were really blowing up. You mentioned at the awards night, it was really cool being on stage to be able to hear the speeches, acceptance speeches from you guys, and you were talking about, you know, going from being a show skier to then just strapping on a wakeboard, and within a few months you were a pro wakeboarder.
Yeah, and you know that stuff back then you could do that. The sport was very young, and it hadn't progressed to, you know, nowhere near where it is today. And having those skills from sort of trick skiing and freestyle jumping, and you know, to transfer across. Like I think, you know, I went down to Dave Briscoe's ski school after the first year I was in America doing the show, and to elaborate on that story from the other night, within 2 sets he taught me 6 different flips and an air railie.
Oh wow.
And then I think he got straight out of the boat and called Matt Connolly at Icon, and next thing you know he goes, well, yeah, you're not a show skier anymore, you're a wakeboarder.
And thankfully for all of us, you were a wakeboarder.
Yeah. Some fun times.
It's exciting though. The junior pro men are coming up, which I look forward to watching. There's some really, really good up-and-coming wakeboarders, and it seems like almost all of them are at a near pro riding level with all their competitive tricks. So I look forward to seeing these 3 heats of 3 coming up here any minute.
Another thing I'm just thinking about while we're on that topic, Brad, is I'm pretty sure you were still you weren't too far after me to experience this, but I remember the days where you'd do a photo shoot. You'd have to wait 5 days for the photographer to get his film developed, and then you'd be in a dark room with a light box going through your slides to see if you got that grab, or he captured the photo, because it wasn't like they'd just press a button and get like 20 photos of a trick, and to capture that exact moment they'd be, you know, trying to get it, because it was so expensive for him to shoot slide film. And you know, even the technology in where we've come with cameras and stuff to capture the sport is blowing me away.
Yeah, I think I was a little bit behind that, you know, that era where it went digital, and you know, we could check out the photos on the camera straight afterwards. But yeah, back in that, you know, that era of all the wakeboard movies being made, you know, it's so epic to have been able to see and be a part of that, and just such an honor, even right now, to be alongside both of you, Rusty Malinowski, Brett Eisenhower, joining us on the live stream here at the Nautique WWA Wakeboard World Championships presented by GM Marine. We are underway with our junior pro men 18 and under semi-finals on the water. We have Talon Brown.
This is going to be important for him to get some of his harder technical tricks done on the first pass, because that second pass is extremely strong headwind. So
yeah, slightly easier going with the wind on a lot of these tricks, and you can kind of be selective as to which ones you really need that, you know, that difference between the headwind and the tailwind on. Backside 360 there.
Sure, he wanted to go for a backside 5, but obviously conditions are challenging for him, and he knows that everybody will be going for it. So he wants a strong enough run to hold up, but yet not push it to where he's, you know, making mistakes.
And that was better right there, that hillside 720. And
Tanny to blind.
Tantrum to blind. And you know what's
that was a great first pass.
Really exciting for me is that the last time the WWA Wakeboard Worlds were held in Australia, it was up at Marshall's Lagoon in 2005, and I took out this division. So
you were the winner?
I won junior men, and it was 19
How old were
years
you?
ago. I would have been Oh, how's my math? So 2005, I would have been about 18 years
18, yeah.
old.
I remember that clearly.
I managed to.
Yeah.
I got the honor of getting the Mark Kenny Memorial Award as well. You guys both familiar with Mark Kenny, just an absolute legend who we lost way too soon.
I wish I would have got to
soon.
meet him, but I know everything about him.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Mark, and he was a unique individual, both on and off the water. And
that's where you can see
it was a
100%
shame.
that headwind on the second pass being a major problem for these guys. Sure,
Yeah.
he wanted a crow 5 out of that, and
Yeah,
came up short.
You'd almost want to bump your speed up a little bit, or just know that you have to cut a little bit harder at the wake, just to kind of counteract that headwind.
It's clearly much worse than we think it is, because for him to go scarecrow, toe side, backside 3 is definitely not what he wanted.
Yeah,
Extremely
extremely challenging to ride in that headwind.
Going
Yeah.
down on the Rayleigh, that wind possibly catching the board, making it a bit more challenging to get back underneath him. But that's Talon Brown opening up our junior pro men semi-final out here.
It'd be interesting to see the strategy for some of these riders in these conditions, because I know back, it's a long time now, but back when I used to compete, if it was conditions like this, I'd definitely be shortening the rope to clean up the wake a bit.
Yeah.
Especially in that headwind.
Second passes be definitely definitely want to be thinking about your second pass, because obviously you've seen on his first pass he was able to do some good tricks.
Yep.
But man, yeah, second pass is looking like challenging for sure.
And it does mix things up, because a lot of the time, I don't know if you guys were the same, but you want to kind of, you'd almost be more likely to put your more challenging tricks in your second pass, because you use that first pass to kind of warm up into things, get some solid tricks down. But they kind of got to change that up now, and they got to put it down in the first pass.
100%. When the conditions are like this, it changes everything. And yeah, you've got to, like Rusty said, it's a lot easier to ride and do harder tricks in a tailwind than it is a headwind. So that mentally plays on your mind when you've got, you're used to doing your hammers at the end of your second pass, and now you've got to potentially be throwing them at the start of your first pass.
Yeah, and we got Noah Bollard is up next. I don't know if you guys have seen this on his Instagram. I'm going to show you right now on my phone. This is just ridiculous. Check this out.
No way.
We'll have a replay here for
Ike.
Ike. Check this out.
That was so
Oh my
late.
God.
It's incredible.
Yeah, we're just watching Noah going and sticking a ridiculous heelside 1080 off the wake. Managed to land inward
It
wrap.
was like a cable wrap.
Yeah.
Look at that. The chop out there right now is really, really aggressive.
Really nice Moby Dick there, grabbing that nose of the board on the way out. Toe side approach. Nice hard approach. There's the dum-dum.
Almost overcooked it. He's excited. He's like, he knew he almost overcooked that.
Yeah, he's wrapped up now. Heel side wrapped approach for a front side
Rewind, nice.
3, 2, 1.
That was awesome. Good work. He's excited.
Yeah. pumped.
Anytime you can get, 2 or 3 good ones in, that's
Especially in these conditions. To
Yeah,
stand
yeah,
up your first
yeah.
pass, make it to the end. It just gives you that confidence, gives you that extra boost for his second pass.
and just putting enough. There's only 3 in each heat. Is top 2 going through, or is it first place only?
So this is a semi-final going straight through to the final side. It would be top 2 go through for a 6-man final.
Yeah, top 2. So the last rider on the dock, he doesn't have an easy. As long as both these guys have put up a few good tricks, so it's not going to be easy for the following rider. So put the pressure on a little bit.
Was that
That's
a
cool. Nuclear whirly bird, yeah. Into the headwind.
Into the headwind, that's terribly hard.
Yeah. Just a bat wing. Ooh.
It's got to be so windy for that to.
And for those at home that don't know too, he'd be getting, when he's in the wake there, he's getting smashed by that spray coming off the boat.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
better than what it was yesterday with the amount of rain that was coming down as well. Really challenging going into the rain. Toe side approach. Oh, and that just shows how challenging it is
Yeah.
out there.
I mean, there's no way he had that planned, but he's still on his board, which is huge.
Yeah, little backside 180, just trying to cram it in. I think that might have even been out of course, but hey, look, putting down a couple of solid runs.
Nuclear whirly, KGB, rewind. He has some tricks out there.
Had
So
the heel 7, and
the pressure's on for sure. Who do we have coming up after him?
we have an Italian rider, Mattia del Fiadra.
Perfect.
That's
You
apologies on the.
You pronounced it much
pronunciation.
better than I could.
It is challenging. I know my surname isn't the easiest to pronounce as well, just from reading it.
Yep.
But so apologies to anyone if we're mispronouncing your names, but we're doing the best we can out here.
So good to have you on site.
Oh, it's been a while. It's been.
When did you come back to Florida for, was it Worlds or Nationals at ODUB?
Yeah, I was there.
When
I
was
came-
announcing you, or you did some announcing?
Yeah, I
when-
came
what did
up,
that
and I
mean?
think then I only really sort of was up there for maybe an hour or so.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been. I've been back in Orlando a handful of times. I would imagine that would have been maybe 2017.
Yeah.
Something like that. And yeah, it's been a while. Like I went through some medical issues pretty much straight off the tail end of COVID, where I was on bed rest for 3/4 of the year, had a bunch of surgeries, and was unable to sit in my chair, let alone sit in an airplane seat for 13 hours to fly from New Zealand to Houston and then hop on another flight across. So it's been a while. This is my first trip overseas since 2019, so really cool to be able to travel again and
Well,
be back. And
we're happy to have you.
I was on here with Shannon Starling, the president of WWA, the other day, and he kind of complimented my commentary. I'm like, so does that mean I'm locked in for Worlds in the States next year as well? Like, you're going to bring me over? And so kind of put that out.
Put the seed, plant the seed.
He started off with a good front mob. Since we're in Australia, you got to throw the front mob, right?
Oh, yeah, and that's a trick that I know you, Ike, you could have thrown that trick in anything, right? Any sort of conditions.
Definitely, that was one of my solid tricks, and I could pull that in pretty much any conditions, and that trick made me a lot of money.
Yeah, styling out that back roll to revert.
Need a big one here.
Was that switch, possibly
Switch.
that crow?
Probably a 180 shy on everything he did, considering the conditions. Heel 5 and probably want a heel 7 chromo, at least out of that. But
It'd be interesting to know tactically what he's looking at after he's watched the riders go before him. Obviously, there's some bigger tricks than what he's done so far, like heel 7s
Right.
and stuff. But he may be thinking, look, if I can stand up my run and go all the way up and down the course, get some solid tricks in, then that might be enough to put him through.
But he's also in that hard position because he didn't really get any hammers into that first pass apart from that front mob. Now he's coming in with that headwind, and he's last off the dock. He's got a fair bit of work to do to catch those other two boys.
it was a good start there. Start off with the whirly bird.
Yeah, the Italian rider probably takes a bit of influence from the likes of Massi Pifferetti.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, the dum-dum taking him down. As we mentioned earlier, that headwind may cause these riders to case the wake a little bit if they don't make the adjustments needed.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's influenced by Mossy, like I believe we all are. Mossy is such a great kid, and on and off the water. But on the water, he's so incredible and
Very creative.
very creative, and he's also just off the water a good example for the younger generation as well.
Such a fun person to be around. It was a pleasure to be a part of the Ronix wakeboard team with him. And I remember actually first time I met him was out here in Australia out at Penrith Wakeboard Park, Cables Wake Park there. I think he was only about 14, 15 years old maybe, and just a bundle of energy. Super fun to be around.
A fun guy.
Yeah, really
Positive,
is.
good guy, yeah. Mossy rules.
Yeah, I got to meet Massey a few years ago out at the Gold Coast Wake Park. He was definitely after my time. I was retired.
You would love him.
And I did. I got along with him, and at first he didn't know who I was, and then when I introduced myself to him, he's going, "Oh, I've heard of you, Ike." Harks has told me many stories of
probably stories we can't tell on the live stream.
100%. But no, he was. It was a pleasure to meet him. He was a nice guy, and You know, he was fun to hang around with.
Shout out
he
to
would have fit
Massey.
right in.
Yeah, shout out to Massey if you're watching on the live stream, and I hope you come back from that injury that you're battling through at the moment as soon as possible. So you're out there, getting your rehab in. So final couple of hits here. Oh, there's that Chrome. Probably looking for something more than that. Mattia finishing off with the KGB wrapped up.
Yep. He had a few good tricks in there. I mean, it's tough to say sitting from here, but I think he left a little bit on the table and
going to make it challenging for the judges.
Yeah, I think he left a bit out of that first pass that he needed, and to fall early in that second pass. You get up and you only get two more tricks in. That's going to hurt, but let's see how the judges look at it.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me. I get really excited when I see the little black and white, come right in front of the drone shot, the magpie. We just saw it again there. Hopefully we get a little replay. It's a little bit of extra random excitement to add to the on-water action.
It's up there now.
Who do we have coming up at Heat 2, Brad?
Well, actually, before we jump into that, we're gonna throw it across to Kristen. She's out there amongst the action. What do you got for us, Kristen?
Well, thanks so much, Brad. We just saw the first rider representing Italy in the junior pro men's division, while the second rider happens to be our number 1 seed. We're looking forward, and he will be in Heat 3. His name is Federico. I asked his coach, Cesare, how he's advising him on the dock. He said he wants him to watch every single run that goes before him, and he's advising him to stay flexible on the water. Generally, in these junior pro men's division, they know what they have, and they go in with a set routine and choreography for their run. However, this is not that day. They're advising Federico to really just kind of stay flexible and make adjustments on the fly if he needs to. Even on the first pass, they want him to lay back a little and get comfortable on the water before going for anything big. What do you make of that advice?
Yeah, I think it's really important that, remaining flexible. I don't know about that first pass because, the first pass I feel like is where the conditions will be slightly more favorable for some of those bigger tricks. But, we're into our second heat right now. So this is Charlie Scaffardi Muta. Now, again, apologies there, Australian rider, 18 years old. We're seeing right here, coming in on the toes. There's the dum-dum, nice and big.
Big.
Maybe catching a little chop double up on that one.
Yeah. Definitely.
Now you and I, Rusty, being bigger riders for a lot of the pro riders are a bit more smaller, a bit more compact. Mm-hmm. I always found that, watching you were very strong in rough conditions, riding a bigger board, but more power to charge through. I found it myself. It worked in my favor every now and again. Yeah,
no, definitely. I mean, being strong on your board and in any conditions is obviously a benefit, I believe. And when the conditions do get like this, it's obviously challenging for everyone, but being bigger and heavier, stronger, it plays to your advantage for sure.
Yeah, well, I think I've mentioned it earlier in the contest where you're one of those riders that would go out, you'd almost wait for the really rough conditions when you're at home and go out and just make sure you practice in that, because you never know what conditions you're going to get at the contest.
Speaking of rough water conditions, we've got another master of the rough water conditions just turned up, Daniel Watkins. Welcome to the event today.
Yeah, awesome to have you here, and thank you for hosting us at the Wake Park World Champs earlier in the week. It has been a massive week for us.
2 weeks for you.
Yeah, full on 8 days of commentary, of early starts, and and on top of that, hosting the Wake Awards. It's been full on, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Let's get back to the action a little bit here. Charlie just went kind of. I didn't quite see it. Was an elephant, I believe.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of an elephant. Not sure if he was looking for something more, and that was
I feel like that wind's really just picked up to another level in these last couple of riders. It seems like it's gotten that little bit stronger.
Yeah, and up next we've got Shion Takaiwa, followed by Jet Gibson here in this heat number 2. Now, Cheyenne is another rider that I've been watching on social media, seeing him throw down some really impressive stuff. I know in the qualifier,
so sick.
The qualifier for Parks' Double or Nothing, he did a heelside 10 with a midway grab through it. Ridiculous.
He's really, really sick. That kid is awesome.
He also had 10 with a midway grab, did you say?
Yeah, it's
Wow.
ridiculous. The talent coming out of Japan at the moment, out of that part of the world, is really, really impressive. We had actually come and say hello to us earlier, one of the, earlier Japanese riders to really stomp his name on the sport, Shota Tezuka. One of those riders that can stomp a heel side 10 and make
Off
it
the
look
double
so
up,
easy.
Shota's heel 10s are so insanely big, and
We've been
Shota
waiting.
kills it.
We've been waiting for him to throw down that heel 12. I feel like he is one of those riders that could be the one to do it, but then with how these younger riders are coming through, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that go down
like
in the next
today.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
we do have double ups in the end. I don't know if the junior pro get double ups, but at the end of the pro men,
Yeah. And I
believe
love
they
that
get
they're
double
doing
ups.
that.
And although we will need to find out, I guess, with cramming a bit more into today because we had to cancel yesterday's action, whether they still do get the double up at the end of the run.
I heard they are still doing double ups. So
Awesome, and you're a judge of that too. So
I'm going to be in the boat for pro men and pro women.
you'd be a man.
So who we got
that's
here? Is this
in the
Jet?
know. This is Shion Takaiwa.
Shion Takaiwa.
Takaiwa, sorry. There's the Tootsie Roll off the toes, heel side approach, back in at the wake. The KGB looking solid.
That looks like Jet.
It does look like Jet.
Yeah,
Is that
Yeah,
Jet?
I think that's Jet.
Is that Jet?
It is
what
Jet.
happened to
maybe I haven't got the updated. Oh, actually, we're looking over here. Maybe they've switched things around in terms of the order.
Jet with a solid run so far. A couple of good tricks going down on his first pass. So
Yeah, I was like, that doesn't quite look like a
I know.
Japanese rider.
I
Unless he
thought the
dyed his
same.
hair.
it is hard to see, but Jet's like 6'1", so I'm thinking there's a little height difference there.
Yeah, he's up there with us, Russ.
Yep. Jet's improved so much. I met Jet a couple of years ago. He was with Harley Clifford, and they came over to my house out in Claremont, and we went and rode, and he was good, and he was learning things, but to where he's at now, just a couple of years later, he's improved big time, and he's on his way to becoming a really, really good wakeboarder.
Yeah, I know Jet and his family really well, and they've put a lot into to his progression, and I know he's spent a lot of time in the States, and he's definitely come a long way in the last year or two.
Yeah, and I'm instantly a fan because, my dog's name's Jet. So just throwing that out there.
You're not biased at
Not
all.
biased at all. Coming back into the wind on the heels. Charging and looking for that. Ooh, probably an indie tantrum to blind there, but smart to pull out of that one. He came up a little short.
You got to be smart in these conditions.
Yeah,
It's not worth going down.
I think just getting a stand up run is going to help him out on this one.
Oh, nice.
No,
Backside
it's-
5 to end it. That'll help for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, he had good tricks, so he should be fine, but that was definitely a good one to end with.
Nice way to stamp of approval at the end there. Kind of leaving that lasting impression with the judges. Looked like he might have even repeated that tantrum, looking for the tantrum to blind.
Here's the backside 5. Nope. KGB started
KGB.
off with. It's good. I think they're all shocked on how windy it is when that boat turns around on their second pass.
Yeah, it's I would imagine as we get on with the day a little bit more, we'll get some insights from Kristen out there, our reporter in the field, to hear from some of these riders and just how challenging the conditions are.
Well, we had world champion Brian Grubb was out there earlier. How bad is it coming back? Second pass. Real bad? He said it's incredibly bad. So these guys are doing their best for sure.
And it sort of looks a bit weird because it's you get with that wind you get different chop. Some events you'll get that it's wider at a white cap, but it's different to hit. This looks like it's a lot of chop and it's really small, so that's a lot of vibration on the board.
Yeah.
Which is really hard on the legs.
When you do get that bigger chop, as a rider, sometimes you can actually aim for it and get like a little chop double up. It does work the opposite when you miss it.
Yeah, or just as you cut through it, it doesn't. It's bigger but it's further apart, so it sort of it hits different. But that really close together sharp chop, like that when the legs are vibrating, makes it really hard to be explosive through the wake.
So it looks like, is this Xian
Yeah, started heat 3.
Takaiwa? Or just trying to catch up here because we had a little bit of a
The Japanese rider
mix-up in the order.
scratched.
Oh, scratched?
Yeah, I don't think his knee was fully recovered for these conditions, I believe.
Okay.
So
Good to get
Yep.
that insight. Thank you there, Russ. So this is
started heat 3.
Clear.
Yep.
Australian rider now. Is that Shari?
Shuritan
Shri.
Berg.
Oh, no way. Did you see that?
No, I was sorry. I was looking down. What?
He fully landed, and then as he was edging out, he fell. Watch
So
this.
do you think
Watch the replay.
he'll get credit for the trick?
Coming up after this one, I don't know. I don't know what they'll do there.
Right away enough to get credit for it. Yeah, I'd almost give him credit for that.
Damn, that
trick.
sucks.
It's like a fall in between. We'll leave that in the hands of the judges to decide on that one.
Yeah, that's tough.
That is a tough one.
Now, with Xian Takaiwa dropping out in heat number 2, that does mean it was sort of almost a bit of a practice run for those 2 riders, Charlie and Jet.
Yeah.
Getting a bit of a
No pressure, free ride.
yeah, and I guess just kind of feeling out the conditions for the finals later on today. Again, hopefully the wind will drop off as the day goes on, as it is looking like it will be like that in the forecast. But
and that is huge, to go into to a qualifying heat like that, would know that you're definitely going to make it through, but you get to actually play around with the conditions and work out what's going to work and what's not, for the final. So I think, for the 2 riders in that heat, Jet Gibson and who was the other one? Charlie, I think that that definitely works in their favour today for working out what they're going to do in their final run.
yeah, we've got a couple of Aussies and an Italian rider to cap things off in the junior pro men, 18 and under semi-final here at Marine Stadium in the Gold Coast. Beautiful spot to have it. I mean, obviously, there's certain things we can control with the event, like shifting things around, adjusting the schedule, but unfortunately we cannot change the weather, cannot control the weather, so that's just how things go out here, unfortunately. And as I said, fingers crossed things improve throughout the day, but it just is really going to show who is the most well-rounded rider, who is spent the time practicing in challenging conditions, and who can really manage these conditions and come out with the tactics to get through and come out on top.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a shame that the conditions are the way they are, but like you said, it should definitely showcases who can put up with the challenge and come out on top.
Yeah, and yourself being a rider that I recall being really strong in rough conditions. I remember, and this might be one of the events that stands out to you, for rough conditions out there in BC, Canada. I remember you, Josh, and Daniel, the trio on the podium there. That was actually an event where I slept in and missed my ride, unfortunately. But I remember that was just such a big lake. There was a lot of chop, a lot of boat rollers, a lot of bounce back, and you managed to...
Oh, that was a hard fall. Yeah, that was, you're talking about Kelowna, that event in Kelowna, and that, it was challenging, but that was another level. Like, it's rough out here today, but I've done a few events in my time. There was another one we did at Lake Havasu, the Malibu Just Ride series, and I remember the girls went up, and the girl that won the event was the only one that could ride to the end and back without falling, without even doing a trick.
Man.
And
that was a hard
That was
call.
very hard. In the guys' event, there was no such thing as a wake. It was that rough that you couldn't even see the boat wake. So it was more or less just wait for a bit of chop and you'd throw an air trick. And the guy that could get the most little air tricks off a bit of chop and still stand up the whole way down and back was the guy that won the event. And that was a whole different level to this again. At least, in these conditions, people are still getting, 10 tricks in. And
it's consistent. It's like, that it's just chop. You're not getting random boat rollers. You're not getting rollback off a seawall.
100%.
It always does. It always does suck though when everyone's excited. They put a lot of work and effort into their riding all year and come all the way to Australia and beautiful place. I mean, the Gold Coast is amazing, and for it to just be with this intensity of wind, it's like it sucks. But we're gonna get some amazing riding. But it just I really wish and hope that the wind lays down for the finals and we can see, because some of these, almost all the pro riders are doing more than ever, and it's so insane to watch.
We want to see that really peak level of riding, and as you mentioned earlier, Ike, it's probably more likely to just be absolute glass tomorrow when the contest is over. So Indy Grab Tantrum there, that's Cooper Armstrong, I believe 16-year-old rider out of Adelaide.
Ike doesn't know what the side button on his phone, it turns it off. He just listens to Whip It all day.
Frontside 540 off the heels. Cooper with a toe side approach back in at the wake with a scarecrow. May have wanted the pro mob, or may have just been playing it safe there.
I think everybody's kind of just getting done what they can get done,
Even going down on a trick like that, I'd imagine that's just one of his more consistent tricks, the whirly bird, but it's challenging.
Brad, that was my beautiful wife calling. She's at home at our place because Rusty and his wife Lindsay are staying at us, so it looks like I'm going to have to peace out here and go and get the girls and bring them back.
Yeah.
So calls. Might leave you two guys with it, and I might pop back some time throughout the day and sit here for a bit longer with you. But right now I'm going to do a taxi run and go and get mine and Rusty's family and bring them back to site.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming on for the call with us there. Brett Eisenhower, recent inductee to the Wake Sports Hall of Fame, legend of the sport. Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch you later on.
Thanks, guys. And
thanks, Ike.
We'll be back. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah.
I'm also. Are we off? We're off.
We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back to you guys with our final rider of the Junior Pro Men 18 and under wakeboard semi-final.
Hey, can you say that again? Sorry. Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships from the Gold Coast of Australia. I'm Kristen Beat. I'm sidelined here at what we call the Spit in the Gold Coast of Australia. Currently on the water, we have the men's junior pro under 18 division. And looking forward, we will have the women's pro semifinal. Now, I just had a chance to check in with fan favorite Mary Morgan Howell. She's also a full-time college student. She only got into the Gold Coast of Australia on Friday. She told me she's still adjusting to the time difference, but that's the adversity and the challenge that she is presented with while double fisting, while being a professional athlete, while also being a college student. And that is challenging, but she told herself that she's not allowing herself to kind of get into her head or to think too much about it. She's going into this competition telling herself she is fully fueled, she is ready to go and bust out every big trick in her repertoire. So look forward to the pro women's semifinal coming up next after these junior pro men's. We will see you guys there for the WWA Wakeboard World Championships.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. Awesome to have you back out there in the field. I know the last couple of days with the weather as it was, we got moved to the host hotel into a boardroom there, and we were just hanging out, and felt a little bit strange not to be down here in amongst the action, but really cool to have Kristen out there talking to the riders, talking to the fans, the families, and really just giving us that insight, which you're so good at doing, and it's cool to have you back up here in the booth with us. Maybe we'll just park that for a little bit later. We're looks like we're about to see our final rider here in the Junior Pro Division. This is Federico Delago out of Italy, the Italian rider out of Italy.
Federico is the athlete that I gave the report on earlier. His coach, Chiseni, told me that he wanted him to just kind of get adjusted to the water before trying to go for anything big.
But then look at that. He started with the method glide, which is a really unique trick, and then going a massive back mob. Crow 540, oh my God, he
That's
is
actually
not
his favorite
holding
trick
back.
to land. When I just spoke with him, he said, I've been working on double mobs, I've got a back mob that I like to land, so he's really confident heading into this event.
Ridiculous. Frontside 720 there, the Crow mob 540. Toe side 7 with a midway grab. Unbelievable.
We're also going to bring in Mackenzie McCarthy joining us. Earlier this year, suffered an injury at Nationals, but you're here just to kind of take it in and enjoy the competition. How have you been enjoying the Gold Coast?
Yeah, so I actually live out here. I live about 20 minutes over that way, so it's super cool to have an event like this in my hometown, and it's amazing just to see it all unfold here.
Mackenzie McCarthy. We are currently watching Federico Delago, 15 years old from Italy, in the Junior Pro Men 18 and under division. Mackenzie, what are you noticing?
So there's definitely a lot of wind going on out there. The boys are struggling a little bit with it, but that's to be expected. Definitely noticing that a lot of them are tending to get their tricks done on the way down. So first pass, getting done what they need to get done, and then battling the wind on the way home.
Oh, he's looking so strong out there, though. He could almost throw the handle and know that he's already made it through with just what he did in his first pass. You can see there just a frontside 180, probably not what he was looking for. Backside 540, losing the handle halfway through and taking a back edge. Looked like that might have been past that three-quarter marker, so that's going to finish off his run. But look, I'm going to throw it out there and say that he has done enough to advance through. Only 2 out of each of these 3-man heats advancing through to the finals, and that's going to wrap up our Junior Pro Men 18 and under division here at the semi-final.
And next up on the dock, we'll have the Pro Women's Wakeboard semi-final. I mentioned Mary Morgan Howell from Alabama, massive there. I think that's probably one of the more amplitude-filled runs we've seen from the Junior Pro Men's.
Oh, 100%.
Definitely.
But next up, the Pro Women's semifinal. And, I mentioned Mary Morgan Howell. She is a full-time college student, got back here a little bit later, had to adjust to the time zone. And that might be something that the Australian riders, Charlie Russell, Chloe Mills, who is first up on the dock, might have a little bit of an advantage on. In traditional sports, it's a big advantage. I mean, teams will fight to have playoff and home field advantage. You guys have home field advantage this weekend being Australian here in the Gold Coast, but yeah, the time zone is somewhat of a challenge for Miss Mary Morgan Howell, who will be last in this heat. What can you tell us about Chloe being from Australia? Are you familiar with her riding style?
Yes, so I've grown up pretty much my whole life with Chloe. She lives down in Victoria, so a little bit away from where I am, but always grew up competing with Chloe. She was usually a couple of divisions above where I was, but now we both compete in pros, so it's super cool to compete alongside friends that you've grown up with.
Yeah, and Chloe and her dad Tim, I believe. Yeah, I remember
Yes.
back when I was still over in the States, and they were coming over, and you know, he'd bring Chloe over when she was probably just in her like mid-teens, early to mid-teens, coming over to the States, getting that experience early. And she's really been a strong rider to watch. So I'm excited to see her ride to open up the pro women's wakeboard semi-final. 2 of them from each heat will be going through to a 6-woman final later on today.
That means only 2 from each heat will advance. So 1 goes home. You don't want to be the odd man out in this group of 3.
No, you don't.
Especially if you're here from the USA, because you came a long way, baby. What are the nerves like, or what are the emotions like as you're on the dock getting ready to get in the water for not only, you know, a national or a local division competition, but for a world championship?
I feel like it never gets easier despite the contest, no matter how big or small it is. It's the same nerves, it's the same process. You have a million and one things run through your head that would never happen in a day-to-day scenario, but then you think of before you're on the dock, and it's wild. But that's the fun of it. The fun of it is overcoming those feelings and those nerves, and then when you succeed after that, it just makes it all the better.
Are you the kind of athlete that likes to have a set routine and replicate it, or do you try to just keep things natural on game day?
I keep it pretty natural. There's definitely things that I do every single contest, no matter what.
What are those things?
Warm up all the time.
Yeah.
Always extra warm compared to when you're just free riding, just making sure you're always ready. Because in a competition, you just have to hit it straight away. You have to do your contest run straight away. You get no warm-ups, you get no practice jumps. So you need to make sure that you're ready to do that. And music, honestly. No set music, no set songs, just whatever comes to mind, really.
Is that hard? Because I know when you guys are practicing or even on boat days, you get to have that music and it's a different environment, but then going to the deafening silence of just you in the water, is that hard on a competition day to adjust to?
It's definitely different. You feel the silence, you feel the nerves go through. So it's a different situation for sure. Whenever we're out on the boats, there's always music pumping. It's all through the speakers and loud, and then on a comp day, it's just completely silent. So it's an adjustment for sure.
It really is. And I'm interested to hear a little bit about, you mentioned you are recovering from an injury.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about how that occurred and sort of where you're at in the recovery now.
So I was 6 weeks post-op on Friday just past. I was actually in US Nationals about 2 months ago. I'd competed in semis, I'd made it to finals, and I think I was like 2nd or 3rd off the dock in finals. And I actually went out and fell first trick in my run on a Tootsie Roll. Got up, played the rest of my run safe, turned around, and I was like, all right, you can do a Tootsie with your eyes shut. Tried to do it again and just fell and felt my knee pop. So that was wild.
So was it ACL, was it? Or?
Yeah, so ACL was completely torn. I had a couple of other little injuries in there, like little tears in my MCL and LCL, but all stuff that will just heal with time.
Yeah, and we had Shannon Starling join us, the president of the WWA, in the booth over the last couple of days, and he did mention a few injuries that happened at Nationals, so that was obviously, you included in that one. And someone who's been through an ACL reconstruction and gone through that process, it is, it's a decent recovery. It's basically at least 6 months off the water after the injury. So, it's you got to put the work in, but as long as you do, then it's, I feel like my leg that I had the injury on was actually the stronger one afterwards. But yeah, so it's unfortunate to go through that, and I'm sorry that you have been going through that, but really cool to see you out here and joining us here in the booth. It's awesome to have you here, and we're about to watch some of your fellow ladies out there ride in their semi-finals for the Pro Women Wakeboard World Championships.
Definitely. I'm excited to watch it.
Shout out to Stu Wilson, the man on the mic here on the live on-site commentary. You'll be able to come on down and hear his beautiful Kiwi voice, the Kiwis on the commentary out here at the Wakeboard World Champs. And yeah, good friend of mine. Love to catch up. Really cool seeing so many people out here to catch up with. But yeah, we got some friends coming down. I know you got your friends coming down to come and kick it on the beach. Hopefully that wind drops off and can just kind of lay out, enjoy the sun. It's definitely more pleasant out here than it would have been the last couple of days. Not that we got thrown in the mix into the weather. We were out there at the host hotel. Really cool that the production crew were able to mix things up on the fly and make sure we were able to still bring the live call for you
Spare
guys.
us from the rain a little bit. I felt so bad for those little tykes out there. The rain was just pelting them, and the wake was probably bigger than they were. But absolute warriors and such good preparation because, as I've been talking to some of the athletes this morning, they all have to ride the same conditions. They're acknowledging that. They're telling themselves that so they don't get wound up about the conditions. And even at a young age, it's so good to kind of, I think, teach any athlete of any sport or any discipline how to work through disadvantageous situations. Let's see here. We've got Miss Chloe, who will be, is it Chloe or Chloe? You've known her.
Chloe.
Chloe. In the U.S., sometimes it's Chloe, so you never know.
Yeah.
But Chloe Mills from Victoria, 26 years old. Simulation pass is wrapping up, and we will get Chloe picked up from the dock. What would you like to see from her in her run?
I love Chloe's roll to blind that she does. She just has such a different way of doing it. So I'd really love to see that. But I'd love her just to stand up. She hasn't competed too much on the international scene in the last few years. So I think it's super cool that she came up and she's competing with the girls again. So I'd love to just see her throw down and put down a solid run.
Yeah,
Semifinals.
Chloe, she'll be looking at the heat that she's got there in front of her. She's first off the dock. Behind her, she's got multiple world champion Megan Ethel and Mary Morgan Howe. Both riders super strong, very, very good in competition. Chloe knows that her job is to put the pressure on. Mm-hmm. And that's where standing up in these sorts of conditions is so important. Even if you don't necessarily do all of your hardest tricks, you want to get a few of those ones in there, maybe just get some tricks that you're more rock solid on in these sorts of conditions, but standing up is what's going to put the pressure on those other two riders.
Definitely. Chloe and I were speaking about that yesterday, and I think that's almost an advantage she has going first off the dock, of that it's then the riders that come after you, it's their job to beat you. It's not your job to beat them.
Yeah, it's like you've done all you can do. And, you're not really having to focus on too much else. It's just putting down what you can do and leave it to the rest, see where the chips fall.
Definitely. Starting
Starting off with a tantrum, then a front roll. Back to back, looking nice and solid for Chloe Mills. There's that roll to blind that you were asking for. Unfortunately, it took her down. But, one fall, they'll get picked back up. She's got another opportunity to continue on her run, but that does put the pressure on her now. An early fall, she will get picked back up, and whether there's enough time to go for one more trick at the end of the pass, or if she's just going to recoup, regather her thoughts, and try to go for it in pass number 2. But I was here with Rusty and Ike before, and we were talking about tactics in these sorts of conditions, and a tailwind is a little bit more easier for for these riders to throw their harder tricks, going into the wind. You do get caught by the wind a little bit, and it does make it a bit more challenging, and we've seen a few riders sort of backing out of maybe the tricks they were going for. If they wanted a tantrum to blind, just going for a straight tantrum, and a few riders casing the wake. So it's going to be interesting to see Chloe go for it here, see what she does tactically to go for the rest of her run.
So Chloe Mills was the first off the dock. Also in this heat will be Megan Ethel, 27 years old from Florida, and of course Mary Morgan Howell from Alabama. Chloe's back on top of the water.
And we saw something pretty impressive from the next rider we're going to see, but right now Chloe Mills looks like she's going to go for one more trick to finish off pass number 1. Just looking for that wake to wake, just, pulling things together. But yeah, what did we see recently from Megan Ethel?
We saw a wrapped KGB5 off of a double up, I believe.
That was ridiculous. It got her qualified into the Parks Double or Nothing contest. One of 2 female riders out there hitting double ups, going big, but that KGB 540, a trick that we've seen from a lot of the guys in recent years. And we may or may not see some go down in contests later on today. With these conditions, it's questionable, but we see Chloe Mills charging in, big back roll, and if she can hang on to that one, she may have just done that one to feel things out, to go for that back roll to blind later down the pass.
Definitely by the looks of that one.
Oh, unfortunately, taking a dive on that Scarecrow. That wind really playing a factor in this semi-final. Not the conditions that you'd be expecting and wanting down here on the Gold Coast, but, it's the conditions we've got. Can't do much about it.
And as we've said, earlier this week too, if we would have had it in Florida, even worse conditions this week, if we would have had it elsewhere in the world, weather's such a hard thing to try to predict. But all of these athletes have to deal with, for the most part, the same course. So.
Well, and they are, these events are planned years in advance, and the dates would have been set months and months in advance. All they can do is look at the kind of average temperatures and weather forecasts for this time of the year and just hope for the best. We did have some good conditions earlier in the week. We had incredible conditions for the Wake Park Worlds, and we'll see how things play out throughout the rest of the day, whether that wind drops off a little bit for the finals, but just got to cross our fingers for that one.
Megan Ethel will be up next.
Now, I might take a little bit of a break now as we're getting into these pro women wakeboard semi-finals. Now, we may see if we can bring on Mr. Harley Clifford. He's sitting over here. We'll swap out, and I'll move on out, take a little bit of a break, and bring on a multiple-time pro men's world champion to help call these women's riders. Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships.
We are back
Okay,
on the
let's get
water.
going on this one. We've got Megan Ethel on the water.
Yeah, Megan Ethel, arguably the best girl wakeboarder in the world right now on the water. She just completed her first pass. I did not catch the action. I saw that she did a tantrum first trick, and then I missed it from there. But Megan, yeah, definitely one of the best female wakeboarders in the world and has been for a long time. It is some tricky conditions out there, but if anyone can ride through these conditions, it's her. She's got tons of experience competing all over the world in at all different sites and definitely in all different conditions. So let's see her come into this second pass and lay it down.
Mackenzie, what does that take for an athlete to be so diverse?
Experience, like Harley said, you've got all of the different sites, years, places, countries, everything that Megan's competed in. So that really gives her an advantage of just having that experience and competing in all of these different conditions, saltwater, freshwater, all of it, and it all builds together over time.
Yeah, that's something I actually haven't thought about too much, but the riding in saltwater conditions is unfamiliar territory for a lot of these US competitors. A lot of these guys are stationed out of Orlando, Florida, and are used to riding on freshwater lakes. So, yeah, it definitely throws another variable in there, and then, but I mean, these are some of the best wakeboarders in the world, and they can come and deal with anything. So, Megan Ethel laying down 2 standout passes. She'll be stoked with that one. Setting the bar for these girl women's. Not often you see Megan Ethel come off the dock first, is it?
No, it's not often at all.
Mary Morgan Howell will be up next. And as these women kind of watch each other and plan their run, you're in this heat. What does Mary Morgan need to do to advance to the finals? What would you like to see her accomplish?
Well, Megan just went out there and laid down a pretty solid run. Nothing too tech, so it'd be cool to see Mary get out there and maybe throw some mobes into the mix. So a mobe is a flip with a 360. And just really kind of step up that pro women level and set the bar a little bit higher for the rest of these girls coming into this semifinals.
Really nice run there by Miss Megan Ethel. And of course, Chloe Mills was first up in this women's heat, and we are going to close heat 1 out with Mary Morgan Howell. Now, I mentioned a little earlier, she got into Australia pretty late. She's a full-time college student, and she's telling herself that she's not tired, even though she's been struggling to kind of adjust to the time zone. I think that's Mary Morgan's superpower. She is so good at talking herself into positivity.
Yeah, she is. She's definitely a positive light, that one. She's super stoked. It's good to see her all the way here in Australia. I know she had some dramas with her flights getting here and only landed 2 days ago. So to adjust to a completely different 14-hour difference in the time zone in such short notice is a bit of a challenge, but she's out here, she's on the water, and let's see her throw down right now.
She's in a full weddy.
She is. It's one of Mary's trademarks almost. You never really catch her not in one.
There we go, opening up her first pass with a heel side back roll. Nice and smooth. You can see it's choppy out there. These girls are bouncing around all over the place, edging in, edging outside of the wake. So they're just hoping to come into the wake with enough speed to hit it and get a good takeoff. There she is following that first trick up with a half cab, coming back in for a third trick right now. A nice melon 180, keeping it smooth and simple, and just feeling it. Looks like she's just feeling out the wake and feeling out these conditions.
Yeah, typically in those spots you'd see Mary do either a Tootsie Roll or a KGB or both of those usually. So feeling that wake out, getting used to the salt water, like we said before, that's really different for a lot of these US riders. Not used to riding in the salt.
Is there anyone in the women's pro division that is used to riding in the salt?
Me.
And you're probably so devastated to not be there right now, especially when it's in your hometown.
Yeah, that was definitely hard. But I'm more so excited just to watch the girls throw down, have this in my hometown.
Be able to enjoy it as a spectator.
Yeah, it's a really different feeling just watching it from the sidelines, but it's definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, we've also got the other 2 Australians, Charlie Russell and Zara Kell. I think they've had some experience in the saltwater.
Yes, yes.
Charlie Russell is a Gold Coast resident, so local to here, and she rides on the Coomera River, which is where I ride. And yeah, it's salt there, so she's got some experience. And then Zara Kell down on the Hawkesbury River in Sydney, which is quite close to the ocean as well, and it gets quite salty up there sometimes. So yeah, they're pretty familiar with the saltwater conditions, but I think comboing that up with these the wind and the rough texture on the water at the moment, I don't think anyone really is used to these conditions. So it could be anyone's game today. And yeah, as we're seeing right now, Mary Morgan just went down on a half cab 180, which is something that you would never see. So
no, not at all.
It's anyone's game today.
She did tell me, and I know this is very anticlimactic, but she said name of the game today is to take down your game. And that can sometimes be hard, is to say, okay, I'm capable of this, but now I have to restrain myself in some ways or re-strategize, because the clean run may be the run that the judges reward more than the technical run that was flawed.
In conditions like this, definitely.
Yeah, it's very like nerve-wracking to go out in conditions like this. You know, we train all day long at home, and usually in pretty premium conditions, especially if you're from Florida, like a lot of freshwater, small lakes that are well protected, and you don't get the wind conditions like you do here. So to be all the way on the other side of the world and then have to adjust your run on the fly depending on the conditions is definitely something that is nerve-wracking. And, you know, a lot of these guys, they're dulling down their tricks, but not necessarily these are the tricks that they do at home. You know, they're practicing the harder tricks all day long, which they may feel more confident with, but coming into conditions like this, you can't really get the takeoff on the wake that you need, so you have to dull down your tricks, but they might be slowing it down to a trick that they don't normally do. So, yeah, that's another variable to add in there.
I think it's interesting, though, to evaluate and have a different gauge for where these athletes are at, because being adaptable, certainly a trait that generally in a wakeboard competition, I would think you wouldn't have to explore as often because you have a set routine, you know what you're going to do going into a competition. But having an athlete that's really fluid might be the athlete that takes the world championship today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm excited to kind of watch these guys go through the semifinals and then into the finals to see who really stands out, because the conditions are not favorable, and I mean, sometimes some of the bigger guys in these conditions have more of a chance because they can bust through the choppy water a little bit better and muscle through some of the tricks. So
Lewis,
here we are.
Starting off with a little tail grab, just feeling that wake out, getting used to the salt.
She's actually the youngest competitor in this pro women's division.
Really?
18 years old.
19 or 18, sorry?
18 years old, Kira Lewis.
Yeah, wow. Legal drinking age in Australia. She's got to be enjoying her trip.
Is that really the case?
It is, yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's 18 and up.
Well, that makes sense.
Is she from the US?
She is. So
Okay.
Kira lives out in Claremont. She also attends Rollins College with Mary Morgan. So those two are attending the same college out there up in Orlando.
Yeah, it's cool to see these girls. You know, they have promising careers in wakeboarding and whatnot, but not shying away from their
Academic
schooling.
pursuits.
And yeah.
Kira Lewis kind of getting comfortable out in the flats.
It's definitely very choppy out there. As you can see, these riders are bouncing all over the place, even just trying to stay behind the boat right now while the boat's turning around. So
I feel like it's one thing to look at it too, and then as a rider, when you get out there, you think, oh, this doesn't look too bad, and then you're like, oh no, this is bad. It's 10 times worse out there.
Yeah.
Some of the riders were telling me it's exhaustive for the knees and the body because you're kind of tense.
Yes, definitely.
yeah, it's a lot of chatter on the body. I mean, they're lucky that it's just a quick ride down and back. They're only out there for like 2 or 3 minutes, but yeah, if you were to go a half an hour set in conditions like this.
That
Wake to
was
wake.
huge. Into the headwind too. That probably helped her out a little bit on that one.
Yeah, sometimes that headwind can kind of like catch you and help you go up in the air and get a little bit more hang time.
Now that will be her first fall, so she'll get a pick up on that one. Miss Kira Lewis.
Yes, down on the toe side, roll to revert there. So that's you come in on the toe side, hit the wake, do a backflip, and then a front side 180 and land in the switch position. So, yeah, unfortunate fall there for Kira Lewis, but the Nautique boat is heading back around to pick her up and get her back on the water to finish her second pass.
You know, one thing I was really surprised to learn here in the Gold Coast, there are so many action sports athletes that live here in the Gold Coast.
Yeah, there really are.
It's a little mecca.
Yeah, it's a mecca for Australia. It's a big community. You know, some of my friends are the best freestyle motocross riders in the world, and then pro surfers all over the place, and a lot of skateboarders. So, yeah, it's a very diverse action sports community out here on the Gold Coast. A lot of pro wakeboarders are actually from the Gold Coast as well.
Yeah, we found out Corey Tunison lives down here. We were at a dinner 2 nights ago, and Corey came into the broadcast booth the next day, and turns out he was like he lives right across the street from the place we went to dinner at.
Yeah, kind of amazing. Yeah, he's down in Burleigh there. So
it is a very small but a very big community, like a big city, lots and lots to do, but very small action sports community, which is
100%. Yeah, it's a niche community, and everybody knows everybody, but it's really cool.
We have Kira wrapping up on this one, which I believe will be the wrapped KGB.
Wow.
There it is.
She lands it. Well done.
That was sick.
It impresses me that she just took her most difficult trick and did it in the
headwind.
roughest part of the course.
And that's something the judges will likely reward because of that risk factor.
Massively.
Big points for her.
100%.
Massively.
And being first off the dock in that session. Curious to see how she will rank in this heat. Now, when you look at all of the women's heats, I know this is not something often talked about in wakeboarding, but is any one of those heats more stacked than the other, do you think? Which of those heats would you not want to be in if you were an athlete?
I mean, like in a day like today, it's anyone's game. Like I would say you could be in any heat, and as we're seeing right now, like some of these girls are falling on tricks that you would never see them fall on. Mary Morgan went down on a half cab 180, but I would say like it'd be very intimidating to be Chloe Mills in this first heat with Megan and Mary coming up behind you. They're two of the best girl females in the world, and or girl wakeboarders in the world, and Chloe. I mean, Chloe's very good as well, but she's kind of been out of the competition game for a while. But I think her seeing that the World Championships was in her home country, she was pretty excited and flew up here to take her swing at it.
So Kira Lewis just concluding her run. Next up on the dock, we have Hinata Yoshihara. That's my best bet at that one. Am I saying that correctly?
I mean, better than me, I think. Yeah, that was very good pronunciation.
I believe so.
From Japan, 24 years old. This is a truly international heat. We had Kira from the US of A, Hinata from Japan, and Eugenia from Argentina. So a lot of representation there. We have an athlete from Chile in the next heat, 2 athletes from Australia. And, just a global competition for the World Championships.
Definitely, yeah. It's cool to see all these competitors fly in from around the world and have, the diverse culture of wakeboarding all here in one part on the Gold Coast.
It's getting a little gray out there, but we shouldn't be getting any rain in, which I think all the athletes are pretty relieved about. It's just this wind we're fighting.
Yeah, it's saying that the wind is dying throughout the day, so let's hope that it dies.
I would love some sunny weather
dies
later
more
on.
than they say it's going to die, and by the time the finals runs around, these guys are riding in glass conditions. We would love to see that. All the way from Japan, a heelside back roll to start off her campaign.
Did you see
Yeah, a lot of chatter there, hey? Mm-hmm. Back in on the toes for a nice big toe side front roll.
That's honestly half the battle, cutting in and out sometimes.
Yeah, in these conditions, it definitely is. Following that up with a tantrum.
No.
Unfortunately, going a little bit large and popping the handle on her landing there, but she's still got room and real estate left, so that boat's going to pick her back up and finish off her first pass and then into her second pass. So Hinata all the way here from Japan, showing them how it's done.
Some of these athletes making the trip across the globe to compete here at the World Championships. As a female, do you find being able to compete on a global scale, because there are a lot of sports that are super regional for women, and that's just the state of women's sports, but being able to compete on a global scale, how rewarding is that? Does that help you with sponsorship and developing partners? How does that maybe influence you as a women's athlete?
It definitely helps. Like, I've been super fortunate enough to be able to travel all around to many different countries and places. Last year for Worlds we were over in Portugal, so I'd never really been over there. So it helps definitely. I think the WWA put on a great stage for us to be able to do what we need to do what we want to do, and be on a pretty even playing field with the boys. So that's definitely been huge over the past few years.
Hinata waiting for her pickup. You've been in her shoes before in the water thinking, okay, well, now I've got to go for it next up. What are you telling yourself in this moment? Do you go for that trick that took you down again? Do you kind of recenter, sailfish?
It honestly depends on kind of where you're at in your run, what's taking you down. If it's something that you're like, yep, that was silly, I know I can do that. little bit of risk versus reward. So in her situation, I would be doing exactly what she's just done and gotten back up, get another trick in while you've got that tailwind behind you, because you know you're going to be battling it on the way home.
Yeah, I've been watching these. I watched the juniors before and now into the pro women. But yeah, there's been some interesting choices, because I think if I got out there, I would definitely be trying to lay down all my best tricks on that first pass while I had the tailwind and then coasting on the way back. But I've seen some kids kind of, I don't know, just get used to the wake on the way down and then go to send it on the way back. And it's really been catching them off guard, because that's when you're into the headwind and the conditions get more challenging.
So maybe a little reverse coaching as to what they've been getting.
Yeah.
Going out into the flats. And
It was a big cut, but yeah, there's the tantrum again.
Back in on the toes. What she got?
Scarecrow. Oh, no.
Unfortunately, going down there on the Scarecrow just went a little bit too big and came unstuck on that landing. So,
looking at the two women that have already progressed through their heat, Kira Lewis and now Hinata Yoshihara, and let's not play judge, but who do you think had the stronger run and why?
Now I'm trying to remember what they both did. Based off a very rough estimate, Kira did have that wrapped mob in there, so you would assume that Kira would be ahead in technicality. I don't believe Hinata spun. So that's what the judges are looking for.
They're looking for the diversity.
The diversity, your compositions. You've got flips, you've got spins, and then you've got a combination of those two. So I think Kira might have thrown a couple of 180s and half cabs in there, and then she did that wrapped KGB, so she has ticked that other box that Hinata hasn't ticked. So that may play into her advantage.
yeah, I think that mobe's going to go a long way for her.
Hugely. And into that headwind, too. That was brave. That was wild.
Yeah, wild spot to do it, and she did it clean.
She nailed it.
Yeah.
She did very well.
Yeah.
Eugenia de Armas from Argentina. She's competed with the WWA for 8 years. However, she has not made a podium at the World Championships. That is her goal this weekend. She wants to be on the box in some way or another. So she is fighting for a World Championship podium this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely got the tricks to do it as well. Eugene, Huge being the first ever female to do a double flip off the wake, which I hope we see out there this weekend. But yeah, she's definitely got the tricks and the potential to get herself up on that box. Hopefully even secure herself a gold.
She is 27 years old. Her and Megan Ethel both the same age. We have everything from 18 to 27. And that, too, is rare in sports. You don't usually see that broad of a spectrum in age diversity. But I think that also speaks volumes to their passion for the sport. To be in a sport for 10 years, you have to really love it.
Hugely. We were, just before I left Orlando to come home and get surgery, Megan and I were out on the boat, and we figured out that Megan has been competing in pro for longer than I've even been wakeboarding. So
do you know how
crazy.
old she was when she started the pro?
She was like 14 or something,
Okay.
I believe. Something like that.
Same as me. I went pro at 14.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Eugenia on the water now.
Huge is definitely such a strong rider out on the water, so hopefully she
we got
sticks out in these conditions.
Yeah, Huge definitely looking really strong on that Indy Tantrum. Looks like she is on that Liquid Force Remedy, the Harley Clifford Pro model right there, riding nicely through the choppy water. Straight back in for a nice Scarecrow. And yeah, Huge really showing her experience right now and her ability to kind of crush through these rough conditions, especially on that one with the switched toe side. I couldn't imagine cutting switched toe side in these conditions at the moment.
And Mackenzie, you had said that experience will pay dividends. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of those veteran type riders perform really well here this weekend, because they do have that repertoire.
Yeah, well, like you've just seen just before that last trick, I believe she was calling for a speed up, which I always think is smarter in conditions like this. You don't want to wake like that's that big crumbling on you mid-pass, so that's something I always do that takes a little bit of the guesswork out of something like that happening.
Yeah, usually on a tricky day like this with the wind and the unfavorable conditions, I would even opt to shorten my rope up like 2.5 foot just to be in that cleaner part of the wake.
Yeah.
Because if anything's going to bring you unstuck, it's the wake crumbling on you as you hit it.
Definitely. Judges would rather see you take it that little bit bigger and be a bit boostier than come up short.
Yeah. Sure, so we got Huge coming back in on a second pass into the headwind. This is when it gets challenging. Starting off with a nice melon to Indy half cab 180. Looking real smooth and showing some style there with a double grab. Straight
That
into
was cool.
a really cool poked out stalefish backside 180, as clean as you like.
Into headwind too. That's brave.
Yeah, she's
Hats
actually
off
looking
to
really
her.
impressive right now.
She is. There's the
There's
Tootsie.
the Tootsie Roll.
Didn't even look like she's feeling the wind. So that's where I said before, she is one of a very strong rider.
Oh, and just coming up short on that tantrum line. Looked like she didn't get enough rotation on the flip to land with
She's
weight on her
stoked.
toes and get away. But yeah, as you can see, Huge in the water there, smile.
I don't think
smiling
I've
and
ever
looking
seen her
stoked.
without a smile. She is one of the funniest. You just never see her sad or not laughing her head off. She is one of the funniest people.
That's what we like. Good
The
attitudes.
personalities in the pro women's division are so positive.
Yeah.
And it's that too is super unique, I think, for maybe action sports and wake sports. It's so different than walking into like a women's soccer locker room. There's a lot of positivity. There's a great community, a lot of collaboration on what you guys are doing. Why do you think that is?
I feel like a lot of us ride together, honestly. We all live in that tight-knit community in America where, like, lots of the lakes, Harley, you know what it's like. The lakes
Yeah.
are side by side each other. So a lot of us all live on the same lakes as each other and just wake up of a morning and go, hey, whose boat are we taking? And pick one, get the crew together and head out on the boat. So I know that Huge lived over, I believe, on Lake Holden this year with Zara Kell and Nacha Holster. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I believe they lived over in Dallas Friday's house. So that was a really cool dynamic for them this year, and I think they all rode together a fair bit this year as well.
Speaking of Nacha, she is on the dock right now, the 20-year-old. She is the only Chilean competing in these events, so the only person representing the nation of Chile.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Nacha out on the water, so I'm excited to see what she's got, what she can throw down. But yeah, like you were saying before, the wakeboard community, it's just I don't know, everyone's quite friendly in this world, and I think it's obviously like a tight niche community, but to be a wakeboarder, you need help. You need someone that can drive the boat, someone that can observe, and you need those friends around you that can help. And I think the wakeboard community has done a good job of like coming together and helping each other succeed rather than just the old one-man team. Everybody's out there for themselves.
I feel like even just riding with like different people, different personalities, like they've got different aspects and different ways that they look at it, which is really helpful, like you said, with the collaboration of like learning new tricks, dialing something in, or it's just something someone different sees of what you might be doing wrong on a trick. Oh, that was cool.
Here we
I
go.
think Nacha stuck a little tail grab on that front roll.
Up into switch back around and coming on the switch toe side, straight into the switch scarecrow. So yeah, starting off strong, going big and looking pretty good in these unfavorable conditions.
Tootsie. Oh, there it
For the Tootsie
is.
Roll. Wow, Nacha really starting this third heat off strong and putting the pressure on these girls, backing up and finishing her first pass with a tantrum. I have a question for you. Do you know if the girls format is just 4 tricks either way?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
we are capped at 4 tricks up, 4 tricks back.
Yeah.
That was a good start for Nacha. A couple of different flips in there, got her tech in there, so judges will be looking for spins on the way home, I'd say.
Her home lake is Rappel Lake in Chile, but as you mentioned, she's been living in Florida. Let's look at what she's got for us on her second pass. It is starting to sprinkle a little bit here, nothing that the riders aren't used to. However, a little bit of weather coming down.
Yeah, there is a little bit of rain over the back of the mountains. That's a little bit of a telltale sign up here on the Gold Coast. You can see it coming over the mountains. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, she tried.
She had that until
Until she didn't.
Until she didn't.
She had it until she didn't.
Yep.
Well, Naka Holscher on her second pass. That will conclude her day. Wait, no,
No.
she has a pickup. She
No.
still has a pickup.
She has a pickup, so she's before that 3/4 buoy. So Mr. Scotty Kell in the helm of that boat will come around, pick her up, and get her back up on the water.
Let's get her back up and going. Notcha Holscher. What is it? I mean, you mentioned that they lived at Dallas Friday's house. Does Dallas coach a lot? Is she kind of a mentor to these women? What is her role?
I don't know if she actually does any coaching or not. She's obviously, she's got 2 little kids now, so they're grown up, sort of wakeboarding a little bit. Yeah. So she's definitely one of the more veterans in the sport. So she's, like you said, a little bit removed, but she still has that house on the lake. So I believe the girls rented that out this summer, which was super fun.
Well, yeah, she has a cool house where she has like a little guest house at the front.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
that's
she's
great.
been nice enough to like help the wakeboard community out and rent it to like young wakeboarders, aspiring wakeboarders that are living in Florida for the season. So, yeah, I've known a few people that have lived in her house over the years, and yeah, big ups to for Dallas for helping out the wakeboard community like that. And one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's great.
Here we are. Wow.
Wow.
Straight back up into that KGB. So showing that she is ready to risk it and lay it down.
Whoa.
Side back roll
Big,
reaver.
big.
And then it looks like she might get one more trick in here. What have we got? Looks like a just a wild little wake jump to finish off her second pass. But yeah, laying down some tech tricks there, getting a Tootsie Roll, getting a wrap KGB. And
After that fall, she said, I am going to the finals. This is what I've got.
yeah.
Determined, motivated. We love it. You go, girl.
Some
Three and a fall in that pass is impressive too. So good on her. She definitely made the most of what real estate she had left and got in a good amount of tricks considering she took down a fall.
Charlie Russell up next. She's from Coomera, Australia. Coomera, Australia. The next 2 athletes who will round out this pro women's semi-final. Charlie Russell and Zara Kell, both from Australia. Both super accomplished women in their own right.
Yeah. Yeah, Coomera, Australia is actually only about 10 minutes down the road from where we are right now.
So we have
Charlie,
2 women who are calling the Gold Coast home. They're
Yeah.
at home field advantage.
Yeah, she's very much a local. Where she rides every day stems off this body of water and is not very far. So she's familiar to this site and these conditions, and let's see how she puts it together out there.
Right now we are looking at a 9:50 start time for the pro men's wakeboard semifinal. We may be a little ahead of schedule depending on how we work through Charlie and Zara, but yeah, we've got a lot of good events coming up, a lot of super competitive events. We're going to be seeing the pro men's semi, the junior pro women's 18 and under final, the pro women's final, and then of course the pro men's final today. The most competitive divisions, all contesting for a world championship all this weekend on the Gold Coast as we see Charlie Russell take to the water.
Yeah, very excited to see the rest of these competitors go out today and lay it on the line. We've got some of the best wakeboard athletes in the world here today. And yeah, on the Gold Coast finals is going down. Let's see what they got. Charlie Russell coming in for her first pass in the semi-finals, starting things off with a nice lofty tantrum.
When you say lofty, what are we talking about?
Just good amplitude, a lot of height there.
Lofty.
Floaty in the
Yeah.
air.
Floaty, I like that. I'm going to start using that.
There's that 3, so that'll definitely help her as well. Sticking a little grab on there. That's something the judges also like to look for.
Am I thinking a Tootsie Roll last trick here? No, toe side front
Toe side
roll.
front roll. She might have wanted it, but might have just not gotten the right takeoff off the wake.
Yeah, I mean, she's got her work cut out for her right now. She had Nacha go out before her, who managed to lay down a few mobs, and then we've got Zara to follow her.
If Zara's in the rearview mirror, you know you have to bring it.
100%. Yeah. She's seems to be the girl that's pushing it the most at the moment. So, yeah, if you got her behind you, you better be ready to lay it on the line. But Charlie finishing off her first pass, nice and clean. Looks like she took advantage of that first pass, got used to the wake and the conditions, and let's see if she can lay down a few hammers on the way back.
Setting up, kind of getting comfortable. Switch, right? That's her switch.
I believe that is switch. Yep, that's a little half cab.
I find it hard to tell what is switch and what is not for some of these ladies because they're so good at both.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, she had it.
Yeah, wakeboarding is one of those sports where, I mean, when you're at the top level, it's not so much like doing a trick switch is more difficult. It's just like whatever way you feel more comfortable to do that trick.
Right.
I would say snowboarding's kind of like that, but wherever you go into sports like skateboarding and surfing and that sort of stuff, when you do that switch trick, it's a lot more difficult, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The disparity between the complication that's added when you switch between skate and surf,
Yeah.
massive. But here in wake, it's hard to even tell.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these guys, they just have like a favorable direction they spin, and like say they do a heel side, backside 720, then most likely they're going to be doing like a switch toe side, front side, which is the same direction, the same movement.
Right.
Yeah.
Charlie Russell. Looking good out there in front of her home crowd. It's nice to kind of see the fans start to file in here. We're seeing them on the other side, to the right side of the competition venue, where we have a really good shot of the left side as well. But as the day kind of moves on, it's nice to see the beaches fill out a little bit and fans roll in.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate with these weather conditions because the Gold Coast has done it, or the WWA has done a great job of putting the message out there that this event's on this weekend. And it's drawing a massive crowd, but I think these unfavorable weather conditions are definitely holding back some of that, which is a bit unfortunate. Here we are with a heel side back row. It looks like she's wrapping up to finish off her second pass. What are you calling right here? Wrapped cab 5?
Wrapped front cab 5.
Unfortunately, that takes her down. But Charlie Russell here in her hometown, she's got to be stoked. She's got her family and friends watching, and we got Zara Kell following behind her, so we'll see what Zara has to lay on the water.
There's a couple replays here, but again, these pro women just bringing it today, making adjustments on the fly, really adapting to the conditions they're being presented with, and so impressive out there. Just all of these women on any day could win a national or a competition, but this weekend we are deciding a world champion, and those are hard to come by.
Yeah, definitely.
On the dock now, Zara Kell. She took a break away from the sport, a mental reset. I had the chance to talk to her earlier this week, and I asked her during that break, did you touch a wakeboard? Did you go? Not once. She said she didn't want to get on the water. She just needed a break. You're young in the sport still, comparable to when Zara kind of took her break. Have you ever considered, or have you ever been tempted by the thought of maybe stepping away from it? Some people need it, some don't.
Yeah, I feel like there's always, you have good days and bad days in wakeboarding. And there's always floats like that floating around, or that you have when you're not having the best of days, but I've never seriously considered it, no. But I feel like now that I'm injured, it's forced me to take a step back from it. So I feel like it'll be interesting to see how that goes over the next year.
But since her return, she has been downright unstoppable, one of the most dominant women in the field, and there is no doubting her drive to succeed and to win in this sport.
Not at all, definitely. She is,
well,
there it is. Starts it off with the Tootsie.
Yeah,
right back at it.
With confidence too, straight into a mob, front roll of the backside 180 there.
So typically she does that as a dum-dum first trick, but like we said, tricking conditions out there, so she's just playing it safe a little bit. She's seen the girls before her. She knows what she needs to do. So
her dad, also the boat driver.
Yes. Love Scotty. I actually grew up training and riding with Scotty as well. He's taught me almost everything I know as well. So it's definitely a comfort knowing that Scotty's behind the wheel, and finishing off with a back 3 as clean as you like.
A full stand-up first pass. That alone speaks volumes as to where she's at in this competition.
Definitely. She's checked all of her boxes. She's given him tech. She's given him grabs. She's given him flips and spins. The spin was backside as well, so the judges will definitely reward that as well.
Zara is fierce. She is coming into this competition loaded, ready to go. Just a lot of ammunition in the wheelhouse there for Zara Kell.
Yeah.
So she makes the turn for pass number 2. Harley, do you ever sit back and just, I personally sit back and I'm just in awe of these women.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And the level, I mean, they're stepping it up so much this last year or two, to see Zara go out and land a few 900s this year and land a backside 720. And then we've got Julia, a young girl from Italy, who I don't even think is in the pro division, but she's out there landing toe side 9s and heel side 900s.
Yep.
So it's really cool to see these girls step up the level and inspire that new generation that's coming up.
Little stalefish grab. You've got Zara with her signature little braids going on out there. Oh, no.
There's that dum-dum, but unfortunately just casing the wake a little bit there and
was that
and
before the
popping handle.
3/4?
From this angle, it looks like she's before it.
Yeah, I think she'll get picked back up. She started that first pass, second pass pretty early.
Zara Kell, a little replay of her run so far. She's waiting for that pickup, maybe resetting, talking herself into what she wants to land with the remainder of the real estate on her run. What do you make of where she went down? Does she have enough real estate to land 2 more tricks? Where's she at? What can she get out?
Definitely at least 1 more trick, depending on how that boat gets up onto plane. She could squeeze 2 in, but with Scotty behind the driver, he'll do his best to get everyone back up on the water to get as much real estate in as they can.
And it's so easy to do with those Nautique G23s. The wake, instantaneous.
Instant. So quick.
Yeah. Zara kind of just floating out there. What is she telling herself right now?
Ooh. I feel like she definitely knows that she's done a lot with the real estate she's already had. She is probably cruising and has done enough, so she's probably thinking get back to the dock at this point, put something on the board.
Or she's thinking about her finals run, one or the other.
She's already.
Yeah.
She's already shifting gears.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, she did it very much. I did a lot on that first pass, so I think she's definitely secured herself the top spot going through this heat and has a good shot at the finals. So
only 21 years old, Zara Kell. That will wrap up the Pro Women's Semi-Final. Thank you guys so much for joining us in the booth for this one. It was so fun calling these with y'all, and you guys will want to stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break, but then we're going to bring in Gregory Maloon of Nautique Boats. We're going to chat with him for a little bit during this fuel break, and then we will get back to the action with the Pro Men's Wakeboard Semi-Final. So thanks you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. so that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships presented by GM Marine and Nautique. I'm Kristen Beat in the booth, joined by Greg Maloon of Nautique and Shannon Starling of the WWA, a couple of VIPs up here as we are in the midst of a fuel break. Guys, welcome to the Gold Coast of Australia.
Thank you.
It's so exciting to have you both up here. I had the opportunity to speak with Shannon throughout the event, but Greg, this is my first time chatting with you. What do you make of the fanfare surrounding this massive World Championship event?
Well, you know, it's the World Wakeboard Championships is something we've been a part of for a long, long time, and it's great to bring it here to Australia. We have so many great Australian riders that have won events throughout the season and throughout the last several years, and some great Nautique athletes from down here. So we're excited to be here, see them in front of their home crowd, and ready to put on their best performance out here.
And of course, the boat of choice, we've got the G23 out there, the 2025 edition. Now, I don't know if this is marketing for you guys, but to me, the Nautique is a luxury boat. It's the Rolex of boats. It's the best wake that you can get out there, and every athlete has complimented the boat's ability to be able to get up to speed and create a wake instantaneously. And that's what they need in these conditions, as we're seeing a couple tumbles.
Well, it's really important when it's a little bit windy and maybe a little challenging out there, that the wake is always there, that the boat is always there for them. We got one of the best drivers in the world, one of our partners here in Australia, Scotty Kell, driving that G23. And you know, this is the newest generation of G23 right now. It's a
beautiful boat.
It redefined the sport about 12 years ago when we brought it out, and just continues to get iterated. It becomes more and more beautiful and more luxurious with every generation as well.
Shannon, question for you. As you guys are developing out these events and choosing which partners you want to bring on to the WWA Wakeboard events, why Nautique?
When you look at companies, you know, some companies are very much about, you know, how many units can we push out the door. Other companies are about, we want to be here, we want to be a part of the sports that have made our product, that have made us part of this industry. And Nautique, I've said since day one, they pulled the first wakeboard national championships ever 35 years ago, I believe.
They're celebrating their 100th anniversary this year?
Yeah, and we've been a part of that for 35 years. So I think we try to find partners that have the same belief system, we want what's best on the water, not necessarily for us.
Greg, why is that involvement important for Nautique as a brand?
Well, you know, we're passionate about these sports as well. It's whether it's some of us in the leadership team or people in the product development team. You know, our chief engineer rode at a national level for many years, and you know, it's throughout the entire group that people have a passion for what we're doing with our boats and want to make the best wakeboard boats on the water, the best wake surf boats on the water, the best water ski boats on the water. And so we're going to continue to have that passion. It's just who we are. It's our DNA. And so it drives us to build the best boats we can.
What is next for Nautique and the Nautique brand? I'm curious because every year the boats get better, and they get better in different ways.
Yeah, well, you know, we're constantly innovating, and we're constantly finding ways to make our customers' experience better. You know, it's so much more than just the boat.
Right.
The boat is kind of that product.
It's
what you see out there. It is about the lifestyle. It's about the family that buys this boat, and this is what they do. This becomes their passion, wakeboarding or wake surfing. And so, you know, we get to see those that are really into it at this level, you know, chasing it all around the world. So it's the view, the lens in which everyone sees the world through when you're part of this lifestyle, and you know, we're happy to be a part of it.
So I live on Lake Norman, and getting a tow behind a Nautique boat is a form of currency out there. It is the best. I mean, you fight to be able to be on a Nautique boat out there. And the surfing has gotten really popular lately with some of your guys' surf boats.
Greg competes himself.
Oh,
do you really?
Yeah. There's there's that as well. You know. You know.
What is your chosen discipline?
So you know, I grew up wakeboarding and having fun on a wakeboard. Surfing I find a little easier on myself these days, and so you know, I still get on a wakeboard, but conditions have to be perfect, and so. No, but it's great to be a part and participate and ride alongside some of our customers and be able to have that fun and a little bit of competitive spirit, you know, in those older age brackets. So.
Right?
That's all great.
The research and development, because you guys are behind the boat actively using it, And that is really impressive. Shannon, when you look out at this competition and you're noticing the athletes kind of adjust to what's going on out there, how encouraged are you by the consistency of the wake? Because that is the one thing that seems to be the riders are very confident with. They're like, you know what, we know what to expect from the Nautique wake.
They know what they're cutting into.
Right.
They can cut into it. When you watch these athletes, as we saw in the rough water, they get hesitant. They're, as we talked about all weekend, they've got to be patient. They know what they're cutting into. They know what they're going to get is the same wake they got from the boat last week or 3 weeks ago at Nationals or 5 weeks ago at home. They're always going to get that same consistent, and we can't say that for every boat that's out there.
Can you describe the wake that the G23 creates? What makes it unique?
Well, to go all the way back to the beginning of the G23, I was leading a product development team at the time, and we sat down with a clean sheet of paper, really, and said we need to build a wakeboard boat from scratch that changes the way the industry is. And we sat down with some of the best athletes in the world, on our team at that time, from Sean Murray to Danny Harf to Sean Watson, and many of the names that have won these, won championships over time, and we end up with this this boat that just changed the industry. It changed the way the wake is. We wanted a long ramp in, a lot of lip at the top to be able to boost tricks, a good landing on the other side, which is key. And the G has continued to progress and continued to change over 4 generations now, and it's just continues to get better as a wakeboard boat, also as an all-around wake surf boat, and a luxury boat that you can have all in one.
Now, you guys are also entering into the electric market, which is so cool. I was able to actually tour the boat as it was on display at MIBS last year. And what prompted you guys to move into that division?
Well, we're always going to continue to innovate and look at things that are coming on. What's amazing is the electric motor has all these possibilities. It's very controllable. All the torque is right there. There's very few moving parts. It's still very early in that technology, and you look at the energy density that exists in a 60-some gallon fuel tank, as we're in a refuel phase right now, and you can refuel that boat quickly, and electric has some challenges to match that in our world yet, but it's definitely a demonstration of what the technology can do. So we've produced over 20 of those boats. We have happy customers around the world, and in Europe, and in Lake Tahoe is a big market, other places across the U.S.
The super yachties buy the boats and put them on their yachts.
I've
seen them.
Yeah, a lot of those are diesels. We do diesels as well, but GM Marine, our partner here, to put on these great events, they provide the mainstay power of what we do, and those gasoline-powered engines run great, run better than ever, and provide the power to make an awesome wake out here.
And they're consistent. Very consistent pulls. As I shared the other day, we talked about when Perfect Pass and different type of speed devices were coming into play.
And all the electronics. I mean, you can choose the size of the wake on a touch screen on most of these boats, and the peak and how you want it, the banking. It's such a cool system.
You can tune it.
You can tune it. Yeah, exactly what you want.
Yeah, we really look at the boat as it's a tool, just like, we all get these smartphones in our pocket, and how you can make that tool do exactly what you need to do at the time you want to do it is really important. And that's what we were striving to just build that easy use, so you can put almost anyone in that driver's seat, give them a little bit of instruction, and they can make the boat make the perfect surf wave or the perfect wakeboard wave.
How exciting is it to be here in the Gold Coast of Australia, the first time in over 20 years to have a world championship here?
It's an incredible vibe here. It's there's so many, as we said earlier, Australian riders, and to see them in front of their home crowd. I was down in the crowd a little bit earlier, and everybody was super excited. It's filling in, and it's getting exciting down there. And as we get to finals, that's going to continue to build. So it's awesome to be here. We have a lot of great customers here in Australia. We've been selling boats down here for a long, long time, and some great dealer partners as well. Just as we do all around the world, there's Nautiques in some unusual places, and Australia isn't that unusual because beautiful weather, beautiful lakes.
Shannon, I don't know about you, but I've been so encouraged by the media response that the WWA has received since being here in Australia. You guys were on the Australian equivalent of Good Morning America. Every news station was out here for the last however many days, including at Park, talking about how big this event is and how exciting it is. Even this morning we had local news out here. So, I mean, for you as a takeaway, that's got to be a win, right?
It's very exciting to go somewhere that engages. We're all, if you go to Florida, sometimes they want to skip over it because it's so common there. It's like, everybody wakeboards here. We all see it. We all know what it is. And when you come to a place like Australia and you can overtake the country's media on footy weekend.
Yeah, on their Super Bowl weekend.
On their Super Bowl. And it's been really cool to see that. The news has had open arms because they want to see this. They want this back. Gold Coast has really been instrumental in making that happen as well, as well as PJ, who does all of our local PR, communications, and marketing. She's been amazing
awesome.
as well. Awesome.
Super great.
So I can't, I keep saying it to Brian, who works at Nautique, like, we can't buy this media. This is awesome. This is really great that we've been engaged.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much. We're about ready to close out this fuel break. Again, it's been such a great weekend with both of you guys. We are going to head to a commercial break and be back after that with the Men's Pro Semi-Final, the WWA Wakeboard World Championships from the Gold Coast of Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
the WWA Wakeboard World Championships live from the Gold Coast of Australia. Kristen Beat up here in the booth alongside Harley Clifford. And we are just about to get things ramped up in the men's pro semifinals. We were supposed to run these yesterday. Weather did not permit that, but today the conditions even better than they were this morning. I think the men are probably pretty pleased with that. Harley, what should we look forward to in this men's pro division semifinal?
Yeah, we got a lot to look forward to here. We got some of the best wakeboarders in the world here right now on the Gold Coast, coming into the semifinals, and they are about to throw it down. There are a few riders in this that I'm very much looking forward to watching. We got Sam Brown, Gunther Oka, Corey Tunison, Luca Kidd, Shota from Japan. We got
that is a who's who of wakeboarding.
I mean, everyone's here. Every name on this list, I'm very excited to watch these guys ride.
Now, a big story coming into this weekend. Brad Tunison hitting the water for the first time this weekend. Corey Tunison's big brother. He has not competed in a very long time. He's not even ridden, but he's out there.
Yeah,
but everyone's excited that he's out there.
It was Brad's 30th birthday yesterday. I grew up with Brad and Corey, so I've known these guys my whole life. We got Brad just went down on a scarecrow, which is a bit unfortunate. But I think he's just he just threw his hat in the ring because his kids are here.
It is in the Gold Coast of Australia, which is his home, right? Yeah, they all live out here.
Yeah, so he's just out here having fun. He's doing it for his kids, is what he said. But Brad just had his third child about a week ago, so. He's in the thick of it. He probably hasn't even slept for the last week, and he's out here competing. So good on him.
In the pro men's division, no less. Not in the 30 plus. Not in any of the amateur divisions. He said, "You know what? If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it big." And we're getting a visitor here in the booth.
This is my man, Luca Kidd. Good luck, brother. Rip in.
Everyone getting amped up and ready to go as Brad Tunison gets that pickup in this first heat. 2 will advance to the final. There will be an 8-man final. In this first heat, we have, 5 different athletes. 2 representing the U.S., 2 representing Australia, and 1 representing Argentina. The 2 from Australia, Brad Tunison and Sam Brown. Sam Brown, a rider's favorite rider, I've learned.
He is. He's definitely the rider's choice at the moment. He's who I would call the guy that's doing the best and biggest tricks out there at the moment, and he's really adding his own flavor into wakeboarding, which you see a lot of these young kids coming up nowadays.
Cruisy boy.
Yeah, mimicking Sam Brown and copying his style and the different grabs he does on everything. So yeah, Sam's definitely a big force in the wakeboarding world right now, and he's changing the game.
Brad Tunison.
Oh my God! Brad down on the whirly bird.
No, I've seen a lot of riders, and maybe this is just coincidental, but the whirly bird has taken down quite a few riders this weekend. Do you think that's because of the wind or the weather or the tail pickup, or is that just random?
Yeah, I mean, whirly bird, sometimes it can be a very easy trick, but with these unfavorable conditions and the rough water when you're hitting the wake and not getting the takeoff that you want, that's the thing that can mess that trick up. And yeah, the whirly bird's a funny one. You can do it 100% of the time, or 99% of the time, and then
that 1% will
that
get you.
1% of time where the wake trips you up or something, you actually usually end up kind of eating crap on the trick. So
and maybe that's where in these divisions trick selection will have a weighted emphasis for these riders. Maybe not go for your biggest trick in the repertoire, or plan it for a strategic place in your run depending on how you go. I think the advice that Frederico's coach earlier in the day for the junior pro men's gave them was super good. It should be flexible all day.
For sure, be flexible. I mean, a lot of these guys, they ride all the time, and they know they've been in competitions before where it's been rough. They've been out training and it's been rough, and they know what tricks they can pull off in the rough water quite easily. So I think a lot of these guys will be sticking to those tricks. But someone like Brad, I mean, he just threw his hat in the ring just because he used to ride pro back in the day. He's very much a businessman now and has got a lot going on for himself, and probably hasn't stepped on a wakeboard for probably 6 months. So it was cool to see him get out there and give it a crack. But yeah, we got Finn Bullock coming off the dock next. Finn's out of Orlando, Florida. He is arguably one of the best slopestyle snowboarders in the world as well. So very much looking forward to this guy getting out there and throwing his snowboard tweak on everything that he does behind the boat.
I think that is neat how some of these athletes take inspiration from other sports. Finn Bullock, Gunther Oka, and just about every guy out there also surfs or also skates or also boards. And that is neat about the action sports community, too. And I've noticed that a lot of these athletes are kind of bilingual in that they are on some other type of board in the adverse season.
Yeah,
so that is cool.
Especially for all these board sport people, you know, you grow up and I think when you have a love for the board sports, it means you kind of love them all.
Right.
Not just one. And
yeah.
And I mean, wakeboarding, a lot of these kids, like most people don't usually start off wakeboarding. Their parents don't have boats and that sort of stuff. They start surfing or they start skateboarding and then eventually like they attain a boat and then their wakeboarding career like kind of kicks off. But yeah, they're all kind of coming from some sort of board sport background before they progressed into wakeboarding.
So we have got Finn Bullock on the dock. I want to say he might be the youngest pro. No, we've got Stefano James from Italy. He's 18. But a couple teenagers, Beaux Wildman, 19.
Yeah.
We've got Stefano, 18. And then we have got Finn Bullock, who's 19.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting. We got Finn Bullock coming off the dock right now, and I would say he's quite like, for a 19-year-old kid, he's quite like a stocky, strong kid. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares out in this rough water. I'm assuming that he's going to be able to ride through it with a little bit more ease than most. So yeah, let's see how he goes.
Finn Bullock throwing down here already.
Oh yeah, warming up, cutting out for his first trick to start his World Championship campaign. We got Finn Bullock coming in on his switch heel side. There we go, a cab heel side 9 straight off the bat. Yeah, that was very impressive. And like I said, I think this guy's going to ride through this rough water like it's nothing. Back in on his heel side, he's wrapped up here for a wrapped nose grab KGB. I could assume if he makes it through to the finals, he's going to be throwing that one down to either 5 or 7. He has got both in his repertoire. Back in on the toes for a really stylish Stalefish late chromobe. And then wrapping back up for the 4th and final trick of his first pass. Let's see, what does he have here? Edging in right now, taking off a wrapped 360, tail grab, rewind, backside 180. So
stand up first pass.
Yeah, stand up first pass and throwing down some unbelievable tech tricks. I think that's a big difference that you see between like the junior men and the pro. Is a lot of these junior men, they have these big tricks and they can do them out free riding and that sort of stuff. But when they come into these competitions and it's rough water and unprecedented conditions, they may not have the consistency and time on the water to be able to throw them down. But these pro men, I mean, they can just do it in anything, and that's why they are some of the best wakeboarders in the world.
And a note on Finn Bullock, he was actually off the water for the last 4 weeks due to an Olympic snowboard qualifying event in New Zealand before this contest. He sustained a little injury, but now he's back on the water. But a dual sport athlete, Olympic caliber snowboarder.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I said before, he's one of the best slopestyle snowboarders in the world. So yeah, we're very lucky to have Finn as part of our wakeboarding world, and yeah, bring that snowboard flavor in and throw it down on the wakeboard. But he's starting his second pass off now. He did a toe back one into a skeezer, and now he's cutting back in on the toe side for a double grab, wrapped toe side, backside 540, grabbing at melon, and then again tail on the way through. So very impressive there. And then for his 4th and final trick on his second run, he's cutting in heel side, and I'm thinking that one was a handle pass, backside 720. So yeah, Finn laying it down. 2
stand-up passes.
Yeah, and I think
I like how we're kicking this off.
He's set the bar high for the rest of these pro men. Like a lot of these pro men were probably looking at it like
Noah Flegal on the dock saying I might have to up my game a little bit.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I think a lot of these guys might have thought it would have been a breeze in the park and they were just going to ride through this rough water and stand up a pass and make it through. But it's looking like they're going to have to absolutely throw down for their chance at the finals in the World Championships.
Very well done for Mr. Finn Bullock. Of course, Noah Flegal on the dock.
Noah, one of my favorite athletes. He just went out this morning.
Yeah, Noah already competed in 2 disciplines, the strapped and strapless foil.
Yeah, we had the strap and strapless foil this morning, which Noah...
so he's already been in the water twice.
He's already been in the water twice, and he has also secured 2 wins already this morning in the World Championships for the strapped and unstrapped foiling. Here we go, Noah Flegal hooking his rope up here and getting ready to take off the dock. Very excited to watch this guy ride. He is one of my favorite athletes out on the water and into this competition at the moment. He's this guy can hold his own, whether it's
diverse.
surfing pipeline in Hawaii and pulling into 15-foot barrels, or it's foiling at Nazare, or doing flips on his foil.
Travis Pastrana of board sports.
Yeah, you could call him exactly that. This guy is multi-talented, and very excited to see him out here on the wakeboard at the moment. Here we go. We had Jimmy Redman that has just joined us in the booth. Jimmy Redman is an absolute pioneer for our sport. He is the guy that shapes all our boards at Liquid Force. He shaped the first wakeboard, and we are very, very lucky to have him all the way over here on the Gold Coast in Australia and in the booth with us here right now.
I'm so stoked to be here.
Welcome, Jimmy.
Oz is like a home away from home.
Yeah, mate. Stoked to see you here, eh?
I mean, dude.
Oh, wow. Noah Flegal starting off switch toe side 9, straight into a cab, heel side 9 to start his campaign. Third trick coming back, Moby Dick 540. Wow.
Great recovery.
Very impressive recovery.
Big.
Yeah. And then finishing off that first pass with a switch cab mob. Unfortunate fall on what I would say was the easiest trick out of his 4 tricks in his first pass.
It's crazy to call that his easy trick.
Well, I mean, he did toe 9, heel 9, first 2 tricks, and then just a regular mob takes him down at the end. But Noah Flegal, he is not a stranger to these competitions. He's been competing since before he could walk nearly, and he's going to get back up and throw down on his second pass. He knows what he's got to do to make it through, and let's see him do exactly that.
Every single one of these heats is stacked. You have world championship caliber athletes in every heat. Mm-hmm. There is really no easy heat in here as I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
It's true.
Hey, Jimmy's been a big part of the progression of wakeboards and that sort of stuff. Is there, I mean, it's not something we've even really talked about, but obviously riding through these rougher conditions, there's things on the board that are going to change the way the board rides through these conditions.
That's true.
Yeah. What would you say, what would you do to a board in the design process to make it more favorable for these conditions?
Well, like the trick on, the trick about conditions like this is not having your board be too big, so it's going to sit a little lower in the water, and you can get through the chop. And then, maybe fin it up a little so you can, negotiate the chop and not blow out like what just happened to Noah.
Yeah.
Would you maybe recommend someone sizing down on the board even on a competition like this?
Perhaps. The issue is some of these boards, the gaps in sizes, it's almost like you need a size between the size for that optimum board.
And it's not something you see often in the wake. Like a lot of people, they just have one board and they stay on the one board all season long. Where you move into other sports like surfing and skateboarding and snowboarding, and they're adapting their board for the different conditions, the different ramps, and but it's something that could be done in wakeboarding. But
completely,
yeah, for sure.
I'm a big proponent of the quiver theory.
I like that, having the different arrows in your quiver.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, I probably have. Probably 17 different surfboards to pick from.
Yeah, exactly.
It just depends on your mood and the day and the break. And
we're still watching Noah Flegal out there, 26 years old from the US of A. We got to talk to him 2 days ago now on Friday, and as soon as we wrapped our interview, he was straight out in the water going surfing.
Oh, Noah's the biggest frother that I know. Yesterday the competition got called off and he's calling me. He's like, "Holly, you need to bring your jet ski down. It's 10 foot at Snapper and we need to take it out there and do some step-offs."
Like I said, adrenaline junkie, the Travis Pastrana of water sports, of wake water sports.
These pro men are really cutting through this rough water like it's nothing. Noah's starting his second pass off with a rewind straight into a wrap back 7. Following that up with a nice nose grab chromo. And then here we go. What's he going to do to solidify the end of his second pass? Back in with the skeezer. So he did that, the chromo straight into the skeezer. They're two of the same tricks. One was switch and one was regular. But Noah laying that down like ease.
He's so powerful. I mean, the other way to get through the chop is to just be a super strong rider like Noah.
Yeah, 100%.
And just really commit and set your edge.
And that is where the athleticism, I think, comes into play in this sport. The upper body strength, the training, and all that cross-training he does in different disciplines has to help him in moments like this.
For sure, it does. And, I mean, as you can see, he looks powerful on the water. He can ride through this choppy water and muscle himself around, which Finn Bullock prior to Noah can do as well. But it'll be interesting. We got Sam Brown coming off the dock next, and he's a little bit more of like a leaner rider, and I mean, he knows what he's doing, and he could probably ride through some rough waters. But
One
it'll
of
be
the more
interesting to see if
innovative.
that hinders him a little bit, because he is
Yeah.
a smaller, lighter guy and bounces around in that chop a little bit more.
Super light-footed rider.
Yeah.
And
Innovative,
riding
to say the least.
Riding a
When,
really fast type of board too. So
yeah,
that's one thing. Like Noah's, Sam's board is a thinner board, so it does sit a little lower in the water, and that helps compensate. But yeah, he's a much more light-footed rider
100%,
than Noah. For sure. So it'll be interesting to see how he negotiates the chop.
Yeah, he looks like stick and bone compared to Noah, really.
I know Brad Smela, being a 6'2" rider in his prime, said that actually helped him on choppy days because he felt like he could muscle through it a little better, and he had that weight on the board. But as we bring in Sam Brown, expect innovation. Conditions, I get it, they're not favorable. We've been talking about it all day, but I love watching Sam Brown as a rider on Instagram. He posts the most viral, coolest tricks, and he's doing so many different things. He's just got his own style.
He's super fluid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go, Sam Brown, first trick on his first pass. There we go, with ease, starting off with that chicken salad cab mode 540. Straight back in for his second trick, which is going to be the nuclear Moby Dick.
Whoa.
I mean, look at this guy. He looks smooth as in this water, stylish as ever, getting really good, unique grabs on those tricks. Back in for his third, toe side, backside 540. Clean as you like, landing nice and wrapped on that, passing the handle like it was nothing. And then back in for his fourth trick, we have a regular front side, heel side 720. So
clean
there we
first
go.
pass.
Yeah, Sam Brown laying it down and looking like he is riding through that rough water with ease. Yeah, interesting though. I mean, these boys, Noah and Finn, really threw down before him. Sam had two good bangers to start that pass, but I still think he's going to have to hold on and complete 4 tricks in his second pass to advance through to this next round.
It's just the depth of talent in this pro men's wakeboard. Did you ever think that wakeboarding would advance to a place where, 24 guys could potentially win a world championship?
It's amazing. It's the coolest thing to see. The athletes push the equipment. They're doing things that force us to make products that don't even exist.
There we go,
to
Sam
further their riding, and yeah, the talent level is so deep now.
Yeah, Sam Brown starting that second pass with that
clean
individuality that you see from him with a crail Tootsie Roll. Not many guys doing that. Straight up in to a Skeezer 540. There we go again, Sam Brown with an absolutely beautiful lake grab style fish, heel side 720. He's the only guy out there at the moment doing this sort of stuff. And then to cap his run off with a nuclear backside 540. So there we go, Sam Brown, one of the best wakeboarders in the world at the moment, laying down 2 passes in rough conditions with ease, and it did not look like those conditions slowed him down one bit.
Definitely showing why he got the award last night.
The
other night at the Aussie Wake Awards.
And he started the year strong with a podium at Moomba Masters, so he's got some momentum moving into this World Championship, but also not to forget, the WWA Wakeboard World Series Championship will also be decided this weekend. So if you are in the running for that, super pivotal to put yourself in a position to be in the final to collect those points towards that World Championship and World Series Championship.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not quite sure who is in the running for the overall World Championships at the moment. Do you have a list over there? So
I do. I can pull this up for you.
I know Marci Pifferetti, who is an Italian, he is in the running right now. I'm not sure if he's second or third, but unfortunately he sustained a little bit of an injury and has had to pull out of this event, which he was very bummed of.
I know Nick Rapa is leading the championship right now by a significant amount. All he has to do is start the final to then take the World Series.
So he just has to pull through and make the final.
He just has to make the final. That's it.
Yeah.
But I'm actually going to get that update from Corey because she printed out a revised
we'd
version of that.
love to see
Nick is so consistent.
Nick is so consistent, and he's very
fairly
good in the rough
injury-free
water.
for the most part. You talk about some athletes in different sports, especially action sports, and injuries are part of action sports, but Nick Rapa has been consistent in that.
Yeah, he's definitely has been quite injury-free, and I mean, you see that within wakeboarding. He's more of like a shorter, stocky build. So maybe his joints and that sort of stuff, they're not taking the impact like Sam Brown's would. He's quite lanky and and those knees could fold a little bit easier than what Nick's could.
Ulf Ditch on
here
the
we
water
go,
now.
Ulf Ditch. This guy is absolutely unbelievable. You're going to want to watch this. He sends it to the moon on absolutely everything. As you can see there, massive stalefish, late backside 360. I don't think there's one trick in his run where he's not absolutely sending it to the flats. So, yeah, here we are, trick number 2. That big famous mute heelside 7, unbelievable. I don't think you guys know how hard that is, and to fight the tension as you're pulling through on that spin is so hard. Back in for the 3rd trick. Just going down on a big backside 5 to the flats. Yeah, I mean, backside 5, the trick by itself is hard enough, and then to be able to take that massive into the flats and deal with the tension, land blind 20 foot out in the flats, really is a difficult feat.
Now, a couple days ago, Ulf also competed in the WWA Wake Park World Championship. He was in both park and features. And he is one of those athletes who is doing double duty this week, along with preview to Heat 2, Trent Stuckey. And that could easily be a dark horse pick. Trent, super talented. The 2 Stuckey brothers, both earning every title at the Wake Park World Championship you can think of for the pro men's division. And he will be making his boat debut this weekend at the World Championship.
Yeah. That's actually very interesting. Trent, I mean, he's kind of taken the cable world by storm. He's kind of seems to be leaps and bounds better than anyone out there on the board at the moment. So, and I've seen a few little videos of him floating around of the stuff that he's doing behind the boat. So I'm very intrigued to see him out here this weekend. It will be quite a test for him. You know, he's up against the best boat riders in the world and not in perfect conditions. So we'll see how he goes. But if he's anything like he is on the cable, then I think some of these guys are going to have to watch out.
Yeah, Trent's amazing. You know, Trent,
did you get to watch any of the Wake Park competition?
I did,
Yeah.
and it just fascinating.
The amplitude.
It was unreal. The thing that I really loved was I was watching the Groms.
Yeah.
And
who was your favorite? Cruzy?
Well, he's just, you know, when he comes to the end and it's all he had to do was just do a simple jump.
He's
You'd
like,
be
nah,
winning. It's like, nah, I'm
today.
gonna do a double. I'm gonna do a double for the crowd, you know, and I just that level of stoke, and you just gotta bottle it up.
That little kid is cool. It's cool to have people like that coming up in our sport. But we got Ulf coming back in for his first hit on his second pass.
There we go.
Absolutely charging once again. Unfortunately going down on the stalefish tantrum behind the flats.
That just might end his day.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I know that these tricks are things that Ulf can land all day long. So to go down there early in his second pass and be done with his campaign will frustrate him very much.
Looking at that heat, who do you think is potentially odd man out there?
You know, it's going to be a hard one because Finn and Noah both kind of threw it down. I think Noah did a few harder tricks, but the fact that Finn landed 2 bolts passes and didn't have one bobble, I think that may just edge out Flegal, and it's going to be Sam and Bullock going through in that heat.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, such a stacked heat. Any of those guys on any other day could have won a world championship.
All of them. Yeah.
I mean, all these heats are stacked. We go into this second heat, Heat 2, and we got Trent Stuckey off the dock. We've got Jesse Mason from Australia, Kai Dish. We just saw Ulf, his brother, out here on the water. Then we got Gunther Oka, one of the best he's amazing, diverse between the cable and the boat in the world. And then we've got Corey Tunison, who has basically dominated the competitions for the last 3 to 4 seasons. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting second heat, but I look forward to watching it.
This will be a tough heat.
Yeah.
Definitely.
To imagine any of these riders going home is pretty crazy, but I think the big story here is Trent Stuckey making his debut. We know what Corey Tunison is capable of. If he doesn't make the final, it would be a massive upset.
It would be.
But Trent, let's see what Trent has got. Now, in traditional sports, we talk about matchups all the time, title cards. I think in this heat, Trent and Gunther, 2 athletes to follow, see who edges each other out. I mean, you also have Jesse and Kai in there as well. We could be looking to some surprises, but if you're looking at title cards and you're looking at the athletes to keep an eye on here and see what they do, Trent, and unfortunately Trent has, in my opinion, the strategic disadvantage of going first. He doesn't know what everyone else is going to throw down in the heat.
He has no idea, but I mean, this is his first competition, so on the boat, so I think he's just going to go down there and try and lay down some sort of pass and then let the boys kind of decide what they have to do from there. I'm not sure if he has the deep bag of tricks that Corey and Gunther would have, where they can kind of watch their opponents and pick and choose from their repertoire of what they're going to throw down. So, yeah, this is early days, but exciting days for Trent Stuckey in his boating career.
This is cool. This is so cool of Trent to be doing this. After the domination at the park.
Yeah.
To then just come here and say, okay, guys, here's what I got.
Here we are. There we go. Straight off the bat.
That was
a nice
clean,
melon
too.
Pro 5.
That was
going
clean.
really big. So, yeah, straight off the bat, showing these boys that he knows how to ride the boat. And he's someone that's got to be watched out for. Straight to a heel side nose grab, 720.
So he's got spins already.
He's got spins. He's got a big mob. He's already wrapping up, so he's diverse. Coming back in, switch, wrapped right now for wrap. No way.
Oh,
no way. Okay, here we go.
This
Trent's
is awesome.
here, and he is definitely going to be a force in the wakeboard competitions to come.
And
then,
he's got flips. And he's got
with
flips.
a backbone 540. No way.
This is awesome.
Did he check every box you wanted him to check on the pass?
He completely checked everything that he wanted that I wanted him to check, and some. I actually didn't expect that much out of him. I know he's been landing big tricks at home, but I did not expect him to just run into a competition, his first boat competition. It's rough.
It's rough
and
conditions.
just lay it down like he just did.
I did talk to Gavin, his younger brother,
Yeah,
and Gavin has been watching him train behind the boat. And not only is he putting in the hours on park every day, but also boat. That cross-training may actually benefit him in these circumstances because he is doing double duty on a board in the water versus all these other riders who are just maybe focusing on one thing. Maybe it helps him.
We can definitely hold on to the handle forever.
Yeah, this guy knows how to hold on.
He's wrapping up. Let's see.
Backside nose grab, 720. I actually am very, very impressed. Like, he's riding through these conditions like any other pro boat rider would. So, yeah, big ups to Trent Stuckey right now on the toe side. Toe side, roll to blind. Wrapping back up for his third trick in his second pass. I'm assuming he's going to go for a rewind right now. Let's see if I'm right. There we go. Trent coming up stuck for his first fall, but an amazing 6 tricks so far. Very impressed.
And you know what? Where he may lack the tech that we see from other more veteran behind the boat riders, he is making up for it with a lot of style. I like his style. I like his confidence.
Definitely.
I like how he's landing.
Yeah.
And I think the consistency that we're seeing from him is actually nice, minus this fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very.
This is going to be exciting. I'm curious how the judges will reward him. And, if his only goal this weekend was to maybe assert himself as a potential dominant competitor in the boat division, he's done that already, in my opinion.
He's serving notice. He belongs in this group.
Right.
100%.
For sure.
And, he's taken the route that kind of Gunther Oka did. Gunther Oka had the massive dominance in the cable wake park scene and then kind of reset his focus onto the boat side of things and is now one of the most dominant wakeboarders in the boat side of things as well. So I think Trent is following in his footsteps there and doing the same sort of thing. But, he's still got Kai, Gunther, and Corey to follow. Gunther and Corey are definitely 2 riders that can go out and surpass this run quite easily. So it'll be up to them, I think.
If it's any indication, we're stoked. We're stoked to be watching this. It's so cool to see. Let's see. Does he have time for 2? Maybe get one more in?
Yeah, I think if he lands his first trick clean, he'll be able to sneak another one in. But
in park, he's used to that quick cadence.
Yeah, he is. He is. Okay, so he's going to get one more in, though.
Let's go.
So just finishing off with a wrap.
But you know what? The points matter. Even if it's a less technical trick, he's getting the points in. He's landing standing up.
Yeah, it is. He landed the tricks, but that you're in the pro division here, and you can't really afford to have any bobbles like that. He's got Gunther Oka and Corey Tunison behind him, and they're going to watch that and be like, oh, okay, yeah, he may have done like 6 really good tricks, but he left the door open at those 2 last tricks.
And you need 8.
You need 8.
Yeah,
you need 8 solid tricks nowadays.
And Gunther and Corey are such strategic riders.
Yeah.
How are they going to pivot?
They just know, they watch everything and they're recalibrating their runs, to do exactly what they need to do, and they're super, super consistent.
Yeah.
All right, next up on the dock we have Kai Ditch, who I believe also rode park. Kai was at park.
Kai rode park.
Kai rode park as well.
Kai and Ulf. They both competed in a park. Kai competed in the wake skate park as well. I think he ended up second in the wake skating. So, yeah, Kai is he's a very talented wakeboarder. Rides liquid force boards.
Originally from Argentina, now trains globally all around the world.
Yeah.
Another one of the La Familia crew.
Yeah, the La Familia gang.
I heard that there is a movie being filmed right now for La Familia. There's a movie in the works, a feature film.
Yeah, they've been working on it now for probably already a year and a half, 2 years, and I think they're still like a year out. They're just taking their time and getting all the footage and the tricks that they really want to complete. And then I think next year, towards the end of the year, we might see the movie appear. Here we go, Kai Dish. Edging out. Oh no, actually, we have Jesse right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got so excited.
We have the Aussie.
We have Jesse Mason from Tasmania.
Starting his first pass off with a nice toe side 5, rewinding it back to 3, and popping nice and big on that one. In for his second trick here with a nice heel side 3, late stalefish. This has got to be the best mullet in wakeboarding flying around.
Definitely.
It's beautiful out there right now. Third trick there with his signature batwing backside all-lay 360. I think there's only I've seen 2 other guys do that, JD Webb and Mike Dowdy. So yeah, 1 of 3 in the world that I've ever seen do that trick, and then finishing his first pass off with a handle pass KGB. So nice stand-up, solid run from Jesse, and yeah, he's doing that mullet proud.
The mullet grab.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, pretty clean first pass for him as we get the boat turned around. I love seeing the shoreline just fill up. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's good to see the sun come out.
And all the New Zealanders here, cheering on the, especially in the amateur division. We had a lot of amateurs from New Zealand. They were cheering on their family and friends. I'm curious if the flags are out yet, but fun to be had.
I heard just before that there's on top of the New Zealand wakeboarders, there is 56 of support crew that New Zealand that they have over here. 56 people. Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, but then there's probably 20 wakeboarders in the event as well. So yeah, this New Zealand.
Their support crew overwhelms them.
Yeah. There we go. The nose grab, Chromo taking him down.
Now that was
first
his
trick, second pass.
First fall though. He'll get a pickup. And then have some real estate remaining on that second pass.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing about falling on your second pass is it takes a second for the boat to get back up to speed, and then it's also windier and rougher on that second pass as well. So hopefully he can get back up and regain himself and get 3 more tricks in at least, because he's going to need it with the talent that's coming up behind him.
Oh.
Again, this is just such a stacked division between Trent, Jesse, who's on the water, Kai, Gunther, and Corey Tunison. But this is just the semifinal. I would hate to think that anyone's holding back for the final. Could you imagine?
I mean, they are.
They are.
Yeah. I've seen what these boys can do. They're definitely holding back. Yeah.
I can't even. I can't even right now. I'm at the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
These guys are just throwing down massive tricks, massive amplitude.
Plus, if the wind shifts a bit, as anticipated for the finals,
we could see
then
some
it's
of
just
the
going to
real
open
secret
up.
sauce.
Yeah, you're going to see some
the good stuff.
Some magic happen in the finals.
Yeah.
And again, these are the World Championship finals, Wakeboard World Series Championship on the line, as well as a World Championship to be determined today. We will have a new WWA World Champion in the next 3 hours.
Very exciting. Exciting day to be here on the Gold Coast.
All right, Jesse, time to bring it. Local Australian.
Looks like he's starting quite late here. He might get maybe one more trick in after that wake jump. Not exactly what he wanted, I'm assuming, on that heel side jump just there.
No.
Back in on the toes. Is he going to revisit that chromo? Yes, he is, and it's going to take him down again. So, yeah, Jesse Mason, probably not what he wanted, but he's excited to be here and be competing on the Gold Coast and have his family and friends here watching him.
Yep. Up next on the dock, Gunther Oka, the 26-year-old from the US of A. He actually tore his LCL and hamstring in February of 2023. This has been his comeback season because that injury set him back quite a bit, and now he's starting to kind of find his bearings again in 2024. And I know he was not super satisfied with his performance in Park, even though he was on the podium in both, but here in men's wakeboard, he was also kind of double dipping. He did both foil classes earlier in the day, strap and strapless, and then now back on the water here in men's wakeboard. So
Yeah. I mean, Gunther's one of those other guys out there that's very multi-talented. He can ride a foil, he can ride a surfboard. He's very good on the skis, out in the snow, out in the slopes, and then one of the best cable wakeboarders as well as the boat wakeboarders in the world. So very excited to see what he's got to throw down, and he's one of our Liquid Force teammates. Yeah,
Gunther, the injury that he went through, I've been working with Gunther on a new board. And
can you give us any details?
Well, it's called the Ethos. But the thing that was cool about Gunther's board is in his injury, it actually gave us a time to recalibrate, refocus, actually go back to the drawing board and try this whole myriad of ideas. And he's he's as focused on design as he is on his riding, just very calculated. And he feels just the subtlest details, just the nuances of the board. Yeah. It was this was a labor of love. I've never in my history I've never built more prototypes for an athlete to get their magic board than Gunther.
On the water now, Kai Dish
coming in first trick with that switch mute cab mob, following it up on the switch toe side with a skeezer 540. Kai looking really solid here, starting off with 2 bangers. Let's see what he can follow up on the third trick with. Back in on the heel side for a regular. Heel side 900, landing a little bit low, but pulling through in these rough conditions. Good work, Kai.
That was good, Kai.
And back in on his 4th and final trick for his first pass with the backside 720. So Kai definitely landed down and handing it to the boys. Trent went out there first and did a few really techie mob 5s, but Kai showing the boys how to spin and laying down some really nice spins there on his first pass.
Yep. Going back to Trent Stuckey's run, now that we've seen what Jesse has to offer and we've seen Kai's first pass, is he still in the market?
Yeah, Trent definitely still is. I mean, we saw Jesse go down. Kai stand his first pass up, but so did Trent. Trent, unfortunately, I mean, he managed to pull 4 tricks on the second pass, but 2 of them were quite dodgy. So Kai's got a little bit of a door open there to kind of take him down. But I mean, Kai's also got to lay it down as well. So here we are on the second pass in the more unfavorable conditions. Kai starting off with a wrapped nose grab, toe side, backside 540. And then following it back up here in the wind with a nice indie roll to blind. So this is Kai being smart here and probably backing down a little bit because you know that Trent did have a couple falls. And it's very important for him to lay down a smooth run. Straight into a Crail Tootsie. Looks like a page out of Sam Brown's book there. Sam Brown throwing that one down earlier.
That was clean.
And then we got Kai coming in for his last trick right here. And just a nice rewind to finish things off. So there we go. Kai Dish laid down 2 absolutely flawless passes. We got Gunther and Corey coming up next. And these boys now know that they're going to have to throw down to try and make their way through this heat. So excited to see what these boys can get done.
And I believe one of the gentlemen here in the booth with us will have to depart. I think we're going to try to get Brad Smela in here and let you enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, Kai is definitely the man to beat now.
Massive air and some really good performances here. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
And awesome insight.
Terrific.
So cool to have a literal Hall of Famer, the man who started everything in wakeboard. And thanks for hanging out with us.
Absolutely.
Thank
It's my
you so
pleasure.
much.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Jimmy, we wouldn't be here. So always good to have you, Jim. Looking forward to the
All
week.
right.
Looking forward to the week ahead.
Looking forward to the week ahead.
Yeah, we've got a big week ahead of foiling.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships. We are kind of getting set up here in the booth with Brad Smala and Harley Clifford. Joining me now on the water, Gunther Oka. Jimmy was just talking about it. They have been developing a special board just for Gunther due to his injury and his experience and all of his kind of expertise and nuanced preference for this sport. Gunther out on the water here in his first pass. Let's take a look at what he's got.
Here we go, his last and final trick with the wrap, toe side, backside 720 there. Gunther unfortunately having a little bit of a bobble on his first pass, starting off with a mute crow 5 and then busting straight into a toe side back roll to revert, which is something that he did not want. After that, he laid down a wrap, toe side, backside 720 and a wrapped peep 5. So yeah, Gunther Oka laying down a good first pass, but one bobble. He's got some making up to do on his second pass. So
getting moving on that second pass, Gunther Oka. And we saw him earlier in the day in both strap and strapless foil. We also saw him at the park division. Been a busy couple days for Gunther Oka.
Oh, Gunther starting off his second pass with a wrapped KGB 5, looking a little wild, landing deep, but still managing to hold on and make it look clean. Second trick back in for the cab mob. Once again, just a little bit weird on the landing there. I think
Do you think that's what he wanted in his first pass there?
I think he bobbled and he did a toe side roll to revert, which is something he definitely didn't want. There we go on a rewind, a mute rewind. That was really nice. And then he's going to have to finish it with something big here if he wants to take down Kai Dish. So let's see what he's got. Back in for a switch rewind. It's going to be very, very interesting. I wouldn't want to be a judge right now because, yeah, Kai and Gunther really throwing down two solid passes, and it's going to be close between them two.
Gunther Oka, one of those athletes who traditionally has done very well on the world stage, here searching for a world championship.
Like, I remember Gunther competing, over 10 years ago, back when I was commentating for the Wake Park Triple Crown, and he was, I think, 15 years old at the time, 15, 16 years old, winning pro divisions at that point. Like, he's been hanging around for a long time. He stepped it up at a young age. Really cool to see him from on both park and boat, and really excelling at both, which is really challenging to do, to put enough energy and effort into both. We saw Trent Stuckey earlier, who's obviously known as more of a park rider, but he's always been on the water, on the boat with his family.
Yeah.
Just really starting to put a lot more focus on that now.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. I think he's kind of seen what Gunther Oka has done in the past, transitioning from the best cable wake park rider in the world and now into one of the best boat riders in the world. And yeah, Trent looking like he's doing a good job to follow that path as well.
It's insane how quickly he's gotten so good, especially seeing several weeks ago in the qualifier for Parks Double or Nothing, that wrap backside 1080 that he absolutely sent to the moon. Yeah, it's nuts. So cool to see, and such a nice guy as well. We had him in the commentary booth with us at the Wake Park Worlds, and that was when he was unable to make it through, unfortunately, in the park division.
Yeah,
the traditional.
I mean, it's kind of scary watching how good and how fast he's getting. A lot of these other guys, these other competitors in the boat side of things, got to be shaking in their boots because, yeah, that's his first competition ever into the boat, and I mean, he may miss out on making it through to the next round, but he laid down an absolutely beautiful run, and he's still young, and he's got years to come. So I'm excited to see where he takes it.
He's got the current world champion up on the water now, defending world champion, starting it off with that heel side 900, Corey Tunison.
Making it look easy, cutting straight back in on his switch toe side, following that up with a switch toe side 900.
Yeah, the hometown kid doing it for the Gold Coast.
He only lives 10 minutes from here.
Yeah.
Right down the road.
Real handy. Sleeps in his own bed at night. Got the family there, got the support network, plenty of his friends down here, I'm sure.
Noah actually staying with him.
Hey, you know, it's also Corey's birthday today, too.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
27?
Could he have timed it any better?
27 would be the right number.
Today, yeah. It's his Brad, like his brother Brad, who was in the heat earlier. It's his 30th yesterday. And then Corey's birthday today.
There's
so.
something about that time of the year for his parents.
I'm a September baby, sure. Yeah.
Just a beautiful day out here on the Gold Coast. Things have really improved from this morning, and Corey will look to make what will be his second pass. Now, he is out of contention for the Wakeboard World Series Championship, but a Wakeboard World Championship still up for grabs. Because of his injury and his delay in the season, he said, I am circling this event. This is the one I want to win this year.
For sure. And shout out to anyone tuning in on the live feed on the WWA Rideline app or on YouTube. I'm Brad Smaler alongside Kristen Beat, Harley Clifford, former multiple-time world champion, out here watching the current world champion going double cab roll.
There we go. Corey Tunison showing exactly why he is the current world champion.
Is that the first double we've seen?
Yeah, and starting that second pass off with a double cab roll in the windiest, roughest portion of the course. But Corey, unfortunately, following that up with a crash on a wrapped backside 720, which may not be the best place to fall right there. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if he can get up and finish 3 more tricks. Hopefully he can, but there may only be room for 2 more tricks, and they're going to have to be hammers if he wants to be in contention with Gunther and Kai and Trent.
Well, I think that's the slight benefit with the way the format works with the pros is it's not about getting as many tricks as you can, and it's just 4 tricks each pass. So if you do fall in the right spot, you still have the chance to get up and land all 4 tricks. So it is going to be tight. It's going to be tough for him. He has been absolutely laying it down so far in his run. So I would say, you know, I got to get a decent glimpse of the rest of the runs before him. You know, his first pass would probably be beating everyone else's first pass out there, potentially. But, you know, again, we'll leave all that to the judges. All we can do is speculate.
I love pretending and playing judge. I've been doing that with these guys the last couple heats. I've been like, who's out? Because that's sometimes, I think, the easier of the evaluations to make. But with only 2 advancing, that's a lot of guys that go home.
Yeah, it is a lot of guys that go home. I mean, unfortunately, we had to push the event back to today, so they've had to condense things down, and they've had to get rid of the last chance qualifiers that they would have had. So these guys only have 1 chance to make it through the finals, and it's now or never. So,
and thankfully for Corey, that PCM Marine engine in the back of that Nautique G23 is just roaring back up onto plane. It gets up so quick. Is that
Corey's
laid out
tantrum. So this is not looking like the usual Corey that we see, but he's got a little bit more real estate left. Let's see what he can get done. Nice big back mob there, and then let's see how he can finish this second pass off.
Wrapped up
for a Moby Dick. So that was definitely not what Corey wanted. It's going to be interesting. That's going to be in the judges' hands. Corey did lay down the only double that we've seen today or this competition so far. So hopefully that carries some weight and pushes him through the finals. But he definitely left the door open on that one.
And he wasn't the only one to fall either. You know, I think did Gunther stand up his? Oh no, he had a fall as well.
Gunther had a fall. And then, no, Gunther didn't have a fall, but he did a toe-side roll to revert, which is a bobble.
Yeah, Trent had a fall. Kai stood up, did he?
Kai stood up, so I think Kai could be sitting pretty right now with the lead in this heat. And then I think it's going to be close between Corey and Gunther for second place there.
Oh, I would not like to be a judge right now. I'm really glad to be sitting up here in the booth with you two.
Yeah.
Having a good time. I'm just cooling off with a little boost juice. It is great. Yeah, go and grab yourself some food, some drinks, some refreshments.
I'm right behind you on that. I may pop out for a moment, go get some notes, might get a burrito. Your girl's hungry.
Yeah, maybe go chat to some riders and then we'll
grab a couple notes, see what these guys are doing. I actually want to enjoy this semifinal as a fan, maybe.
Yeah, get
still
down there.
Coming up. We've got, I mean, some of the most competitive guys in the business. We've got just for me, I'm excited to see what Nick Rapa has. He is currently leading the WWA Wakeboard World Series. He'll be the final and top-seeded rider in Heat 4. I think everyone kind of looks to see what Hunter Smith might be doing, Beaux Wildman, Jake Pelot. A lot of really talented guys coming up, so I'll let you two take it away, and I'll be back later.
All right, go enjoy yourself out there. Go meet and greet with the people and get some refreshments while we continue on here. I know I'm really looking forward to seeing, a lot of those riders. My former teammate Jake Pelot. We got also Thomas Herman. He's a wild man, the content king.
Who have we got off the dock right now? Luke Scafidi. So Luke straight out of South Australia. He's been over living in Austin, Texas this year and wakeboarding with the STG crew on Lake LBJ. So, yeah, let's see Luke come in on his first pass. Wow, opening his run up with the double Indies back roll. Looking clean as you like as well.
Oh, it was beautiful. Great way to start off, especially here in the pro men. Oh, looking for something a bit more than that. Toeside 540.
Wrapping up here for the third trick. Back in on the wrapped KGB. I mean, Luke has definitely got some amplitude. He's going massive on all these tricks, landing clean. So that's definitely going to help him with the judges. And then to finish off that first pass with his final trick being a dum-dum. Good run from Luke Scafidi there.
That's the tough thing, though, with the 4-trick per pass format, is if you do back out on a trick like that 540, you can't go and just cram in another trick and go, actually, I'll just swap those two out, thanks. Yep. It's what the tricks that you land are the tricks that get counted. So
yeah, it is a bit of a moment. I remember back in the day, like, me and Phil, we'd be out there doing 7 tricks a pass, and majority of you guys would do 5. And
you guys are ridiculous. I mean,
just trick skiing out there, basically.
Coming up against either of you guys, yourself or Phil, in a heat was always like, all right, we're battling for second here.
Yeah.
Although I will say, I think there were twice.
Yeah, you probably took me down a few times.
Twice I took you down. Or no, actually, I think the second time, actually both times you took yourself down. But I was just the lucky recipient of that one. Really stoked to have my cousins down here, some locals that have made the little bike ride around the water to come and join us. So
she might be your cousin, but she's my cafe lady. She's making me coffees on the regular, eh?
What a small world.
Yeah, super small world, eh? There we go, Luke Scafidi in his second pass, a cab 5 straight into a whirly 5, looking like he's took a bit of a digger back edge on that one. So Luke Scafidi down in the water and rethinking his second pass and how he's going to finish this off.
Yeah, I mean, looks like he's right there before the 3/4 marker. So Scotty Kell's going to turn around and pick him back up. And there's that. It looked like, did he go for a double grab on that?
On the KGB?
Yeah, it almost looked like he reached down for kind of a late mute on the way out. Not sure if he slipped the first grab and felt like he needed to kind of go for another attempt there. But, I mean, he's taken the fall. But we will see if he should have a little bit of room to get back up. Maybe go for that whirly 5 again, or if he's got something else to throw down to finish off. He is the first rider in heat number 3. So it's going to be, it's the job of the first rider out there to go and put the pressure on. He's got Shota Tezuka to follow up, Luca Kidd. I mean, that's no joke even there.
Yeah,
and
those
Stefano
two, the
and
young
Thomas.
guns. I mean, yeah, there's a whole new breed of riders, eh? These kids are absolutely tearing up. Luca Kidd and Stefano, really changing the game and changing the flavour that we see out there on the water, mixing up with different grabs and wrapping up for different tricks. And I'm really excited to see what these boys throw down.
Now, you know Luca well. He looks like one of the most fun people to just be around on the boat or outside of the water.
Luca is a very high energy, very charismatic, full of beans sort of guy. But yeah, he is one of my favorite people in the world to have around, especially out on the boat. He always brings the good vibes and pumps everyone up. And it really reflects on the energy around him when he's there. Then we've got Luke Scafidi, just went back up and gave that whirly 5 another crack, and unfortunately going down. So that may end his World Championship campaign, but you know what? There's 4 more riders left in this heat, and it could be anyone's day.
Yeah, with these conditions, I mean, things are definitely better than yesterday. I feel like the wind's dropped off a little bit more since this morning.
Yeah.
Hopefully going to continue to improve throughout the day. But, yeah, these sorts of conditions, it can be a field leveler. It can, throw some people off. We've seen it in a lot of our riders where they'll back out of a trick or do something a little less than you'd usually see from them. So
yeah, we've seen a lot of uncharacteristic things happen so far. Corey Tunison went down, got back up, and did a tantrum. You would never see Corey Tunison do a tantrum in a run.
You'd usually see doing 2 of them in one.
Yeah, exactly. These conditions are playing havoc on these riders, and we may see some interesting results today.
It's anyone's game in this world of wakeboarding, especially when the conditions change up a little bit. It's definitely, as I said, a field leveler. But Just want to give a quick shout out to some of our sponsors that have brought this event to us, to experience Gold Coast, for bringing us here to this beautiful part of Australia. I know it was really cool to hear from Kristen what she's been up to. She went and cuddled a koala, pet some kangaroos, went to an Australian art gallery. She's been really experiencing Gold Coast. I've been out and caught up with a few friends, went to the local surf club, and I've been having a good time here as well. But it's been a lot of work here too. Also, shout out to GM Marine and Nautique Boats, of course, to Roswell Marine Audio, and all of our amazing sponsors for having us here on the Gold Coast. On the water now, the man out of Japan goes bigger than most riders you'll see out there. He's Shota Tezuka.
Yeah, the ninja on the water. He has got pop like you have never seen before.
Springs in the legs.
Yeah, he does. I grew up wakeboarding with this kid. He actually used to live with me in Orlando, Florida for many seasons, so I know Shota very well. And I'm impressed that he's still out there shredding. No, he's getting a little bit older now. He's 31, and he's kind of actually had one of his best seasons yet this year. He's got second overall on the Pro Tour, had a bunch of podiums this year, so I'm excited to see Shota lay it down in the World Champs. But yeah, first pass there, flawless, 4 tricks back-to-back. Let's see what he's got on the second pass.
Yeah, some solid good spins. Was it the Crow 5 he opened up with, and then I think
into heel 7.
Heel 7, toe 9, back 7.
Yeah, so looking solid. 4 big bangers to start his first pass.
And in these conditions, you want to be solid. You want to stand up. You want to get some solid tricks. And again, being second off the dock, 3 riders to go, only 2 riders going to advance. So the pressure is on, and it's his job to put the pressure on those following riders.
Yeah. And Shota, you can tell he's been competing for a long time. He knows how to ride in these tricky conditions. He's doing his big spins on the tailwind pass, and then he's going to come into this headwind pass, and I think he's going to go for more of a flip run here, and yeah.
Let's see how he starts it off. Heel side approach. There's that back mob.
Looks like he reached around and threw a nice little seatbelt grab on that back mob. Coming back in, I couldn't quite see that. We had something in the way there, but I see the handle flying away, so he's down.
Hopefully we get a replay of that one from a different angle. Maybe the drone angle. We just got blocked by a tent post from our view, which you guys will be seeing online as well. So we'll see if we can get some replays, see what he went down on there. Yeah, Shota, he's known for going big. He's known for his pop. You know, there's that iconic tail grab backside 180 that he does into the flats, which just mind-blowing.
Bigger than anything I've ever seen, I think. Yeah.
Drops out of heel 10s off double ups. Rolled a blind that took him down.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic fall. Probably the easiest trick that he's gone for in his run so far, taking him down.
And do you think that might have been like maybe coming into the wake he was thinking KGB and it just didn't quite get the pop he wanted and kind of pulled back? And sometimes when that throws you off mid-trick, then, it kind of puts you off.
Yeah, I mean, that and, I think, I would assume he does a lot of tail grab roll to blind, so I would assume it would have been a tail grab roll to blind, but maybe he was just in the mindset like, hey, I just want to rush this trick, get it done really quick, get to the other side of the wake and finish my run off. And that just coming in and rush and not thinking the way he normally would on that trick is just unfortunately taking him unstuck.
So we'll see if he's got room to get 3 more tricks in to make up for that one, to kind of get a clean slate basically and get all 4 tricks for.
Is he going to revisit that roll to blind first up? Nope, into the KGB. There we go.
Maybe slightly safer in terms of the landing on it?
I think so. That first one might have worried him a little bit. So, back into a toe side back roll there. Not what he wanted. And then he's going to have to finish this off with something pretty strong here. Oh, and the front mode 5, taking Shota down. The old Aussie mode 5.
Yeah, doing it for the Australian crowd.
Damn, Shota all the way from Japan.
Awesome to hear the crowd getting behind him. So cool to see so many people showing up. And we see your little girl showing up. She's just the most adorable thing. Playing double duty, commentating and
here we
dad
are.
duties.
We've got Elodie right here. Is there anything you want to say? You want to say go, Gunther? Go, Megan?
No, you say go, Luca.
Go, Luca. You want to say go, Luca?
No, you say.
We've had
Luca's up next.
Yeah, Luca is up next, but we've had Luca, Gunther, and Megan staying at our house the last week. So
so cool.
Yeah, we're out there supporting those guys at the Wake Park World Championships, and now here again at the Wakeboard World Championships, which is very exciting. I think Elodie's Gunther and Luca's biggest fan. Oh, guys, this is my 4-year-old daughter, Elodie, talking, as you can hear her right now.
Adorable. Mixing it up a little bit from, usually at the World Champs, you'd be out there competing, and in previous years you've kind of taken a little bit of a step back away from competing lately and into dad mode, and just still out there on the water having a good time. Really cool to have the family involved now, and just it's really cool to see that evolution from you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's kind of like going full circle. I grew up with my family, and that was kind of how we got into wakeboarding and boating and all that sort of stuff, and it was a very family orientated thing. And then I went out on my own for a long time and competed and traveled and did all that sort of stuff. But now I've got a family of my own, and we're all getting into boating together and loving every minute of it, really. Oh no, we've got Luca Kidd unfortunately going down first trick there, which is something he will not be stoked about.
Not at all, but
no.
That is first trick. I mean, so it's limited to 4 tricks per pass, right? Like you couldn't get up, go 3 tricks, and then cram 5 in your second pass. It doesn't work like that.
It does not work like that. But Luca's quick. He knows what he's doing, and as you can see right now, he's maybe doing a little bit of underwater swimming, trying to regain some.
Don't know what you're talking
course.
about.
Yeah. And there ain't nothing going on under those.
Yeah, it's just the tide going out.
But yeah, Luca's quick. I mean, he's a quick, aggressive rider, and I think if anyone can get back up and cram in 4 tricks before the end of the pass, it will be him. So
problem with that though, it puts the pressure on you as well. Like if you're like, oh my god, I have to rush 4 tricks.
Yeah.
It can get into your head, but we'll see if that affects Luca mentally, if he's got that rock solid mentality to be able to come back from an early fall like that. He is the 3rd to last rider here in a heavy heat.
A very heavy heat, but he knows, he's experienced. He just watched Luke and Shota go out there and they left the door open a little bit, so he'll know what he's got to do to solidify himself in front of those guys, and then I think it'll be into Stefano and Thomas's hands for the final 2 riders to see if they can beat these guys and make it through to the finals.
Man, it is cooking out here. What a night and day difference from yesterday. I was really glad that the production crew were able to shift us for the live stream commentary to the host hotel. We were in a boardroom there. It was a little bit different. We didn't quite have the vibes of being on site and hanging out with everyone that's out here, but at least we were able to stay dry. We were able to stay warm. And just really stoked. And we see Luca Kidd, the backside 720 with a late melon grab on the way out. And wrapping up again, heel side approach.
The cab, heel 7. So Luca, clean as you like, getting straight back up into 2 tech tricks. And then on his 3rd and final trick, it looks like he's going to be cutting in for the wrapped Moby Dick. So,
he's got
room for one more. So let's see if he revisits that chromo that took him down on that first hit. Oh no, and Luca Kidd back down on the chromo. Very uncharacteristic fall and something that Luca will not be stoked on.
Oh, he'll be kicking himself.
What a bummer.
Yeah, he'd probably be underwater screaming at the fishes right now.
100%.
Yeah, not a way to finish off that run, especially with, as you said, the door was left kind of open earlier with our other riders, but Luca there leaving the door wide open with only 3 tricks landed.
Yes, Luca will be very, very disappointed after that. Probably not a happy boy when we're at home later on, I don't think. Yeah.
I can't believe Nautique have been making boats for 100 years.
Has it really been 100 years?
100-year anniversary, and you can see why they are able to come up with a boat like that, the G23, the years of research and development, and just kind of really putting the work into building a really solid boat that just pumps out an amazing wake. I know it was a boat that came out back in 2012, and you were one of 2 riders to land a 1080 behind it the very first contest they debuted it, yourself and Ollie Derome.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable to see. I was sitting there on the commentary with Dano the Mano. Shout out to Dano if you're tuning in out there from back in Orlando, Florida. Hope all of our peeps in the southeast of the U.S. are safe with the hurricane that's just ripped through there over the last few days.
Yes, definitely.
Shout out to all of our crew out there in Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, all across that southeast of the U.S. We're thinking of you and hope you haven't suffered too much damage.
Yes. Yeah, that was. It's sad to see those kind of storms rip through. It looks like it was quite a devastating one.
Yeah. Usually in the past, when the hurricanes would come through, we'd all just get the friends together at one house, have a little hurricane party.
Yeah, lock yourselves in one location, a bunch of booze, and you're on.
Yeah, and then, but, it looked like a slightly heavier one this time around, seeing a lot of flooding, a lot of stuff popping up. So, yeah, just sending our love out to everyone out there. Hope everyone is safe. It's one of those things you can't really, you don't know what the weather's going to happen. Obviously, with how things were with the weather yesterday out here, it was like, oh man, it was unfortunate. But if the Worlds were on in Florida, they would have had to cancel them altogether. So, I think it looks like we'll be going back to the US for Worlds next year, and more than likely returning to the Gold Coast in 2 years' time to go at it again. And I love that, when the Worlds comes down to the Southern Hemisphere, it gives us an opportunity. More Aussies, more Kiwis able to enter without having to go as far in order to get there.
Yeah, there's a strong group of Kiwi riders over here at the moment. Someone was saying before that they have about 56 just support crew that have come along to watch these guys. Here we go, Stefano on the water, second last rider in this heat.
Had a back mob to open and went down on that Crow 5. So that's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
Love that kind of seatbelt grab.
Seems like there's a few holes in the water out here. A couple of the guys keep going out in the same location.
Looked like he dropped out of that Crow 5 really early. So I don't know if he's got a Crow 7 in his arsenal. I doubt he would have been thinking of that one. But, yeah, just came out of that Crow 5 early.
I think he definitely has a Crow 7 in his arsenal. I'm not sure if you've seen much from Stefano, but he's a young Italian rider that's definitely setting the world on fire at the moment, doing multiple doubles, heel 1080s, toe 1080s,
I actually caught up with, one of our junior pro riders that was out there earlier who is doing heel 10s as well off the way.
Noah Bollard?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, it's impressive, isn't it?
Unreal.
Yeah. And that was just at home here on the Gold Coast, the Tweed River the other day.
No way.
Yeah, it's cool to see some young local talent really stepping it up, and I think Noah's going to be a force to reckon with when he in years to come, when he advances into the pro division.
Yeah, and I mean the fact that they have the opportunity to kind of display and showcase themselves and their skills out here at a local Worlds, get the local crowd behind them, it's just so cool, and it's been 19 years since the Worlds has been here, since it was up at Marshall's Lagoon.
Were you at that last one?
I took out the junior men's in that one. That was just such a fun event, and was honoured with the Mark Kenyon Memorial Award. Got to meet his parents, and an incredible rider that we lost too soon. But that was it's really been fun to watch the Junior Pro earlier today, see how things have advanced. Obviously, the conditions are a bit different.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it looked like a solid way to get back up from that early fall.
Yeah, very good way. Finishing off with a nice wrap back 7 into a wrapped toe side, backside 5. So, Stefano really showing some maturity on the water there and getting back up and finishing that first pass off strong, not rushing anything and just laying down 2 more hammers. But here we are back into the second pass, and this is where he's going to have to step the game up a little bit if he wants to take down Shota Tezuka or Luke Scafidi that went out before him.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, they left the door open. He's had a fall himself already, so he's really got to be looking to stand up past number 2 if he wants to secure that top spot with with Thomas Herman following up after him.
There we go, starting that second pass with a handle pass. KGB switching it up, back in on the switch heel side for what looked like a nice heel side 900, and we see the handle bouncing away. So Stefano, unfortunately, coming unstuck on the cab heel side 900.
It's going to be an interesting one to judge and to see how things are going to land, because a few falls and a few bobbles there. And
I mean, Shota's looking pretty at the moment. I think the ball's just kind of in Tom's court. He's just got to lay down some sort of okay stand-up 2 passes, and he may solidify himself a spot in the final 8.
Yeah, maybe not put too much pressure on himself. But sometimes, did you ever find, you'd have your banger run that you go out there and put down, and if ever, everyone else kind of before you fell and you had to step it back, did you ever find that was sometimes more pressure?
100%, every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time. And I don't know if it was, the fact that now if I blow it, I'm going to look stupid, or the fact that when I was out training, I'm only practicing those hard tricks, I'm only practicing the 8 tricks that I'm going to be laying down in the run if I'm under a pressure situation, and I'm sometimes not stepping back and doing those tricks that are a little bit easier for me, and yeah.
Yeah, really throws a spanner in the works, if you will.
Yeah, it does. Do we have any live results or anything that have come out yet?
You can probably jump on the WWA Rideline app, go and have a little bit of a look around.
So so far, semi-final heat number 1, we see Sam Brown and Noah Flegal advance through to the next round.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, Flegal taking down Bullock there. That was definitely very close. And then we've got the results for Heat 2 and 3 to follow. So I will get back to you when they're released.
Really cool to have the WWA Rideline app to be able to follow along with results and schedule and watch the live stream, all that sort of good stuff. So download it from your app store, WWA Rideline app, and we are joined right now, Mr. Gavin Stuckey. We saw your brother out there throwing down on the water. We're still waiting on the results to see where he's going to land in that heat. He had a really good heat, had a fall, but was looking really good out there.
Yeah, I just talked to him. He said he's extremely happy with the first 6. The last 2 it got a bit windy, but he's happy with the first 6.
Yeah, there's a crow mob to start off for Thomas Herman. He's wrapped up into a KGB 540. Stop it.
So Tommy coming out the gates swinging all the way from Orlando, Florida in the United States. He's following that up with a heel side 720. He watched these boys go out before him, and he knows that he can tame it down a little bit and just lay down a clean run and take the win here. And as you see, just opting on his 4th trip to slow that down to a Moby Dick rather than a Moby Dick 5 that you'd normally see him do. So yeah, Thomas Herman looking beautiful out there on the water, and looking like he may be advancing through to the final 8 coming up later this afternoon.
Now, we're not seeing any wild hairstyles from him this time. Last year at Double or Nothing, he went for the cheetah print. Then he followed it up this year with the flames. Both times it worked for him. He's a back-to-back Double or Nothing champion. He had the first man in the world to do a triple flip behind the boat. Stuck that last year at Double or Nothing, and then this time he had the wrapped double KGB, which is just ridiculous. A trick that was invented on the cable by young Maxie. Just really cool to see Thomas convert that across to the boat. I know Tyler Hyam's doing that trick as well, but really, really cool to see. Let's see what he's got for pass number 2. Take it away.
Wow, there we go. First hit, second pass, coming in with the double heel side back roll. As you said, Thomas has been pushing the limits the last couple of years. We've recently seen him do that double back roll into a third and do a triple back roll, the first triple flip on a wakeboard behind the boat ever. So yeah, this guy definitely helping progress the sport right now. Following that up with a nice rewind, and then to finish his final trick. And that's it. He's just going for a backside slash. I think he knows that he's already taken the win in this heat. And finishing nice and actually going down there on the switch Indy Tantrum Divine.
But had he already got 4 tricks up until that point?
I think that was the third, because he went double heel side back roll, something, switch Tantrum Divine.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. But I think, he knew he'd done enough. Harley and I were talking before, Gavin, about when you're last off the dock and you've seen, usually you've got your run planned out in your head, right? And yourself being more of a cable, a park rider. But we're talking about how, when everyone else leaves the door open and maybe you're like, okay, I just have to dial it back a little bit. I don't have to do my craziest run that I'm used to kind of throwing down. And we're talking about how sometimes that's a little more pressure just to kind of dial it back. Is that the same on the park, or do you find, it's not the case?
Most definitely. Thomas definitely has an advantage here. He saw a couple of the other boys fall. He didn't need to do that Moby Dick 5. Some other areas, I think he toned it down, just wanted to, get a nice clean pass in. I'd say it's the same for park. You can watch, see if the other guys fall, see if you need to throw that 9 or if you can step it down, do a 7. Take it easy. I think that carries over for sure.
I always found if I knew that, say, Harley and some of the other, real top guys were in my heat, and I'd sort of be like, okay, well, I'm probably not going to make it through unless I land like the run that is, probably the hardest run that I'm able to do. Sometimes I enjoyed that in terms of the pressure, because it was like, it took the pressure off. For me, I just found like, it's all or nothing. And, I feel like a lot of the riders out here are seeing that as well. But we're rolling straight on into our final heat of the Pro Men semifinals. We got Noah Wildman out there. We saw his brother, Beaux. Oh, actually, he's in the same heat, actually. He's going to be coming up afterwards. We saw Beaux in the foil division earlier, frontside 720 to start off pass number 1.
This is Noah Wildman. So we
looks like a Stalefish chromo. Yeah, going out of frame there, but it looks like Stalefish chromo. Getting bucked off the wake, just going a little over into the flats there and taking him down.
Yeah, that trick took down Luca Kidd earlier as well. So maybe something about this wake being pretty poppy. These guys keep overcooking that trick. It's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, wow. Look cool.
Just bring that mic up a little bit. There you go. Yeah, no, it's a cool looking trick. Grabbing, what was that, Stalefish late around with that chromo.
I just want to throw a shout out there to my boy Foyle Hayes and Cooper Chapman. They're watching the live feed right now.
Yeah,
yeah.
You
guys having fun?
Yeah, absolute legends. I had the honour of jumping on Cooper's podcast when he was over in New Zealand, the Good Human Project, Good Human podcast. He's such a good human himself. I really love. He does the daily gratitude, at the end of the day, every single day. And he's actually started kind of a movement, started a group where everyone joins along. I believe it's called the 1% Club.
He has over 1,500 people in that group right now that send in their daily gratitudes on a daily basis. So, yeah, he's really pushed out the message for people to practice gratitude and implement that into their lives, which I think really helps people kind of take care and be aware of their mental health.
Oh, I mean, for me, obviously, I've been through it in the last 10 years after suffering a spinal cord injury.
More than anybody, yeah.
And, and gratitude is something that I just found is so crucial, for being grateful for what you have as opposed to looking at all the things you've lost or that you don't have. Really cool. Wrapped with that.
Peak 5 there. Coming in solid for a Noah Wildman, and then to finish his first pass off, we got a beautiful Melon Skeezer 5. I love the way he grabbed that too.
Yeah,
looked like he held that grab for a long time.
Yeah, he knows he's got his bro up in the heat as well.
Yeah, his younger brother too.
Yeah, and
he's got to lay down something solid.
Yeah, and you know what it's like to go out there and you got your brother up against you, and sometimes it's there's obviously the brotherly love. There's also the rivalry as well. Really enjoyed watching that in the Wake Park Worlds that have just gone last weekend. I mean, tell us about that, the relationship of having your brother out there as a competitor, but also someone who supports you.
Yeah, you can see it both ways. Some people say it's not easy. I personally enjoy it. We feed off each other, and I think if he does good, I'm going to do good too. Oh, going into the flats there, that is the hardest part of the lake. I'd say the wind is probably the most challenging to deal with down on that end. And he's going all the way to the flats with a melon tantrum to fakie, just taking him down.
Yeah, not happy with that one. Looked like the wind maybe catching the board and sort of stalling him out there, not able to get it back underneath him. But yeah, going back to you and your brother and your relationship on the water, I've obviously known you guys from a young age. I think you guys were like 7 and 9 years old, or around about that age when I first met your parents. Shout out to Mama and Papa Stuckey out there, I'm sure tuning in on the live feed. And I just really love the family relationship that you guys have, and you're out there just having fun on the water, whether it's behind the boat, on the cable, even kiteboarding, things like that. Just whatever it is, just having fun, getting wet.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. So my parents still ride the cable 3-4 days a week. They're there. They're helping people get off the dock. Mom is coaching some of the groms, making sure they know all the fundamentals. She's doing her best, and they're giving a little bit back. So it's good to see.
So cool to see.
Yeah, very cool to see. And that's kind of how it is for me nowadays. I grew up with my family in the boat all day, every day, and that's what it all stemmed from. And now going full circle, I got 2 young kids, and we're all getting into it as a family together. And yeah, it's just a cool, happy way to grow up, I think, and healthy way to grow up. All right, who do we have next off the dock? Hunter Smith. We got Hunter Smith. He's straight out of Canada. This is his first time coming down to Australia, so he's very excited to be here and excited to kind of check out the sights of the Gold Coast and do some wakeboarding while he's over here as well.
Yeah, big ups Experience Gold Coast, supporting this event, helping bring it down here to the Marine Stadium, down here in the Spit. And yeah, so cool to have all these internationals coming in to check out this part of the world. It must be really cool for you being sort of hometown here and being able to have everyone come in and just fall in love with the place that you've loved for so much of your life.
Yeah, it's been so exciting. I was so excited leading up to these events. The Wake Park World Championships last week, and then the Wakeboard World Championships this week on the Gold Coast, and to have basically all of the wakeboard community here in my hometown, and it be a success. Last weekend was massive at the Wake Park World Championships, and then we've had a few events around the Gold Coast this week, a movie premiere, I think at JSW, and everyone has just turned out to show support. And then, yeah, here at the Wakeboard World Championships at the Spit right now going down. We got a lot of people out here, and it's just exciting to see the wakeboard culture on the Gold Coast in my hometown. It's not something that we normally see, and yeah, very, very, very excited and very grateful everyone's here.
Really cool to have this beautiful beachfront for everyone to hang out on, all the kids to dig some holes and make some sandcastles and whatever they're doing while they're kind of killing time in between the action on the water.
And here we have Beaux Wildman, Noah Wildman's younger brother. We saw him earlier this morning in the strapless and the strapped foil divisions. I think he respectively took 2nd in the strap division and then 3rd in the strapless. So already on the podium, 2 box seats this morning, and he's looking for the same again in the boat.
That's not going to help.
That is not going to help. Yeah, uncharacteristic fall on a rewind there, first trick. He's still got some real estate though, so Scotty's going to turn that boat back around, pick him up, and get him back on his way, and hopefully he can still lay down 4 more tricks to finish off his first pass, and then
just wipe the slate clean of that fall.
Yeah.
And now with the judging format, obviously 4 tricks each way. If you do have a fall, does that count at all in terms of if you do come back, you've got 4 more tricks. If you land them all, does that fall still play a factor in the scoring?
Yeah, to some degree it has to. If you have some person that's gone out there before and laid down an absolute hammer run and landed their 4 tricks straight up both ways, or if you've had someone fall and still managed to do 4 tricks either ways. But I think what the falling does for you though is really forces you to get up and fit tricks in really fast, and I think that's what plays into your score, is you don't look as fluid going through those rushed 4 tricks as what you would if you had time to do the 4 tricks spaced out.
Yeah, and we saw that with Luca Kidd earlier with that early fall on the chromo. Kind of, he didn't look super rushed, but then, taking that same trick, taking him down at the end there, really unfortunate.
Yeah, he definitely just was kind of squeezing that last trick in, and I think that not thinking too much and trying to rush something really just brought him unstuck on that chromo.
And probably one of those tricks that he can just do in his sleep, usually when free riding.
Yeah, definitely. There we are, Beau getting back up into a seatbelt cab 5. I'm assuming he would have wanted to take that to 7. And now back in on the heel side, wrapped up again to revisit that rewind. Nice towel grab.
The rewind redemption. I'm sure the judges like that. You go down on something, get back up, you're like, that wasn't me. we'll wipe the slate clean of that one. Unfortunately, looked like he couldn't quite get another trick down at the end of the course, so just kind of leaving a little bit of a door open there on pass number 1. We'll see what he's got pass number 2. Still 2 more riders after him, 2 more very experienced contest riders, Jake Pilote and Nick Rapa, the current WWA World Series leader, and potentially even wrapping it up this weekend.
Yeah, Nick's been looking really solid all year. I mean, he's been looking solid for the last 3 or 4 years, so very excited to see him get out in the water and really throw some amplitude in the mix. You know, he goes big on a few tricks and lands really solid, so he'll be a fun one to watch. We got Beaux coming back in for his second pass, wrapping up for that nose grab, wrapped KGB. Got the drone following nice and close. I love this angle, coming back in on the toes for a nose grab, crow 5. I mean, this angle really does a good job of showing Beaux and how he cuts in. He doesn't always have the widest edges. You know, he gets really low and cuts in from a close diameter to the wake.
It almost looks like a chase boat angle being that low.
Yeah.
But obviously, without the chase boat, putting other rollers in the course. Oh, getting a little bit wet there. Getting a little too
getting
low.
Risky with the drone.
Yeah.
Just don't hit the rider's drone pilot, please. And then coming in for his final trick here. He is on the nose grab, toe side 540. So that's definitely not what he wanted to finish off his pass. But nonetheless, made it back to the dock and it's got a score on the board. And I think now it's in Jake and Nick's hands to kind of lay down a run and solidify themselves a spot in the finals.
Now, Gavin, you were with us for the Wake Park World. You took out the traditional park division. You also took out the wake skate division. That was super cool to watch. And but then you went up north for a little bit, went and checked out another cable park up there. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I did. I flew back last night, wanted to watch all the boys rip today, but I was up in Mackay at a cable park called Wake House, and they were super cool. They had a nice local event there called Rumble on the Reef that I was able to make my way up there and have some fun, and they really did a good job putting it on. It was just super good vibes, threw some cash out for the pros. There was equal pay for men and women, which you love to see, and there were some big names that showed out. Bussy Dunn was there, Rivers Hedrick was there, and It was a good time.
Yeah, really cool. We're going to throw it over right now to Kristen. She is down on the beach getting a big dose of that sun.
Yeah, thanks so much. This is where I love to be. And just a moment ago, I checked in with Corey Tunis.
Like we had a little freeze frame there, a little technical issue. Oh, here we go.
Kind of worked through our week. Oh, go ahead and go. Yeah.
All right, we'll cross back over to Kristen there in a minute. Just had a little technical issue. May need to bring her volume up just a little bit when we jump back over. But right now, Jake Pilote is on the water. He is usually a very solid, consistent rider out there. So we'll see how he starts things off. Very calculated as well. Heel side 720.
Yeah, we call Jake over-reliable because he's going to go out there and he's going to try and get his full 8 no matter the difficulty. So he goes Indy, roll to blind. He's getting points off the board here, and he's going to go back in toe side here. Looks like a nose grab chromo. A solid 3 to start.
Yeah, final trick coming up on the heel side for Jake. He knows if he stands up a solid run, he's almost going to guarantee himself a spot through. That 540 may not be what he was looking for. Now, I love that you brought up Old Reliable because that started even before I think you were around at Lake Roanoke back in my time there. Myself, Eric Ruck, Chad Sharp were kind of, it was back when all the work was really going down, when things were being shaped at Lake Roanoke. And I got this little story. We were building a giant wall ride thing, and a lot of the time the wakeboarders, they put a little bit of work in, but then they're like, get distracted, go jump on the mini ramp, start skating, kind of, not always consistent manual laborers as such, because I guess that's not really their job.
Not really, yeah.
But I was out there kind of really, building these features and everything, and I remember being up on the wall and I'd run out of screws. I was kind of drilling some stuff in, turned around to ask Jake for some screws, and he was already holding them out, ready to go. He knew what I wanted. That's why we call him Old Reliable, because he was there, he was a part of it, he was putting in the work, and not only reliable there, but reliable on the water as well. Toe 7 to start it off.
He's very reliable, as he's showing right now, into the headwind, toe 7, backside 5. He's watched these other guys go out before him and have a few uncharacteristic falls, and he knows that he just needs to lay down some sort of run, and he's going to solidify himself in the final 8. So
yeah, like
he's
that
doing
back
exactly
mob.
that, man.
Newt back mob. And one more trick to go, coming back in on the heels, Jake Pilote.
The heel side at 540 to finish his first pass off.
May have wanted a little bit more from that one.
I don't think it matters, though. I think he's already kind of topped the rest of the guys that went before him in that heat, and is looking pretty for the finals.
Yeah, very calculated rider there. Now, you're looking up some scores for us, see if we got some.
Yeah, let's see if we got heat
dropped.
2 and heat 3, and if they've dropped yet. We have Nick Rapa last here in the Pro Man. I'm very much looking forward to watching this guy ride. He is also a Gold Coast local, so he's very excited to have the World Championships here on his hometown and wants to put on a good showing.
And we saw him throw down the double tantrum to blind in contest earlier this season. Like, ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. The game is changing, isn't it?
It
These
really
kids are getting
is.
so good.
So two 720s, 2 mobs right there for Jake. We're going to see a change of gears here with Nick. He does not like to hold back. He's going to go out there. I'm sure he's going to go big. He's going to do 9s. He's going to do mob 5s. And he's going to set the bar pretty high and tell these boys why he's here.
Yeah, and that'll be a run that he can even step up if he needs to in the finals. Yeah, he's definitely capable. He's got a deep bag of tricks. He is an absolute professional. He is a contest demon, very much focused, very kind of eyes on the prize type of rider. So going to be a good way to wrap up the Pro Men semi-finals. Only 2 riders from each of these heats advancing through to an 8-man final that'll finish off our day later on. I believe after this we're going to go into our Junior Pro Women, Junior Pro Men finals, and then Pro Women followed by the Pro Men finals.
We have some results here as well. So in Heat 1, we saw Sam Brown taking the heat with a big score of 93, and then Noah Flegal sneaking in second spot with an 82. Then Heat 2, we have Kai Dish sitting on the top spot with an 85. Corey Tunison just sneaking in there above Gunther Oka with a 73. And then Heat 3, we have Thomas Herman taking the lead and Shota Tezuka. So they're 6 of our 8 finalists so far. We've got Nick Rapa on the water, doing it how he does, a beautiful nose grab at heel side 720 there. And then, is this the last trick of his first pass? Or?
I believe it might be his last trick. So
there we go. Double mute half cab roll. Oh, his 3rd trick. And then I think we're coming in for the final trick of his first pass right here. What's he going to finish it with? A beautiful, big old, lofty Indy tantrum.
Do you think he wanted 2 of those?
He may have wanted 2 of those. He may have wanted an Indy Moby Dick. I think at this point it doesn't matter. He's pretty much smooth sailing into that final, and he'll be more focused on that than he is anything else right now.
And looking at those results that have just come through, the likes of Kai Ditch coming out on top, he was the only rider to stand up and not take a fall in that run. So the judges really rewarding that. Obviously the quality of his tricks as well. He's a rider that loves to charge and go big. Him and his brother. I've really been enjoying watching their riding progress over the last few years, and just how they take a different angle to the sport. They got a different way to look at it.
Yeah, they really do. They're really bringing a different flavor in there, and they're doing some insane, crazy spins. Some of the landings these guys do, and how they land and fold their knees forwards and then somehow stand back up.
Yeah, like
really
nose press out of the trick somehow.
There we go, Nick Rapa, cab, mute, heel 7 in the most headwindy part of the course. Coming back in on his toe side for a mute crow 5. Looking really sharp out there. He would have been over in the States. He just got back to Australia only a couple days ago, so he's been over there and extended his season to keep his training going and get ready for this event. There we go with a blind Pete Rose. One of the biggest tricks we've seen of the semi-finals so far. Nick looking really, really sharp. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the finals here, I think.
And he's showing it right there. He's like, guys, this is what you got to step your game up to when the finals comes around. I think it's safe to say he's taken the top spot in that final heat. More than likely Jake Pilote, the second spot there. We'll wait for the judges to confirm that for us. Really excited to see all 8 of those absolute heavy hitters throw it down in the final.
Yeah. I mean, we got the final coming up. That's just the semi-final. We got big final coming up. Looking forward to watching that. What do we have next? Next, we are in the Junior Pro Women 18 and under. This is their final. We've got Ashley off the dock first, Abby coming in second. We got the girl from Italy, Julia, that's setting the world on fire right now, doing cab nines and toe side nines. And then we've got Charlotte to round out those 4 girls in the Junior Pro Women finals.
And how's that? Charlotte coming out with the top seeded position here for the finals. It's going to be really cool to see the juniors. I love seeing the junior pros come out and throw down. It's the next generation, but we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly with the Nautique WWA Wakeboard World Championships presented by GM Marine.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together, we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Hey guys, welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championship from the Gold Coast of Australia. I'm Kristen Breed, beat Brad Smela in the booth along with Harley Clifford. I'm down here near the dock prior to the start of the Junior Pro Women's Division. Now, I spoke with Zara Kell, a pro women's wakeboarder, and I asked her, what kind of advice would you give one of these Junior Pro women? Again, this is a prospect division. These women in the near future will be in the pro class. Zara said, over-exaggerate every one of your tricks. She said, with the conditions being the way they are, you really need to reinstate your grounding on the board, be aggressive, but of course also take a deep breath. So some really good advice from Zara Kell heading into the Junior Pro Women's Final here at the Wakeboard World Championships.
Yeah, we have
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome back, folks, to the Nautique WWA Wakeboard World Championships, presented by GM Marine. I'm here with Corey Wilson. Joining me on the live stream, you can tune in either on YouTube or the WWA Rideline app. If you're listening to me, you're on one of those already. But yeah, good to have you back up here, Corey. And we're about to get into the Junior Pro Women Finals.
Yeah, 4 girls. We've got Abby Guinan, Ashley Kasmer of the U.S., Julia Castelli of Italy, and Charlotte Madeljan, I believe, from Australia.
Yeah, we got an exciting 4 riders to come up, and after that we'll take another brief little break and then straight into the Junior Pro Men. After that, we're bringing back the Pro Women and the Pro Men for their finals. Full day of action out here. The Gold Coast has really put it on for the finals day. Started off a little bit windy. The wind has died off a little bit. Still there, and it's heading down the course. So first pass has a tailwind. Second pass is coming into the wind. So the riders will be aware of that. They'll be kind of setting out their runs, knowing that there are certain tricks that are easier with a tailwind, some that they can do with a headwind a bit better. So a lot of tactics going on here.
Without a doubt. First up, Ashley Kasmer. Ashley is actually the reigning Junior Pro Women World Champion. So she took first place out in Portugal last year.
Wow. Cutting out wide to start it off. Going to have a heel side approach. Front side 180. That might have been a half cab 180. Back in with a back roll off the heels. Now, format-wise, are we back to as many as you can fit in rather than the 4 trick per run?
We are. We have not put a trick limit on any of the junior divisions. So she can fit as many as she has time for in there.
There's the tantrum up and over. Looks like she's just satisfied with that. That drone getting in nice and up close and personal as she finishes off her run there. We'll see that G23 turn around and bring her back for her second pass. A little bit of a battle here. 3 of the 4 riders here are going to end up on the podium. So obviously that's one goal, to get on the podium. The next is to see where you're going to sit on that podium, put the pressure on the riders coming up after you. Obviously, after that previous round, these young ladies are seeded based on their previous performance. So the top scoring ladies going last off the dock, they have the opportunity to watch the other riders go before them and maybe even play a few extra tactics based on that.
Wrapping up to starter pass. Nice wrap KGB from Ashley to start out pass number 2. Back in on the toes with a toe side roll to revert.
Yeah, nicely still standing. A little risky flying there from the drone. They're getting low down to the water. You're really giving us the up close Oh, and personal shot.
Getting kind of stretched out there on the hillside, backside 360.
Do you think maybe the headwind might have had a little bit to do with that?
I think so. It could have, the wake was fine. But I think she might have hesitated a little bit and then got stretched out.
Yeah, let's have a look as we see the replay here. Love that we get these instant replays. Shout out to the production crew who have really been on it for us, shifting from here back over to the host hotel for a couple of days while the weather wasn't so ideal, and now we're back on site. And this next trick is the one she went down on.
Yeah, let's see. Well, she just got a little stretched out.
Yeah, you really got to keep that handle in close on those backside spins. Unfortunate fall there. Looks like we'll get her back up on the water. We've got Scotty Cal at the helm of that Nautique G23, spinning that boat around. And the beauty is there is plenty of horsepower in the back of that boat. Gets up to speed nice and fast for these riders. It's funny when you see people that don't really know what wakeboarding is and they see the boat at the gas station, they're like, oh man, how fast is that thing going?
Every time.
And you're like, no, it's not really designed for that. It's designed like it could pull your house down the street though. That's what Shannon.
I like that answer.
Yeah, Shannon. I stole that from Shannon Starling.
Let's see if Ashley's got time for one more here. Back in on the heels with, again on that hillside, backside 3.
Uncharacteristic. Obviously, she was looking for redemption. She knew that in her head. She's like, "Look, I gotta make up for that fall." And unfortunately, just a repeat of the previous one. That's 2 falls down. Unfortunate for Ashley to start things off. She's left the door open a little bit for the rest of these ladies. She's still got some good tricks done.
But the exciting thing about this final is I watched these ladies at Moomba Masters back in March, and really any one of these ladies could take the win. Abby Guinan next from Tasmania. She's got some technical tricks. And then Julia Castelli, she's a spin queen, spinning every direction, landing spins never done before by a female. And then Charlotte, last but not least.
Oh, you guys the first person we said hi to. Oh, okay. So I don't want to see if they want to say hi to Brad, but you already did.
So awesome to see so many people down here, really getting amongst the action here, the Wakeboard Worlds. Got people that have flown in from across the world, obviously to compete, to be a part of it. Shout out to Rusty and the Malinowski family who flew in. Rusty to not only help with the judging and things like that, but also to celebrate his good friends, Daniel, Josh, and Ike getting inducted into the Wake Sports Hall of Fame. They had the legends Mike Whittington and Jimmy Redman celebrate them and present that award to them. Super cool. That was a really fun night.
What a night.
On Monday night.
Got Abby Guinan on the water now, starting out on the heels with a nice clean back roll. Looking strong out there.
Yeah, really big. Poppy. And that's some of the stuff the judges look for, those clean landings. Amplitude, getting it nice and clean. There's the whirly bird.
Oh, nice. I remember I was in the boat 2 years ago at Moomba, and I believe it was one of the first whirlies, if not the first whirly ever that she'd ever landed, and there was certainly a celebration.
Unfortunately, popping the handle on that Tootsie Roll, it was looking good. She made the full flip and rotation and just quite heavy on the landing, so must have gotten pinged out of her fingertips. Yeah, that toe side front roll locked in on that landing. Maybe a little bit low on that Tootsie, just kind of really having to crouch down to try and get that landing done, but maybe she'll go for that again and pass number 2, or we'll see if she's got any room to go for anything more here in pass number 1. Sometimes, there might be the room to cram one in. Sometimes it's good just to take a breather, reset. And
interesting thing here is she's going to have a headwind on the way back. So it'll be interesting to see if she uses that last bit of real estate with the wind at her back, or she's going to save it for the headwind.
all tactics that these riders will be going through in their minds as the heats go on, as their rides go halfway through the runs. Sometimes turning around, you're kind of evaluating how the first pass went. You're like, all right, what do I got to do?
What's left? Yeah.
What can I do that I can stand up and land without taking too much of a risk, but also while putting enough pressure on the riders that will be following on afterwards.
Without a doubt. Julia Castelli, she knows that she's got some technical tricks as well, so it's time to put it down.
Just refresh.
All right, and we're back with Julia Castelli finishing out her second pass with a scarecrow. She's not finished, though. She's coming back for one more.
More off the toes, the chromo.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful. And again,
Heel
backside
back five.
Are you kidding
What?
me? And I believe she's capable of potentially even a backside 7.
I believe so.
She's got some crazy spins under her belt. So Little double grab, frontside 180. Back in on the toes. Oh, a little late 180. That into the wind right here. Not sure if that's what's affecting her, but in on the toes with the toe side back roll. And solid run there. Really, really solid. Julia Castelli putting the pressure on. Wants that world title.
Pressure on, no doubt. So I'm looking in the WWA Ride lineup at Julia Castelli's results so far this season. So she won the Moomba Masters, she won the Nautique Masters, and then she got second in the U.S. National Championships. So she's not missed a podium with us this year.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she'll miss this one either.
It doesn't.
Seen a few replays going down here, and just, you know, obviously that wind really playing a factor coming back up the course. So, you know, the riders that have already been today, that have made it on through to the finals, they'll know that. They will be reassessing everything after that first round, maybe making a few changes, shuffling their tricks around in terms of what order they do them in, just so that they get the tricks that they can do comfortably into the wind or with the wind. You know, a lot of tactics goes on, especially when you look at the riders that you're up against, and it's got to be intimidating, especially in those pro divisions.
It does. We actually just got the pro men finals riding order, and intimidating, no doubt. We've got a solid lineup for that final.
So the first rider off the dock for the pro men is going to be Shota Tezuka, followed by Noah Flegal, Jake Pilote, Corey Tunison, Kai Ditch, Sam Brown, Thomas Herman, and then Nick Rapa.
It's going to be good.
Going to be so good.
But first up, we've got Charlotte.
Yes, Scarecrow back in on the heels with the back roll, landing that one nicely down that second wake.
Looking at where Charlotte's at in this lineup, last off the dock tells me she rides pretty strong in rough water, because the challenging conditions yesterday, you had to ride strong to end up top seed.
Yeah, a 540 before that. Rolled a revert at the end. Couldn't quite see it on our screen, but I could hear my boy Stu Wilson in the background. He's got a good vantage point. The on-site commentator calling that trick, so shout out, Stewie. Cheers for that one, mate. We got another pass, and this is the final rider here in our final for the junior women. She had the advantage of watching all the riders go before her. She can calculate and know what she needs to do in order to take out the win. Or if she's going to go, look, I'm going to be solid, kind of make sure you stand up, out wide now to start things off, or second trick. Ooh, looking for that backside 360 and losing that handle halfway through, so that is an unfortunate fall. She has another pickup. The boat will grab her, so we'll see if she can get a bit of redemption, whether she goes for that backside 360 again, or if she mixes it up. But yeah, feeling a bit of pressure after we saw a chrome mob and a back five go down from Julia.
Absolutely. It looks like she's going to need a bit of tech to take that top spot. Would you agree?
I would definitely agree with that. And with what she's looking at here now with that fall on her second trick, it means she's going to be limited. You know, she may get two tricks once the boat's back up on plane. And also got to factor in that she's going into the wind, so it is a bit more challenging.
It is. It's a challenging spot.
We saw Julia play it smart and go her more tech tricks at the end of pass number 1. With the wind behind her back on that backside 5 and the chromobe. So Julia's sitting pretty right now.
I think so, but it's not over yet.
It ain't over. A smooth toe side front roll, catching that second wake perfectly on the downside. Frontside 540 and
wow,
standing it back up. Is she going to go for one more? Cutting in on the heels, looking for that backside 3 once again and going down. So, hey, the judges are the ones to make the call, but Julia Castelli looking really good after a couple of really tech tricks in her run. She did have a fall there, but no, she stood up. Did she stand up? With Julia, I'm pretty sure 2 stand-up passes.
I think she might have had 2 stand-up passes, but she definitely well-rounded run, tech tricks, everything she did was really clean. She looks solid out there.
And welcome back up here on the booth, Kristen Beat.
Thank you.
Cruising around, checking out the site, talking to some people out there.
Yeah, I had a few technical issues with the camera down there, but we're getting those fixed and should be good for the conclusion of the day to hear from some of the athletes, which I personally love. So we'll be asking them questions from up here. They'll be situated down there. Me and Scotty Broom got a plan for that, which I'm excited about. But quick note on Julia Castelli. Prior to her run, she talked to her coach, Ceseni. He is an Italian wakeboarder. He has been coaching the entire group from Italy this weekend, and he's told everybody, listen, it's the finals, uncork it. Don't worry about second or third. Don't worry about trying to salvage a run. I want everything big, and that's the advice. Go big.
I love it. That is awesome. Great advice there.
Great advice.
And what do you think with the technical issues with the camera there? Do you think the heat's playing a part? Because it's hot, and I'm getting some technical issues for myself, like me personally. From the heat.
Do you
just
need
like
some spray?
My brain's, yeah.
I'm multi-talented. I'm a triple threat. I can spray and talk at the same time.
Oh, awesome. I just had a spray down before. We've as you'll notice, we've opened up some of the walls on the tent down here, so we get a little bit of breeze coming through, which is real nice.
It's so nice down by the water, though. The conditions are great. This shot doesn't show it, but if they were to pan the camera at 180, you would see wall-to-wall people along that shoreline. It's so cool to see everyone come out. All of the New Zealanders are out. They're having a good time. All the locals. There's even some folks from the Bay who parked their yachts around the opening into this area just to watch the spectacle of the event.
So cool. Shout out to the New Zealand team. Over 50 supporters and competitors.
50, wow.
Over 50 here supporting. I believe we had, I think it was maybe 16 competitors in the teens of competitors from New Zealand. I mean, it is just a hop, skip, and a jump over the Tasman Sea to get over here. So you can't miss it. Also, shout out to my cousins who live here on the Gold Coast. They made an appearance, came and hung out for a little bit. I haven't seen them in a little while, so that was really cool. And yeah, just been cool. Like, take a break every now and again, go out into the crowd, catch up with people, meet new people. It's an awesome event. Obviously, yesterday looked a little different than it does today.
Just a little.
And I think the Gold Coast really providing for us right now. But we're taking I believe a little bit of a gas break now. We'll just confirm that soon. Yeah, so it looks like we might be, we're getting a bit of an update for you guys as to where we're at. But for now, I just want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors. Big shout out to Nautique Boats, also Nautique Central, the local dealer here for Nautique Boats. Big thanks to GM Marine, to Australia's Gold Coast, Experience Gold Coast, to Gold Coast Wake Park, also Roswell Marine Audio, PCM Marine Engines, and big shout out to everyone who's tuning in on the live stream on the WWA Rideline app. We're going to take a quick break. Brad Smaler here alongside Corey Wilson and Kristen Beat. We'll be back shortly.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome back, folks. If you're tuned in on the WWA Rideline app or with us on YouTube, we're down here in the Gold Coast, Marine Stadium, for the WWA Wakeboard World Championships. Nautique GM Marine, we have our Junior Pro Men Final.
18 and under. These riders are the future of the sport out there on the dock. I believe we are looking at, right off the top, Charlie. I'm going to let you.
Yeah, Charlie going for a dum-dum, up and over, stomping that one. That was nicely past the second wake. Judges will be looking at that amplitude. Oh, switch Crow, a ski, looking for maybe a skeezer 5, not sure. Possibly what he wanted on that one, but otherwise maybe he's just looking to stay standing, solid, big 180. He's wrapped up now to maybe be his last trick at the end of pass number 1.
Oh.
A wrapped wake jump.
What do we have there?
Not quite getting what he wanted, but still standing. He didn't take a fall. Don't know if that wrapped wake jump will be scoring really high. It's obviously a bit of a bobble, mental sort of mishap, if you will.
Yeah, seems like he might have second-guessed himself on perhaps a backside 180, backside spin of some sort.
In this final, we've got 6 young gentlemen, 2 of which representing Italy, 3 from Australia, and 1 from the U.S.
Yeah, Charlie's got that the possibility right now to put the pressure on. That's what happens at the start of the heat. Unfortunately, looks like a bit of pressure on him, and maybe struggling with a little bit of that headwind. The conditions are, manageable. They're not looking too crazy out there, considering what things were looking like yesterday. Big front roll, and switching things around. It's going to cut out. He's got room for a few more tricks, depending on what he chooses to do. Looking for that possibly skeezer or skeezer 5.
I think that's what he wanted.
Unfortunately going down once again, and that is going to do it. Or I believe that was past the 3/4 marker. His first fall, but if you fall after that 3/4 marker, it's basically where, look, if you fall there and we turn around to pick you back up, the boat's probably not going to get on plane in time for the end of the course. So That's, interesting one. Not quite what Charlie would be looking for. I know he would have wanted to lace things together a bit stronger than that, but still, he's here in the finals for the Junior Pro at the WWA Wakeboard Worlds. Gaining experience, meeting people that potentially could go off and go to the States and go and ride with.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Similar to Noah Flegal and Corey Tunison, who actually met and became friends at their first World Championship in the Junior Pro Men's Division. Next up on the dock, Cooper Armstrong from Adelaide, Australia. Not too far away.
Yeah, but further south, down there, I've never been to Adelaide. I've been to sort of Melbourne. It's down in that same sort of South Australia area. But no, these riders are all going to be watching closely as the heat unfolds, especially the ones later on in the heat. They'll just be, as each of these riders go, they'll be going, okay, do I need to step my run up? Can I maybe dial it back a little bit? And they'll be shifting their tricks around based on the wind direction. But yeah, we're getting back into it. That throttle down on that G23. Scotty Kell, the man behind the at the helm of that one. Going all day long in that boat. Tantrum reaching across. Bit of a crail, I guess, if you will. And the dum-dum off the toes. There's the front roll, backside 360, heelside approach. Back in. Big heelside 540. Cooper Armstrong back in on the toes. The
He had that.
Looked like he thought he had it as well. Just kind of landing a little bit over the heels and skipping out. Not a bad place to fall toward the end of that first pass. And he'll be able to just kind of regroup. Really cool to see the crowd right down there with their feet in the water, cooling off, getting up close and personal with the action.
Now, Cooper is coming back from a fractured wrist. He sustained that injury just a month ago, so a quick turnaround for him. Sometimes those fractures heal nicely, sometimes not so much.
Well, and to have that fracture in the wrist, your hands are quite important.
They're important in wakeboarding. No rope, no hope, right?
Exactly.
Somebody very wise taught me that.
Yeah, and somebody very wise probably taught me that one as well. And, it gets passed along. Whether I take credit for it or not, it's certainly not one that I came up with. But, no, it's got to be potentially even playing on his mind a little bit as well. Just to know that there might be a little bit of weakness in that hand.
Yeah.
And maybe he even planned his run around it just to have that strong hand as the more dominant one that he'll land with and take off with. It could play into the head as well.
I've talked to a few motocross riders who have had the wrist and the ankle injuries, and it seems as though of all the injuries they can sustain in action sports, the wrists and the ankles are persisting. They're one of those ones that'll ache for a long time.
Yeah, and Cooper getting back up with a back roll at the end of his pass, just locking another trick in. On the way down, we'll see how he manages in these conditions on the way back. I'll be honest, I know the riders probably aren't enjoying the breeze. I am. It is hot here. It is nice to get a little bit of breeze coming through to cool us off. But the riders just getting a little bit of a challenge out there, and we'll see who has put any time into riding in rough water, maybe in their training. It's just obviously easy to gravitate toward the glassy conditions and only wanting to go out then, but you get a day like today or like we had yesterday, and it becomes really important front roll to start it off.
Yeah, you talk about the breeze. I was down there on the dock, and before you guys tossed me, you could definitely feel it.
Oh, overcooked the whirlybird.
Oh.
Oh, and that's it.
Yeah, digging the nose in on that whirly. That is something that kind of stretches you out on that sort of a fall. You dig the nose in it, that board ends up kind of like an anchor. It just stops. So hopefully he's all right, especially with that wrist injury that he's recovering from. Cooper Armstrong, getting a few tricks in. Unfortunately, that won't be what he was looking for.
Mattia Del Fiandra on the dock now, 18 years old. So one of two athletes from Italy in this junior pro men's 18 and under wakeboard final, but two of these athletes, 118, 117, both kind of pushing, or actually even another Noah Bowler is 18, pushing the opposite end of that age division. So last year they'll be able to compete in this division. I don't know if you guys have a lot of background on him. Is his ambition to go pro or not? Or
sorry, I tuned out. Who are you talking about?
Mattia, do we have anything on him?
I mean, I would imagine he's in the junior pro out here. That's kind of that stepping stone toward the pro division. And it looks like Cooper might be getting picked up once again. I believe that might have been his first fall. Just backing out of a few tricks on his first pass. Got him on the water. Oh no, maybe they were just going back and checking on him. So there was a second fall.
That whirly fall looked like a digger, so they might have just had another check to make sure he's all right. But looking back at Mattia's results for this season, he placed third at the Mumba Masters back in March. He placed sixth in the Nautique Masters and second in the U.S. Nationals. So he's had a pretty good start to the season so far.
And certainly competitive, very active in the series, which is cool to see. So certainly committed. It's fun to kind of talk to some of these younger riders as well and explore kind of where they're at because, like Mary Morgan, for example, some are, putting an emphasis on scholastics. Others really want to pursue wakeboarding full time, and both taking a very different approach to wakeboarding. But in these junior divisions, it's kind of fun to see their perspective on the sport, where they want to take it, and whether or not we can look out for them in the next couple of years.
Yeah, it is interesting to see how riders kind of play that, and whether you can compete at that top level and maybe, make a bit of money to help with your college tuition. And, you see some riders go on to things that have nothing to do with wakeboarding.
Nothing.
Other riders will go on to do something that might be tied in a little bit more with the wakeboarding or with sports in general. Even Scotty Broom coming back and helping run this event. Really cool to see him as an event director. He's done a really great job, and obviously very challenging yourself as well. Shannon Starling, these WWA officials really, having a challenge on their hands, especially yesterday, not knowing what to do with the conditions.
Tough decisions to make when you're faced with weather and what's the right decision, and that's what we always want to make the right decision by the athletes.
And everyone has an opinion too, so that must be challenging as well.
We heard every single opinion yesterday.
Corey's like, I heard everything.
I heard it all, but I do feel like we made the right decision at the end of the day.
Right. What a beautiful day. A really nice playing field for these athletes today, and always putting their safety first.
Well, Mattia with the front mob, followed by the heel side 7, and then another 7
sevens
off the heel. So I believe that would be the cab 7, that second one, and one more off the heels, unless that was a cab roll. I love it when riders confuse me as to which way.
It's a good problem to have.
Toe side with a crow 5, that could have even been a skeezer 5, depending on if he's goofy or regular. But that was a really, really solid run.
Yeah, Mattia showing us why he's ended up on the podium at 2 of the 3 events so far.
Yeah, and with the 3 riders he's got up after him, he knows he's got to put the pressure on. He
does.
If everyone kind of steps up as you go through, then he's, 4th back in terms of seating. He wants to put the pressure on. He wants to, even potentially, make people overthink, make people feel like they have to step their runner.
Yes, their plans, absolutely.
There's a wrapped KGB to open up pass number 2. Smart trick to do there into the wind. Wrapped up again on the toes. Oh, that toe side, backside 5. Man, this is a really, really good run shaping up so far for Mattia. Indy Tantrum, probably wanted to take that one to blind, but that wind maybe just hindering him there slightly. Toe side back in. Just going down on the toe side 9. That's past the 3/4 marker. that was a really, really nice run all the way up until that point. Even when backing out on the tantrum, obviously wanted a little bit more there, but he had sevens back to back. He had the front mob, he had the wrapped KGB 540, and the Chromo 540 as well.
Yeah, putting himself in a great spot. But we have three riders left, so we can't say he's on the podium yet.
No.
Not just yet. Not till the judges drop their scores.
It was interesting to kind of watch them walk over to the dock. But what I noticed as well, every single one of these junior pro men, as they were kind of stretching and warming up, were on the shore side watching the pro men's division. And you can tell they're taking mental notes. They're seeing what that class is doing, maybe where they're hitting certain tricks, and kind of choreographing maybe their runs based on what their the pro class does.
Yeah, really acting like sponges out there, absorbing everything they can. That's such an important thing to do as a rider. I think to ride with people that are better than you, or as good as you, so you have that kind of camaraderie, that little bit of competition. You can push each other. I know that really helped me when I was coming into the sport, riding with Jeff Weatherall, who we recently awarded the Legend Award to at the Wake Awards on Monday night. That was really cool. Such an honor to pass that award to him, especially with the effect that he had on my career. And a lot of these riders will be looking up at other riders, going off and potentially going, hey, look, if I want to go to the States, can meet some people here, maybe go stay with someone, as we have talked about before with like the Corey Tunison and Noah Flegal friendship that has blossomed from such a young age.
See where Wake takes them.
Hashtag that one right there.
Noah Bollard. Go ahead.
Noah Bollard. Now, was that frontside 900 to start off with?
A solid start, I think it was.
I was looking on his Instagram earlier. We saw a Moby Dick there. He has landed a heel side 1080 off the wake. I don't know if we'll be seeing that here in the contest. I don't think he'll need it, but really, really looking good so far. He's wrapped up 3, 2, 1, and he sticks
nice,
it.
Noah. Speaking of the awards on Monday night, I believe Noah won Junior Rider of the Year. Is that correct, guys?
That is right.
Yeah.
Noah Bollard.
Oh, what? And that was...
Oh, no.
He is going to be just like, what?
Yeah.
What just happened? That was a batwing, a kind of standard trick for him. Not sure what happened there, and it looked like he was out of his boot as well. So
let's see if we can get a replay of that.
Single ejection.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just I'm not sure what kind of reached up and grabbed him there. Poseidon popped up from the ocean and was like, nah, gobbled him up.
We still have two young riders remaining, Jet Gibson and Federico Del Lago. One of those is from the Gold Coast. A lot of family and friends here to watch Jet, whom I know you named your dog after, right? No, just
same name. Different athlete. That was, I guess, the influence on that one. But, yeah. And one thing that we haven't really spoken about today, we'd spoken about it earlier in the week, but we are riding in salt water, which is a little bit different for some of these riders. A lot of the Australian riders are used to it, whether they ride on rivers. Sometimes it's brackish, a combination of fresh and salt. Other times, around here on the Gold Coast, probably used to riding in salt water, but it is different, especially for riders that come from some of those landlocked states in the US where they're out on the lakes and, the salt water is a little bit more buoyant. It makes the wake look like it's a little bit foamy, but it is just a little bit of, it's not curling. It's just kind of how the salt water froths up, I guess.
Yeah,
from
that's what I noticed the most is how the wake looks. That foamy bit is brighter white. And so I was talking to someone earlier who said that actually messed with their perception a little bit or caught them off guard. Just
maybe
because,
their depth perception. And
with that bright white foam just from the salt water.
Yeah, especially when it's real bright sun as well. You might get a bit of glare off that wake. Plenty of factors playing into it right here, but Noah Bollard, he is riding really well so far. So Mattia throw down before him. The nuclear whirlybird, that is not an easy trick to grab. The whirlybird reaching across the body. toe side, back side 360.
Case in the wake a little bit.
You're looking for a little bit more speed, and the riders can do that. They check the thumbs up at the boat. That's not them saying choice, bro. It's them saying a little bit more speed, please. On the toe side 900, taking him down. Maybe Noah feeling a bit of the pressure from Mattia's run before him.
And I think the pressure was on. I think that's fair to say. That Mattia really linked together a solid run. And another unfortunate fall for Noah there on that toe 9.
And by the way, Corey, congratulations. The 30-plus women's world champion decided, not yesterday, but the day before that?
Yeah, I got some of the better conditions on Thursday and Friday. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Next up, we will be seeing Jack Gibson. He is from the Gold Coast of Australia, and he rides nearby on the Nerang River. Gold Coast is Jet's hometown and where he learned to ride. Excited to see him hit the water. I was really surprised to learn how many action sports athletes are actually based here in the Gold Coast. It's like a little mecca.
Yeah, you know quite a lot of them through your X Games experience and things like that. I know there's a couple of the moto guys have compounds around here.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of surfers.
A lot of skaters, too. A lot of skateboard guys that I didn't realize lived here.
Yeah, it's really is a little action sports mecca here on the Gold Coast. And, with wakeboarding, obviously, there's plenty of places to ride behind boat, but they've also got the beautiful Gold Coast Wake Park, which was opened by legend Daniel Watkins.
He's actually here today. Did he stop in to see you guys?
Yeah, he popped in earlier. He joined us. I was on the mic with Brett Eisenhower, Rusty Milanowski, and a few of the other crew this morning. So really cool to catch up with a few of the legends that are rocking around and joining us down on site.
Speaking of Gold Coast Wake Park, Jet actually competed in the Wake Park competition this weekend and placed 7th in the junior men's category.
There was quite a few athletes that decided to do both, but I still am so impressed by Trent Stuckey. After his run, I was down there on the shore and I kind of asked him, what'd you think about it? He's like, I'm so happy with it.
And he should be.
Yeah.
That was
He just missed out on the final, but he had a really, really impressive run and awesome to see that he's still stoked on it.
Yeah.
Big KGB to open up the pass. Jet Gibson. Yeah, taking off switch, landing switch. That's their switch. 720. Flat spinning that one. Indy tantrum to blind. Looking good so far for Jet. Ooh, I may have wanted a little more on that one, but kind of pulling out of what might have been a Crow Mob or Crow 5. And then a Moby Dick. It's the tantrum with the backside 360, handle passing that one. Very similar trick to the Whirlybird, which we saw earlier in one of our other riders' runs. We've seen it thrown down a few times. The only difference is the handle pass versus looping the handle up over the head to initiate that spin.
A really nice stand-up first pass. Let's see what he's got for the second. 17 years old.
Yeah, and looking through Jet's results in the ride lineup, he is another one that has podiums at 2 of the 3 events so far this year. So a second at the Moomba Masters and a third at the Nautique Masters there in Pine Mountain, Georgia. So no doubt wanting another spot on the podium.
That's the dum-dum. The candy trick off the toes. Hillside, backside, 540. Ooh, coming down on top of that second wake. And you really want to catch the transition on the way down. That's where you get that nice soft landing. Unfortunately, that top of the wake is probably the hardest place that you can land to try and ride away from. Really, really good run so far, all the way up until that point. Standing it up until that point as well, so we'll pick him back up, give him the rest of his run.
Jack Gibson here in the Junior Pro Men's 18 and under wakeboard final. 1 One of these riders will leave here as a world champion. And that's big, especially in the junior pro men's division, because the next step for these guys could potentially be that pro division. That's a huge accolade for your deck for when you go to sponsors and try to take that next step. They want that world championship. And I think that's why as well Corey Tunison kind of circled this on his calendar, speaking to the men's class, because he missed a good portion of the season. He knew he'd be out of contention for the WWA World Series Championship. This is the second most important championship that you can win this year to the World Series. The guys take a lot of value in the World Series because it's cumulative and it's how hard you work throughout the entire year. This is one day, who's the best on this day, and it is a world title. So Corey circled it on his calendar. He said, this is the one that I know I can win, that I want to win. But I tell you, no one has been more stressed than Corey until the scores were let down.
Yeah, Corey
Oh my goodness.
didn't have the run that he was looking for, but he just squeaked through, got that second spot in his heat, managed to advance through to the finals. We saw a stand-up run from Nick Rapa, who is Corey's main competition out there. Obviously, all of these riders have a chance of taking it out. But as we were talking about the junior pro division before, that's where the sponsors are looking for who the next big up and
Pure
coming
anguish.
is.
Pure anguish.
Just missing the handle on
You
that
see
back
him,
three.
See him dive down. I feel like he might have been screaming at the fishes down there.
Yeah.
You know, that's
How many
where
times did you do that in your career?
Oh, plenty. Yeah, there was the one time I made the mistake of doing it above the water. I got in trouble. So I was like,
Take
all
it
right.
under the water.
Yeah, the fish are taking the brunt of this one from here on out.
Yep. Federico Del Lago from Italy. He's a part of that Italian team where they had, I think, 5 athletes here this year in Cesena, traveling with all of them. Some of their parents came, but for the most part, Cesena kind of escorting them down here, coaching them, working with them throughout the weekend, which was interesting to see more of a team dynamic nationally. It was kind of cool because I think that for the most part, a lot of these athletes train in the U.S. or in different spots, maybe out here on the Gold Coast, whereas like the Italians, they kind of came out here in a big group and
Yeah, let me tell you a little bit something about the Italian riders. You know, they've got some really strong riders coming out of there, and I feel like that is a lot to do with the backing that they get from their federation. They have some really, really strong sporting federation, backing. They get funding. They've got a lot of support from their country, which a lot of countries don't do that necessarily, especially with a sport like wakeboarding. In New Zealand, we used to get a bit more backing than we do now. It's very minimal now. But I remember back when I was in the juniors and riding in worlds, when I took out a junior world championship, I think I got, a few $1,000s from the government to kind of help me continue my my career. But I guess wakeboarding is somewhat, classed as a fringe sport when it comes to, your bigger sports like football and soccer and rugby, cricket, depending on what country you're in. The basketball, all those sorts of, massive sports. So, we're kind of battling for scraps sometimes, if you will, but really cool to see the countries backing their riders, backing their teams, and you can see it in the performance out here from these Italian riders.
I completely agree.
Federico Del Lago on the water, the youngest rider in this final at 15 years of age, but he is the number 1 seed, so he is coming in here well positioned to potentially take home a world title.
And he has 2 wins this season already. The U.S. National Championships, he took the win, and here in Australia back in March at the Moomba Masters. So
got that Chroma 540, locking it down solid. He had the KGB earlier, front side 720. Things are looking good so far. Coming back in on the toes. Toe side, may have wanted a 720, possibly more, but you can see he just came down on top of that second wake. Didn't get the lift, didn't get the takeoff that he wanted off the second wake there. So he's the top-seeded rider. He's seen what everyone's done. He can now take a breath. He knows what he's done in his first pass, and he can kind of evaluate, all right, what do I got to do to put myself on top now?
About ready to make his second pass. Stand-up run so far.
Do you think these riders from Italy have been so strong also? Maybe they practice out on Lake Como on a busy weekend, or, a bit more of an open lake where they do get these rough conditions.
By the way, one of the most beautiful lakes in the world.
So I hear, so I see on the gram. Toe side, backside 5. That was beautiful. So smooth.
Whatever the Italian team is doing is paying off. They all look
Between
solid
Juliana
out in those rough
and-
conditions.
yeah.
The back roll there, might have wanted a little bit more than that. Toe side roll to blind.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, taking him down.
Just before that three-quarter buoy, though.
Yeah,
We'll get one more.
He's got a little bit of pressure on him now. I feel like, there's a few riders like Mattia threw down earlier. Noah as well had a good run, but had a couple of falls. It's.
But all really close, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the tricks that have been done, although Noah opened out with that heelside 900, so that I feel like is probably the biggest hammer we've seen.
I agree.
Here.
First trick, too.
Yeah, to open with that, and you look at the drive format that the judges are looking at here. Risk, that's the R right there. That is part of the format. That's what judges look for, and you risk it by opening up your run with a really challenging trick. You're going to get rewarded for it as well.
What do you think with his approach on that toe side roll to blind? Very Mossy P. Ferretti with the hand drag, do you think?
Yeah, total Massey influence. We got Attack of the Magpie on the drones right now. I'm here for it.
I saw a wing.
Yeah, we're seeing it flapping around. I mean, sorry to take away from the wakeboard action, but I get real excited. I want to see who's going to win overall this weekend between the Magpie and the drone.
I think we're winning so far.
Yeah, the drone is still up there. I don't think either of them have, gone down yet. But that Massey influence, I really love. I loved that toe side roll to blind. That was a trick I learned early on, and I think I even had it in my run when I took out Junior Worlds 19 years ago. The last time it was here in New Zealand. In Australia. Moby Dick there. He's got one more trick here on the heels. Back mode 540 takes him down. Oh, feeling the pressure. I'm not going to throw any predictions out there.
I'm with you. The judges have their work cut out for them with this one.
Yeah, that's a tough one. We'll leave that with the judges. I'm really inspired by these junior pro riders. Love to see how the sport has progressed. Obviously, this is in much more challenging conditions than what we had up at Marshall's Lagoon, up in the Sunshine Coast. 19 years ago, we were in fresh water and it was buttery smooth. So I mean, these guys are stepping it up, absolutely crushing it in the challenging conditions out here. So I believe with the junior pro final done, we are going to take a quick break, get that boat gassed up. And we've got our two main events, the Pro Women Final, the Pro Men Final, to wrap up the day here at the Nautique WWA Wakeboard World Championships, presented by GM Marine. Brad Smaler here alongside Corey Wilson and Kristen Beat. We will be back here with some more action in a moment.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together, we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championship. Guys, it is down to it. The final 2 rounds. A world champion will be declared in both the women's pro wakeboard division and the men's pro wakeboard division. We have seen so much action today. Athletes battling the climate and the environment and bringing out their best tricks. On the dock, getting on the water, Chloe Mills. I am joined by Scotty Broom and Mackenzie McCarthy. Guys, we're kicking it off.
It's so good to be here. After so many days of competition, we've got incredible conditions down here. All these athletes just working their whole year and season and whatnot to get here, and Chloe on the water now.
4 tricks for each pass. These pro women really bringing it.
So 4 up, 4 back, kicking things off with the tantrum off her heel side. So that's that backflip maneuver, coming back in on the toes. That one's called the bat wing, reaching down, grabbing the indie grab. Roll to blind on that one, so a nice handle pass as she flips upside down in that back roll.
That one
back
actually
sub 180.
took her down earlier, so
nice.
A little bit of redemption there.
That's when you want to have it in the finals. Toe side 540. I mean, what's she feeling right now, do you reckon, after that stand-up?
Pretty well together put pass for Chloe. She ticked all the boxes. We didn't see that bat wing in the first run, but that's definitely one of her signature tricks, so it was good to see it. I think they've kind of worked out you need to get some stuff done on the way down while you've got the wind behind you, and then just get on home after that.
Chloe from Australia, so being able to compete in her home country, big when considering the last 2 years at least they have been held in the States and in Europe, and it is the first time in 20 years that the World Championship has been held in Australia.
It's so good to have it back here, and yeah, amazing job by the World Wakeboard Association to get it back to Australia, and yeah, amazing work by Experience Gold Coast to get us here, so we're stoked. And so's Chloe. I saw a fist pump at the end of that first pass, so she's feeling it. Big old toe side approach there and a big front roll to kick off that second pass.
Chloe, the 26-year-old here, looking to close out her second pass, and
nicely done so far. So linking in there. Second trick was the back roll. Now taking another toe side approach. That one called the scarecrow. So a front side front flip, getting that late 180 in.
Indicating a speed change just now, though.
Slight speed change there. Just go a big wind up here. This is going to be the last trick.
This could be her KGB.
Yeah.
Oh.
She does. Now, do you think, Mackenzie, based on your experience, that speed change had anything to do? I know throughout the weekend, the advice we were getting from a lot of the athletes was actually to speed it up in conditions like this.
Yeah.
So I was surprised when she...
Yeah, usually in windy conditions, you're wanting to speed it up a little bit, but maybe she was just feeling a little too much strong headwind coming home there, so she wanted it a little bit slower.
It is deceiving too, you know, especially like you get a few tricks away and then maybe you get a gust of wind or whatnot, and that does sort of play on your mind a little bit that you think perhaps the boat speeds change, but obviously this Nautique G23 just locked and loaded, perfect speed the whole way back with our professional driver there, Scotty Kell. So we will be looking for the scores to be coming through very soon. Make sure you keep it locked to the WWA Rideline app, and we will be getting scores as they come through.
I love it. We love live scoring. We love having something to follow. So we will be pulling that up right now. That was Chloe Mills.
Yeah, Chloe locked in a really solid first line, some really solid inverts on the way back, only taking a fall there right at the end of her second pass. So definitely a great way to open up the world's account, getting 7 of 8 there. Just unfortunately just dipping in a little bit too soon on that last trick and going for the KGB, the handle pass, backside 360 with an upside downer. So a technical maneuver.
In this women's pro final, to give you guys a little tee up, we have Chloe Mills, Kira Lewis, Naka Holscher, Megan Ethel, Eugenia De Armas, and Zara Kell. A stacked world championship final for these pro women's division. Kira Lewis hitting the water now. She is the youngest competitor in this final, only 18 years old. This is her rookie season, and what a rookie season it's been.
Oh.
Just coming up a little bit short. That's the variables when you do have a little bit of wind there. That time, you know, perhaps ask for a little bit slower speed again, just to to understand those variables of having a strong tailwind there, and just unfortunately not quite getting the lift she needed.
Well, and just as I was saying, this is her rookie season. She is the youngest in this division. Mackenzie, you've been in her shoes before when you're stepping into a class that is a little bit intimidating. What kind of emotions would you say she's probably feeling?
Oh, it's so nerve-wracking. You're like the little rookie on tour, and then you're the youngest of them all as well, and there are all these people that you've looked up to your entire career, and then you're competing against them. So it's super nerve-wracking, but it definitely, they become your best friends, and it's good to be like that.
Scotty, what is it like to be a rookie in the pro men's division? I can only imagine.
I mean, I'm just channeling those same feelings. You sort of end up just riding against these heroes of yours.
Yeah.
And everyone's, highly competitive. You sort of, you've grown up riding together with some of these people and then, traveling around the world and whatnot. So you do spend a lot of time together. There's a lot of, healthy rivalry, but also, mixed with some friendship too. So, yeah, the nerves will be there, but also to make the finals, the WWA Worlds here in Australia on the beautiful Gold Coast. You see Marine Stadium there just looking gorgeous, and that G23 coming around. It's super early in her run to go down, so she's got so much time to get back up on the water and make it happen. So, for the nerves, I think she'll actually feel pretty good. She's here at the final.
This is a big step for her in her rookie season to make the finals at the World Championship. Little Miss Kira Lewis out there, 18 years old. We did get the score in for Chloe Mills. She is sitting at a 53.3.
Nicely done off her toes there. Beautiful scarecrow. So, just going straight back into how her run was probably planned out. Making up for things there, going down on that first one, and unfortunately going to take a dive on that as well. That back roll just, unfortunately, the undoing there just, I guess, conditions is getting ahead.
In all fairness, earlier in the day in the semifinals, conditions were a little glacier. But as we've talked about, this is part of the sport. You guys are racing in a natural environment, and the rider who maybe is the most patient, maybe the most observing, able to make adjustments, that's going to pay dividends today. I spoke with Nick Rapa down on the course, of course, one of our pro men's riders, and one of the things he said is he wants to remain fluid, making adjustments, even if it means making adjustments during the run, which is not ideal. Ideally, you can go out there and have your choreography planned before you get it and create some consistency and routine for yourself. But today, making adjustments as you go based on how the weather's changing.
I would definitely say it happens more often than not, like changing things up, switching it up mid-pass of what does or doesn't feel good. You may not get the right takeoff off the wake that you're looking for, and then you kind of switch up how the rest of your pass is looking and swap some tricks around. So it happens, definitely.
A beautiful shot of the shoreline there. Fans filing in for these pro women's and men's finals. Scotty Broom, this is your home country. To see the World Championship, as well as you, Mackenzie, return to Australia, what has the reception been like?
It's been incredible. Just been getting so many, nice words of encouragement from people watching from all over the world, as well as, being here in Australia. Just stoked to have the WWA Wake Park and Wakeboard Worlds on back-to-back weekends here back in Australia.
We did just conclude the Wake Park World Championships last week, and this being the Wakeboard World Championships, such an exciting week for everyone involved.
We had one day in between, straight into this one, so really, covering both disciplines of the sport, and obviously giving the opportunity for, those athletes that cross over into to both, sides of the sport as well. We've seen multiple out there already today, and Gunther and Trent, and, just really showing their prowess across both aspects of the sport.
Naka Holscher on the dock, and Mackenzie, I believe you were the one that told me that she's been training at Dallas Friday's house with some other women in the U.S.
Yeah, the girls all rented out Dallas's house this year and lived over on Lake Holden, which is just one of the lakes in the middle of Orlando. So, yeah, that was really cool.
She's on the dock now. Of course, the only Chilean competing in these events, an international representation in the pro women's wakeboard final. We had Chloe Mills from Australia, Kira Lewis. We have Naka Holscher from Chile, Megan Ethel from the U.S., Eugenia de Armas from Argentina, and Zara Kell from Australia. So a lot of diversity up in here for the representation in this class. And we are going to watch Naka hit the water.
it is the cool thing about, people traveling around doing these events together, but also, spending time training, back on Lake Holden and whatnot. That lake in Orlando has certainly seen an absolute pedigree of wakeboarders for the longest time, through my professional career and through yours, Mackenzie. Like, there's a lot of riders there.
Definitely. I used to live on Holden last year and the year before, actually, so I've spent a lot of time out there.
So kicking off the account, the world's there with that frontside front roll, just a little bit deep on the landing, a bit of a hand drag, but still moving, which is the most important thing. Back on the toes with that scarecrow. Now we are going Tootsie Roll on that one. So went the scarecrow on the second trick, doing that front roll with that 180, and then coming back the other way, the more difficult version, which is the handle pass maneuver of that trick. And unfortunately, just a bit of a tricky fall.
Yeah. In the semifinal, we saw most of these women stand-up runs, so kind of surprising to see them in this final. Have a few more pickups, but also they are going all in. In these finals, it is all about uncorking what you have been holding back, and maybe that's a little bit of what we're seeing out here. But of course, Naka will wait for the pickup. And
importantly, you have to put it all out in the line. There is only one world champion at the end of this heat, or this final, sorry. So, you do have to allow for it. And, like when you're out there training, like, are you thinking about different runs ahead of like an event like this, Mackenzie?
Definitely. You've kind of got like A runs, B runs, things that you can kick it up a notch if you need to. And definitely this season, it's been a point of what can we do that's just a little bit different that the judges don't really see, because I do feel like a lot of us girls have some similar tricks going around, so just a little bit of diversity does help those judges kind of separate it out a little bit.
We did get the score in for Miss Kira Lewis. She's coming in at a 13.3, not what she was hoping for at these world finals. So we have Chloe Mills at a 53.3 and Kira Lewis at a 13.3. Naka Holscher out on the water now.
All right, back on a heel side, big hit there to get back up after that fall. So got 3 tricks out of the 4 tricks up, 4 tricks back. You see the Marine Stadium sort of dock in the background there. We've got South Stradbroke Island off in the foreground. So a truly beautiful place to hold a World Championship event. It's been amazing. The Gold Coast, really showing off all sides of her the last week or so. We've had some beautiful weather. We've also had some testing conditions, but that is the nature of an outdoor action sport.
It is beautiful.
Absolutely.
Hashtag visit Gold Coast. I know I'll be coming back as soon as I possibly can. Gonna try to escape winter in the States and hang out here a little longer. It looks like she's wrapping up. No, she's just taking a break there.
Yeah.
No, she is wrapped up.
She's wrapped up.
Beautiful start to the run there. So wrapping that handle behind her back. That one is the wrapped KGB. Doing a back roll with a backside 360. Just unfortunately getting hooked up in that second
But that was a nice
wake.
KGB.
Beautiful KGB.
That was as perfect as you'd want it into headwind like that.
Mm-hmm. And at this point now, with Chloe and Kira coming in at 53 and 13, we have Naka, who is hoping to put herself in contention.
Probably seen a bit of an opening there. I did see her drop that trick later in a run in the semi-final round, so probably, really looking to ramp things up and try and get herself onto into that top position, and with some stiff competition ahead, some really solid riders ahead, so, pushing that little bit extra. Unfortunately, going down there on that second trick and a second pass, but putting it on for the vibes here. We've got a great turnout from the Gold Coast, and awesome to have everyone down here and you guys at home on the live feed.
Megan Ethel lined up on the dock, 27 years old from Florida. Now, I was curious going into this competition. I've spoken to a few different riders as well as you, Mackenzie, about the more veteran riders maybe having an advantage because they have competed in conditions like this. When you come to a world championship, there's also a lot of nerves because it is the biggest event of the year. So these veteran riders are a little more experienced with coping with all of those things and all those variables. The Nautique getting set up. A beautiful 2025 Super Air Nautique G23.
That G23 has been doing some beautiful things out there on the water. Absolutely gorgeous boat. Had the fortune to take it for a drive the other day and just check the course conditions, and oh wow, just an absolute pleasure. It really is the supercar of wakeboard boats. It's incredible.
You also had the opportunity to compete this morning.
I did.
In wake skate. Silver medal there.
Silver medal. First on the water of the day. Great to be out there. The wake was ginormous. It's quite a big wake for wake skating.
Throw a kick flip.
It was pretty fun to get out there. Obviously, we had a bit of a squall come through yesterday, so had the back end of those conditions. But now the Gold Coast turning it on, beautiful sunshine. Megan kicking things off. So that was the KGB first trick. Toe side 540. Looked like she wanted a little bit of a grab on that one as well, but getting every little bit of lift out of that on her toes. Now pulling out wide for a big third trick, and that is going to be the whirly bird. Clean as you like right there.
There we go.
Wrapping that herself up again. This time going to keep it toe side. Got that handle behind her back, so it looks like she's going to go Tootsie Roll, wrapped Tootsie Roll. So a variety on the Tootsie Roll. You might see people passing the handle. She's going to go with the wrapped option there, adding a bit of sort of something extra, being able to grab the board. Mackenzie, you were talking about people sort of finding that little point of difference between each other, and Megan really going for it.
Yeah, that is definitely one of Megan's little differences that she has. I believe she is the only one out of all of us to wrap her Tootsie Roll up. But in compensation of that, she puts a really cool grab on it. So she definitely comes out with some really cool wrap tricks.
And it's clever too. Conditions like this to be able to do that. It's not only adding something extra for the judges to really think about and notice. It's it's testing. Definitely,
yeah. And she's come out firing. Definitely stepped up the game from the first round. You can tell from that. So she's out. She's out for it. She wants that world title.
That was a beautiful opener to that second pass. Wrapped cab 540, so a switch heel side 540, getting the grab on the way round. Heel side back roll, grabbing off on her nose, getting that nose grab. Now coming back the other way, same grab, different trick. That one's called the scarecrow. And really solid riding so far, keeping it very, very smooth. That is going to be all she wrote on this particular pass for right now. No, waiting for a little bit of flatter water.
Yep. There we go.
There we go. Nice. You can tell she's so pleased with that. Now, giving you an update on the scores, we had Chloe Mills still leading the leaderboard at 53.3, Nika at 40, and Kira at 13. So it looks as though, and I don't want to play judge, but I think Megan Ethel might have just at the very least, secured herself a podium in this class.
So solid. Incredible amplitude the whole way through that. You saw her grabbing her board, really making the every single part of the use of that wake of that G23. That whirlybird was massive, super popped. She started her run off with that cab 540. Beautiful grab the whole way around there, reaching down with her left hand on that nose grab scarecrow. And then this was a really clever part of the run. She actually just waited for that better water right towards the end of the second run and got that 540 away, and she's stoked, and she should be. An incredible ride in the finals here at the Worlds.
Incredibly clean as well. That's some tricky conditions going on out there, and I don't think we even saw a bubble on one trick. So
we do have two riders remaining, Eugenia de Armas and Zara Kell. And when you look at how these scores are rolling in and what Megan Ethel was able to do, I'm fairly confident that she will be satisfied with where she finishes here today. But Eugenia de Armas and Zara Kell, these two could definitely come in and lay down some big tricks. Both riders known for not only their amplitude, but their execution. And I was able to talk to Zara earlier in the day, and I actually asked her what kind of advice she would give one of these junior pro women whom we just saw a little earlier. And she said, just breathe. And so I can only imagine she's telling herself the same thing right now.
For sure. I mean, there's that little bit, added pressure and a healthy rivalry between all of these girls. So knowing they've got to go out there and do the job, remember to breathe. Rule for life.
I feel like you definitely get to the end of contest runs and you go, oh my goodness, I didn't even breathe the entire time. So it happens.
From Argentina, kicking it off with a nicely landed first trick.
Yeah, beautiful steezy maneuver there. That one, the heel side approach, that's the tantrum. Getting that indie grab off the heels there in that first trick. Then toe side 540. Now not the first person to wrap up wrapping that handle behind her. She's going to go heel side approach. Nice late dig into that G23 wake and manages to hang on to the wrap KGB. Landed a little bit deep on that one, but still staying on top of the water. One more trick down towards the end there. Can she get that one away? Yes, she can. That is the Tootsie Roll, managing to get that handle pass behind her back and a nice clean stand-up run.
Yeah. Yeah, she looks happy with that one, so.
A nice pass for Eugenia de Armas. She has competed with the WWA for quite some time now. Eugenia de Armas, a 27-year-old veteran in this class. Let's see what she has for us on her second pass, which throughout the day, we've seen riders really make a go at their best tricks on their first pass, but you need to have 8 solid tricks. There's really no holding back at this point.
Yeah, it's been a great change in the sport, from the sort of early days where we used to do 5 tricks a pass. Oh, beautiful start there. Nice shifty on that stalefish, really pushing that back foot all the way towards the boat before she did that backside 180 out of it. So kind of like a 270 spin in the air. Huge bat wing, a mega amplitude on that one. Nice grab between her toes. That one like being the Indy bat wing.
The wind probably helped her out on that one a little bit.
Absolutely. Keeping it smooth. Nice heel side 540 there. So opting for the handle pass heel side 540. Slightly different to Megan where she's kicked off her run with that wrapped cab 540. Oh. No. Unfortunately going down there looking for look like back-to-back 540s. But, I mean, what an incredible ride there in the finals for Eugenia.
After the 3/4 mark, will she get a pickup?
I would say her 4th trick on her way back, she'll probably be after the 3/4 buoy at that point.
Yeah, it looked like it was quite late in the run. We sort of might be able to pick it up in the replays here, but there's that KGB, super technical maneuver in that sort of choppier water. It is a little bit rougher, it looks like, on the way back there, and I mean, just putting on a show for that crowd in the background there. You can see all hanging around that Nautique star tent, the beautiful Gold Coast there in the background, and really living up to its namesake, being very gold today.
An update on the scores. Megan Ethel coming in at 83.3, over 30 in front of Miss Chloe Mills, who's still at 53, Nika at 40, and Kira at 13. And now we have already the score from Eugenia de Armas. She is in second with a 73.3. So both Megan Ethel and Eugenia de Armas guaranteed a podium at this spot at this point, with only Zara Kell to go.
I think you said earlier as well that she's never podiumed at a WWA
World Championship. She has never podiumed in 8 years of competing at a World Championship. She has never podiumed. So
now she
can say she has.
Now
at this
she
point.
has.
Now she has.
Currently sitting in second. So
a massive accomplishment for her.
Definitely.
And so good to see these girls kind of reach these points. And Mackenzie, we talked earlier about kind of checking those boxes, making sure that you get the spins and the flips in. Is there any strategy as it relates to the cadence of your run? How quickly you want to try to execute those tricks, how much time you spend setting up for them to maybe guarantee yourself a second shot at a 4th trick if you're saving that big trick towards the end? Is there any strategy as it relates to maybe the cadence of your run?
Yes and no. You definitely want to have like a mixture of those boxes in each of your 4-trick passes. So if something was to potentially happen of where you've got a trick that you might not be as comfortable on, that you've ticked those boxes before that. So if you're going for a trick like after the 3/4 buoy that could take you down, you want to make sure you've checked your boxes before that. So you've got time to get those done.
Massive first trick by the fan favorite and the favorite going into this event, Zara Kell, who has been absolutely dominant today, riding on another level, very comfortable in her home state or in her home country of Australia and her home city of the Gold Coast.
Yep, so Zara started off with a dum-dum. She pulled that back to a tootsie earlier and then linked it up with a whirly afterwards. Got a little bit hung up on that half cab. She was probably looking for a cab 5 for that one. And I believe that was the KGB. I can't see if she's still up or not. Hopefully we'll get the replays.
Yeah, we got a little blockage on the camera. Sorry to those watching on the feed. But if you are tuned in on the Rideline app or on YouTube, make sure you're also following that live scoring on the Rideline app.
And it does unfortunately look like that boat is turning around to go get her. So unfortunately that one looks like it took her down. Got a replay of the whirly there, and I believe she was probably looking for a cab 5 on this one.
got some big old ups on it, whatever she was going for. Yeah, I agree. She probably was looking for that switch 540 there, but unfortunately, I mean, opened up in such a heavy way. Like, she definitely knew it was the finals, going dum-dum straight into a massive whirly there. And then on that last trick, looked like she was going for KGB. Unfortunately, just not being able to switch to that alternate angle to see what was going on there. We have been dealing with some interesting variables on some of the different angles. There has been magpie issues. I'm sure you've probably spoken about that over the last couple of days, but that is a pretty unique thing to Australia, is the magpie. And during their mating season,
they're aggressive.
They're aggressive, and they come after you, and they'll try and swoop you. And so you go out for a bike ride or do anything, and they'll be out there swooping you. So our poor drone pilot has been out there flying around, capturing all the alternate angles of the action here at the WWA Wakeboard Worlds, and he's been getting attacked by magpies at the same time. So it's been interesting. So unfortunately, we missed just Zara going down, it looked like, on that handle pass KGB. But I mean, going for 3 super technical maneuvers on her first run. Still got 3 tricks away, not quite what she probably wanted on that third one, but opened up in a really big way, big amplitude, used every single part of that wake of that G23. Nautique team athlete feeling at home behind that boat.
Her style is so different than any other rider in the pro women's division. Aggressive, precise, intentional. You can just tell she does everything with force. And she's a force to be reckoned with in this class.
Oh, yeah. So open things up in a really nice way, going toe side on the front roll, getting a nice indie grab. You can see that board kind of chattering through, going backside 360.
She is going to be devastated. Zara Kell. Now, this is going to be interesting as per when the scores come down. Do you think that was enough just with how she executed her tricks, or was Megan Ethel's run maybe stronger?
There was some great amplitude to her, so you can't say she didn't hold back whatsoever. I mean, even that one that she popped the handle on there, it looked like she was going for that backside 540 that she's become very known for, and putting those smooth tricks out there. But unfortunately, it did take her down. But the way she came out of the gates with a really technical maneuver, that dum straight into the whirlybird, so her intentions were known. Unfortunately, just a couple of falls there that's going to be hard to put her against some of the other girls there. We saw Megan doing a really, really solid stand-up run.
Even Eugenia de Armas's run, very complete, consistent, but lacked a little bit of the technicality and the risk that we saw from Zara. So this could be the upset of the season if Zara misses second or first at the podium. I hate to say it. But we're going to wait and see how these scores roll in. But this is wake. This is wakeboarding. All of these women come in super competitive. There's no holding back, and Zara certainly did not. I think we're all refreshing our Rideline app right now, waiting for these scores to drop. She needs an 83.34.
I can't wait to see what's going to happen right now.
I'm
like, ooh. That was, I think everyone was feeling the nerves.
Well, I will say, during the break, the judges collaborated on what was the Junior Pro Men's Division final scores. And they were leaning towards impression. When I overheard their conversation, they were talking about the difference between the technicality and the execution. And it came down to impression, and so they were rewarding for that risk and that creativity. They want to see riders continue to push the progression of the sport, so I'm curious to see how they'll lean towards Zara's run and where that will rank as the men's pro division on the horizon.
As much as, you do...
These scores are in.
Oh, yeah.
Zara Kell at 46.67, so your podium will be Megan Ethel, Eugenia de Armas for the first time in 8 years of competing in the World Championship. She has earned a podium. And Chloe Mills rounding out the top
podium.
3 in this division.
Well, congratulations to our podium winners here at the WWA Wakeboard Worlds. A hotly contested final there and some tricky conditions. Unfortunately, progression is such an important part of the sport and really going for it, but you do need to have that complete run, and our podium finishers there just really rounding out their runs and finding that little bit of extra to make sure they could get out there and finish strong.
I can see Corey, who is on the course right now, kind of setting up for Megan Ethel. We're going to hear from her. She's wrapped up in a towel. And we're going to try to get down to her as soon as we can. So guys in the TV truck, Megan's in place, Corey's in place. Let's hear from the winner of the Women's Pro Wakeboard Division. This will be her 8th World Championship. Congratulations to Megan Ethel.
What an achievement.
We are communicating a bit.
And there we are.
Megan Ethel is on site. Megan, give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. What's going on? Awesome. Megan, an 8-time world champion to take the title here on the Gold Coast of Australia. How did you strategize your run?
I mean, going into this event, we all knew that the conditions were just going to be all over the place. So I was really just trying to put something down that I knew I could land and something that I would be proud of. And I'm really happy that I was able to make that happen today.
Megan, at 27 to now say you're an 8-time world champion. What are the emotions behind this win?
I am definitely so over the moon. This whole season has been pretty great. The girls have been just on a completely different level, just really pushing it. Going into this event, I just was really tired from the season. I wasn't sure if I had what it took to take the win today, so I'm over the moon. I was able to put it down and take it. It's crazy.
Megan, you get here with a lot of support from your friends and family and, of course, sponsors. Anyone you want to shout out?
All of my sponsors, it would not be possible without them. My fiance, Gunther, all my friends and family, and, all the sponsors that have put on this event to make it happen for us. So thank you to everyone for your support.
Megan, congratulations. Enjoy this moment. Soak it in, and well done. An 8-time WWA Wakeboard World Champion, Megan Ethel.
Thank you so much.
Guys, what a special moment for Megan.
Wow, what an achievement. I mean, it's incredible to have such a veteran of the sport at 27. Wakeboarding, we do have a lot of incredible athletes at young sport. But, so cool to see.
All right, we're going to close out that women's division. Thank you so much, Mackenzie. We are so thankful for you joining us in the booth. We're going to switch Harley Clifford in as the first pro men competitor hits the water.
Of course. Thank you for having me, guys.
All right, guys, here we are, Pro Men's Final. We got Shota all the way from Japan, off the dock first, starting his campaign with a nose grab, crow 5, straight into a switch, Pete 5. So we got Shota straight off the bat, 2 Mo 5s back-to-back. These boys are definitely stepping it up, and it is finals time. There we go, beautiful toe side 900. And what's he going to finish this first pass with? He's wrapped up right here. I'm calling the back 7. And he rides away cleanly. Beautiful first pass from the man straight from Japan, Shota Tezuka.
Awesome riding right there to kick things off in our men's final. I'm going to hand over to the expert hands of Harley Clifford joining the booth here and hand it back to Brad as well for our pro men's final. So thanks for having me for the pro women's final. It was incredible to see an 8-time world champion at 27, Megan Ethel, and now we've got Shota on the water. So good luck, guys.
Scotty Broom, thank you so much for joining us. We will talk to you a little bit later. You've got important things to do as the director of the event, and congratulations, already an incredible event, Scotty.
Thank you so much.
Wait, so Megan Ethel just took the win? Is that what we're... Wow.
As we get Brad Smela situated in here, Harley Clifford and Brad Smela with me now, and we have Shota Tezuka from Japan, 30 years old, on the water, taking it to the wake. Massive amplitude, but also that will mark his first fall of the round.
There we go.
He will get the pickup, so they are going to turn around. Shota has been really impressive throughout the weekends, but now it's about adapting and adjusting to what they have out on the water right now.
Yeah, it is. It looks like the gusts of wind are kind of coming and going right now here in the finals, so that's going to make it difficult for these boys and a bit inconsistent. Like some of these guys are going to go out there and they're going to get a run where they don't get any big gusts of wind, and then some of these guys are going to get some massive gusts of wind blow through their run, which is really going to challenge it up for these boys.
Now, I've never covered a double up. These guys will also have the opportunity for a double up. Harley, can you explain what that is for all of our friends and family at home and the format watchers out there?
So a double up is where the boat does a So it goes straight, and then it does a 270-degree turn, and then crosses over its own wakes, and those wakes converge together. And if you can time it and cut in and hit those wakes as they converge, you can go double the height off these wakes. So you'll see some of these guys.
So you get that massive amplitude score, and that all packages into the final score.
Yeah, it all packages into the final score. And the double up is just an opportunity these guys have at the end of their run to really go big off something and throw one of their biggest tricks they can do. So I'm very, very intrigued to see these guys hit the double up. Shota Tsuzuka, he's got massive amplitude off the straight wake, let alone off the double up. So eyes on the water, and let's see this guy send it to the moon. Shota getting straight back up in there and straight into a front mobe, and now he's going to finish this second pass off. There is that switch mute mobe, unfortunately missing the handle, and that trick taking him down again. Very unfortunate for the man from Japan, Shota Tsuzuka. But we've got 7 more riders to follow Shota, and I'm excited to see what's to go down.
I'm excited as well, Harley. Can you just bump my mic up here for me in front of my mouth, and we'll
get it right there.
Good to be back here on the commentary, on the live feed with you guys. It's I had to take a little bit of a break, cool off a little bit. It is hot, but I got a little bit of shade under the trees, got out in the breeze, so that was nice, and really enjoyed watching that pro women final. Absolutely crushing it, those young ladies. Obviously dealing with some challenging conditions as well, as are the pro men riders we just saw there from Shota Tsuzuka. Usually a very consistent rider, just getting taken down a couple of times there. So, he knew being first off the dock, he had to lay it down and put the pressure on.
100%. It can be a blessing or a curse going first off the dock. There's no pressure on you, but at the same time, you want to go out there and absolutely lay it down. So, Shota Tsuzuka, unfortunately, coming off twice on his second pass.
So he'll miss the double up as well, unfortunately, which is unfortunate for us too, because he's one of those riders that goes to the moon off a double up. Probably bigger than most people out there. He's got those springy legs. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, he goes massive. I mean, he's got those 10s pretty on lock off the double up. So I dare say we would have seen him try one of those, but we'll never know. On to the next rider here. We got the man, the myth, Noah Flegal, already taken a win in the strapless and the strapped foil divisions, and he is definitely looking to back that up with a 3rd win for the day. So,
speaking of 10s, he's one that's very capable of throwing a 10 down, throws them in contest quite often. But, with these conditions, it'll be interesting to see if he takes the risk to go for that one.
Yes. Noah's a smart rider, so I think he's probably just going to go for a nice stand-up run right now. Maybe not risk too much, make it back to the dock, and hopefully that the guys behind him have a fall and that holds up for him. So he's starting his campaign off, toe 9, straight into a cab, heel side 9, both as clean as you like. On this 3rd maneuver right now, he might go for the Moby Dick 5 again. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, just
snatching the handle on that one.
Yeah, he had a little bobble on that one earlier this morning, and it looked like cleaned it up a little bit. Still looking a bit dodgy, but in for this final trick right now, straight into that melon cab mobe. What a beautiful stand-up first pass for the man, Flegal.
4 tricks down. That is the difference in the format for these the pro finals. 4 tricks on each pass. And sometimes you might see riders take a little bit more time between them, knowing that they do have the space, and it's not about trying to cram in more tricks. It's about quality over quantity. But Noah is going to be looking to stand up past number 2, get that boat. Scotty Kell drives a meaty double up, so he's going to be pumped on that one.
100%. Yeah, he's going to be very stoked on that. But eyes on the water. Here he is coming back into his second pass. It looks like he is already wrapped up, getting ready for that first trick. So we'll see what he has in store for us right now. Here we go, edging nice and wide. He's wrapped up, possibly that rewind we saw earlier. And unfortunately, it looked like he didn't get the release off the wake that he wanted, so he didn't come around early enough to pull that last rewind back around and be upright and on his toes, ready to ride away. So Noah will be a little bit bummed on that one, but he looked like he cut in pretty early on that first trick, and he may even have enough time to get back up and still complete 4 more tricks. So, eyes on the water watching Noah Flegal.
Noah, by the way, representing the USA here in the pro men's wakeboard division. And guys, as we look to this field, big storylines here. not only is a Wakeboard World Series championship being decided, but also a Wakeboard World Championship. So 2 titles decided in one division here today. At this point, Nick Rapa has wrapped up that Wakeboard World Series championship because he did advance to the finals. But Corey Tunison, the big rivalry, the big title card matchup in this division, Corey has had this event circled on his calendar all year long after coming back from a massive injury. And he barely, just by a hair, made it into this final. I will tell you, no one was more nervous after their run watching the scores come down moving into these finals than Corey Tunison, the defending world champion.
It does put a little bit of pressure on when you're the guy out there doing the media day. You got all the interviews coming up to it. You know, you're the hometown favorite. You're the defending WWA Wakeboard World Champion. It puts the pressure on, but he is a competitor. He is a seasoned pro. And he's no stranger to pressure.
No, he's not. He's been there many times before. Unfortunately, the man Noah Flegal just getting straight back up and going down again on that rewind. He won't be happy with that, but still, he's got 2 first places today, so he's had a very good day, and it's cool to see the man Noah Flegal make it in the finals and win the strapless and the strap foil, and then also be making it to the finals for the Wakeboard World Championships. Good on you, dude.
Yeah, now I didn't catch all of Shota's run as we were kind of getting situated back here in the booth. I noticed that you mentioned he fell twice on the same trick as well.
Yeah.
Did he get any tricks done in that second pass?
He did get a couple tricks done. He did a front mob in that second pass, but so he does have 1 or 2 tricks on Flegal. Flegal laid down 2 900s, which are pretty difficult tricks. Shota also did 2 mob 5s in his first pass as well. So it'll be tight between those guys. Maybe Shota's got him on the edge there, so Shota could be sitting in number 1. But, I mean, those are two runs that I don't think are going to hold up to the end of this finals. We got some pretty heated riders coming up behind these guys, and I think these guys are not aiming to fall. So.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of nerves. Also, just decision making around the conditions. If it was glass calm out here, if all they had to worry about was their run and nothing else, then we may see something a little bit different in the way that things are unfolding. So the conditions, as though they're definitely a lot better than what we had yesterday. So much of an improvement. Definitely still rippable as we've seen, but they might just getting into the back of some of these riders' minds.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's a hard thing when you're coming into course. The boat turns around at the end of the course, and then you've got 4 tricks coming into the headwind, and just trying to pick which tricks you'll be able to do. And the wind strength changes. It seems like it's quite gusty at the moment. There's big gusts coming up and down the course, so you could get lucky and not have a gust, or you could come in and have a massive gust that really kind of deters you from doing the trick that you want to do.
Jake Pilat from Orlando, Florida. This is his first time on the Gold Coast.
Old Faithful, we call him, Jake Pilat. He's a consistent rider, but also just an absolute legend, a really genuine human being. Someone I spent a lot of time with out at Lake Roanoke, starting it off with a hillside 720. Back in on that Indy grab, rolled a blind. He's just a really nice guy, really smart, really onto it. Just an all-round good human.
Yeah, he is one of the smartest competitors I've actually ever seen. He doesn't have some of the massive tricks and the double flips like these other guys, but he watches everyone else and watches what they're doing, and he knows what he's got to do to kind of solidify himself into the finals or into that next round, and he seems to do it event after event. So there we go. Mr. Reliable laying down his first pass for 4 big bangers, and he's going to look to do the same thing on this second pass as well.
And that could really play into his favor, being third rider off the dock. If he can go out there and just lock down 2 solid passes, it does put the pressure on. The conditions out here are a factor. It's almost like the 9th competitor out there on, in this final that these riders are up against. So, it'll be interesting to see how Jake goes here on pass number 2, coming back into the wind.
Yeah, this second pass is definitely the more tricky one, coming into that headwind, and this is where it seems like the guys are struggling. So we'll see how he goes here.
Now, I'm curious, Brad, is your Ride Line app refreshing scores, or is it just me?
I don't have my Ride Line app open right now, but I'll pull that up, see where we go.
Oh, there we go. Jake Pilat starting off his second pass with a late stale toe side 720. I love that he just throws the grab in the middle of that spin. Ooh, backing that up with a heel side wake to wake. Definitely not what he wanted, but he's got 2 more tricks to make up here. Let's see what he does.
So really any hit of the wake, even a straight wake jump, would still count as one of his 4 tricks, am I right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the bummer. It's because you could actually just like let go of the handle, fall, and then get back up and do 3 more tricks. But yeah, he's already completed that trick. That counts that counts to the tally, and then on to the next.
3, 2, 1 to finish it off. Jake Pilat, old reliable, living up to the name right there, standing up 2 passes, the first to do so and the first of our finalists that is going to get a double up. And now a little more excitement, something that's been really keeping me excited over the weekend is the Magpie versus drone competition.
And I'm seeing a massive Magpie drone competition right out our window from the booth. I don't think we have a shot of it, and I don't think our drone operator wants to get closer to him nor antagonize that Magpie. So we're just enjoying it from our perspective. But that is a pretty aggressive Magpie as we watch this replay of Jake Pilat from Orlando, Florida.
Just that one mark against his run, really. That straight wake jump that he clearly would have wanted something a bit more than that. But
yeah. A little delay in our scores coming in. We had great live scoring for the women's division, waiting on scores to drop for the men's division. But I think it's pretty clear the strong run at this point is Mr. Jake Pilat. So he's going to be the first one to get an attempt at a double up, is what we were saying, correct?
Yeah, Jake just stood up both of his passes, and unfortunately Shota and Noah before him fell twice and missed their chance on the double up. So let's see how this goes. It's going to be interesting because these the boat's going to go back into the course. It's going to chuck a left hand or a right hand turn, depending on which way this guy wants his double up. Do a 270-degree rotation and then come back and converge over its own rollers. The tricky thing about these double ups is that you have to time them well, and they're going to be coming into headwind, which adds an extra factor into hitting these double ups.
It really does, especially when the boat is plowing through those big rollers. It's going to put up a bunch of spray. Yep. It's going to mean that it's a little more challenging to spot that roller, and you got to really time it. They're probably going to have to take a little bit harder of an edge than they used to cut into it, knowing that headwind is going to be a big factor. And it looks like just where that boat is headed, he's going to be looking for a left-hand double up.
Now, is there a preference between the riders whether they want to hit a left or a right like there is surfing?
It just comes down to their personal choice. Generally, a heel side double up would be considered slightly the more easier one, or the one that you would probably learn first. Especially in rough conditions, you'd probably imagine most of them are going to go for a heel side double up.
Yeah.
But they get the choice. They get to choose which way it goes.
It's kind of just trick preference, really, like whether you want to do a trick that's going to start from the toes or a trick that's going to start from the heels. But yeah, definitely with these windy and rougher conditions, it's easier to come in and time that heel side double up.
Looks like Jake might be lining up for one off the toes potentially, or we'll see as he cuts out. Is he going to keep it that way? No, he's switching it up. Going to have a heel side approach into the double up, lining it up.
Oh, unfortunately, just getting pulled back and over his heels and not able to make a smooth landing on that 3-2-1. But, I mean, he still went to the moon. He got some good pop off that. It looked like that one, maybe the wind did factor in a little bit, and he kind of got pushed a little bit far away from the handle and was unable to pull that last back 780 and get the handle close into his body, which caused him to fall.
I mean, he did launch right up into the breeze, getting up higher, and you never know if maybe a little extra gust up there. But
yeah,
I'm just pumped to see our first double up of the finals, and really psyched to see Jake put himself in a good spot. I would imagine he's our current leader here in this Pro Men final, but there are still 5 more riders to come that could have a say as to where everything sits at the end of it.
Again, we are having a slight delay in that live scoring, but at the conclusion of this event, stick with us. We will give you guys the updates when they are dropped down to us. So let's do a little storytelling. Build up the anticipation. Corey Tunison, he's a defending world champion. Brad, you mentioned he's from the Gold Coast of Australia. The target should have been on his back, but a major upset in that semifinal. Barely finding his way into the men's pro final. Guys, where is his head at right now?
He's just trying to compose himself. He's been in this position before where, he's a competitor. He's been all over the finals, whether it's first off the dock, last off the dock. He knows all the riders very well. He knows probably what they've got up there, in their bag of tricks, but he also knows, some of those early riders, they went down, and that could happen for the others. So I would say Corey's going to come out, put something down solid. He's going to want to really lock in, a solid score. He's quite comfortable, where at least it seems, on some of his double flips. I'm really psyched to see what Corey is going to throw down. And Corey probably better than anyone here, Harley. What would you be thinking from Corey right now?
Yeah, I know he's thinking he just wants to win this thing. I saw him before he was getting ready to psych himself up for this finals, and he was like, let's just get this thing going, man. I want to get out there and land my run and win this thing. And it's also his birthday today, so I'm pretty sure he's pretty eager to kind of get it done. And then
happy 27th to Corey Tunison.
Enjoy his, hopefully, a world championship and his birthday festivities later this evening.
Yeah.
And he did see Nick Rapa absolutely throw it down in the semifinals.
Yeah.
He knows that Nick is capable of that. He's seen it already today in these conditions.
Yeah.
So he's not going to hold much back.
No.
Yeah, and I bet that's all he's got in the back of his mind. He's thinking, what will Nick do in these runs? Nick's probably going to do 2 doubles, 2 nines, and stand up a really clean run. So he's probably thinking right now, I need to go out there, do 2 doubles, a 10, a 9, and a couple more 5s and really solidify this win for me.
Now, just earlier this year in March, a testament to how, resilient these athletes are. 2 ankle reconstructions for Corey Tunison, learning to trust his ankles again, now back out on the water, attempting to defend his championship in the WWA Wakeboard World Finals.
Look at the crowd gathered along the beach. Everyone wants to get as close as possible to the action. Frontside 900 off the heels.
There we go. This is going to be interesting to see if he goes to 9 or 10 here. Usually he goes to 10 when it's finals time. So here we go right now. Toe side. 1080 clean as you like.
Are you kidding
Corey
me?
Tunison is on a heater right now. Back in for his 3rd trick on the toe side. There we go with the nuclear toe side roll to blind. And then he's going to cap this final run off with something special right here. He's wrapped up, coming back in on his heel side. Is he going to go to the wrap back 9? And he is. Corey Tunison.
Oh,
massive.
Absolute hammer of a first pass.
Yeah.
There we go.
What rough water. He's just like, out there as if the buttery calm conditions that he would have wanted, but he just absolutely crushed that first run. He's got to be pumped on that so far, but he's not going to be getting caught up in that too much. He knows the job's not done. He's got a second pass into the wind to come back with, and I'd imagine we'll see a double, if not 2. Here in this second pass.
He's definitely going to be laying down a double cab roll here, and I think he'll save the extra double for the double up and do the double flips, double sailfish back roll for the double up, but who knows? Here we go, Corey Tunison. I think he started his second pass off earlier with the double cab, so let's see if we see it again. Boom, double cab roll to start the second pass campaign.
Every single trick has been locked in, rock solid on those landings, no sketches at all.
Here we go on the toe side for Skeezer. Definitely probably wanted to Skeezer 5 there, but he's already got such a solid run going, I don't think it makes a difference. Back in for his 3rd trick, into the cab, Mobe. And
one more. What's he got to cap off run number 2? Second pass coming in.
And then finishing off with a down on the tangent of line. So unfortunately, that was by far the easiest trick he has done in his run. But,
Isn't that the case? It's sometimes the easiest tricks that'll get you.
But that's a trick you would never see Corey do in his run either. Like, he definitely was sandbagging just to hold back and have a clean stand-up run, and then to unfortunately go down on that.
Man.
It sucks. But
he'll be gutted, but he knows he's still got a double up coming up. He's still got the opportunity to maybe go for that double back roll, as you mentioned. And that would really put the pressure on, if not already. A lot of those riders following up. We got Kai Ditch, Sam Brown, Thomas Herman, and Nick Rapa going to round things off here in the finals. Oh, man, just going too far over the toes on that tangent blind.
Yeah, I think Rapa is probably sitting on the dock watching this right now. Probably relieved that he took that last fall, because it leaves the gate open somewhat for Nick to stand up his run and sneak on through. But yeah, Corey's going to lay something down big off the double up here, and then I think the ball's going to be in the rest of these boys' court.
Getting ready for that double up. Now, are you guys any, for me at least, when I watch the double up, I am just in pure awe. But you guys live this sport day in and day out. Does it still give you a little chill, a little nerves when they launch that double up?
For sure. I mean, these guys, you watch them anticipate the double up and cut into that double up, and it can be hit or miss. Sometimes these guys miss the double up and don't get any height, or sometimes they connect with the double up perfectly and they get boosted 20 foot in the air. So it's definitely something exciting, and yeah, it's kind of where you see some of these guys really progress and push the sport and do their biggest moves.
And I think for me, it's just the anticipation and the build-up, the anxiety a little bit around it is knowing that it is their final chance to leave an impression on the judges, and it is kind of the biggest chance to do so as well. Like I always absolutely loved double-ups. That was, I wouldn't say I won very many boat contests, certainly not, not like Harley here, but double-ups, I was just out there all day long trying to line them up, had a good time, and that was one of my favorite parts of wakeboarding was the double-up. So I'm really pumped to see them here in the finals, to see them throwing them down, and we'll see what Corey's got for us off the dub.
How much time do these guys allocate towards practicing double ups? Because it is one of those, rare. They don't have to, compete in double up as often as they might as traditional run.
Yeah, these guys aren't like out hitting double ups every single time they go out, but they did prior to this event. The last event was a strict double up competition. So
great! So they're
all these guys are
teed
pretty,
up.
Teed up and fresh on their double up practice. So we should be expecting some big things here from the boys.
Yeah, shout out to Parks Bonifay if you're tuned in over there in Florida. Hope you survived the hurricane okay. I saw you posting up some stuff there. So shout out to PB putting on Parks' Double or Nothing, the most progressive contest in wakeboarding, and you can see Corey just asking for some noise, getting the crowd pumped up. He is going to go for something big here, you know it. And yeah, as you're saying, Harley, a lot of these riders, especially the real contest focused ones, they won't be hitting double ups all the time in training because it's usually, it's not all the time they have them in contests. So.
And it's a risk too. Like these guys are trying to make it through the season, and double ups are where you go big and can hurt yourself. So yeah, these guys are only really hitting them when they have to. So here we go, Corey Tunison coming in. He's going to pop and go for the double. Oh, unfortunately.
But that was
just
big.
Slipping out on the double sailfish back roll, which is something we've seen him do pretty consistent all year at all these events. So he'll be a little bit bummed on that, but nonetheless, he laid down an amazing run, did a toe side 1080, a backside 900, double half cab roll, and the rest. So he'll be stoked with that, but he's left the door open for the other boys. So it'll be interesting to see what everyone has in their repertoire to lay down.
He'll be in the top spot after that, and he's just he's done his job now. He didn't do it quite as much as what he really wanted, but his job is done, and it's down to the following 4 riders. Yeah, go ahead. To follow on up, we got Kai Ditch, who absolutely loves the double up. Sam Brown. And I don't know, I was still blown away by Sam Brown's riding and the way that he's able to twist and grab in different creative ways and keeping it super tech while he's doing it as well. Then we got Thomas Herman, the 2-time and only back-to-back winner of Parks' Double or Nothing. He is going to be wanting to get to the end to get to that part, and then
triple.
And then Nick Rapa, of course, he's just got to be locked in, focused right now.
Yeah.
Kind of calculating, watching every rider, figuring out what it is that he's going to need to do to secure himself a WWA Wakeboard World title.
And mind you, from a storytelling perspective, in sports, rivalries are common. Rivalries of this magnitude, I would say in my experience in sports, rare. They genuinely do not like each other. They want to beat each other. They are going for world titles left and right. And they have polarizingly opposite personalities. But it's cool to see what they each have not only brought to the sport, but how they have very openly embraced each other as competitors.
Speaking of embracing, Corey Tunison there on the back of the ski, just embracing the crowd, you know, putting his hands up, giving them his thanks for the support, for the backing, for the cheers. And, you know, he's going to be pumped to go in there and socialize with his friends and his family and everyone who's come on down to support him. And he'll be sitting there in anticipation of the rest of these riders.
Yeah, and the rivalry between these guys, you know, Corey and Nick, this is both their hometown. So they've got their family, their friends here. So I think that rivalry, if anything, is more amplified here than anywhere else.
You know, we talk about Corey Tunison kind of being that media darling. He's from Burley. It's 20 minutes down the road. But Nick Rapa is also from here. This is also a home field advantage for Nick.
Exactly.
Right now, Kai Ditch, though, big mute back mob.
Out of Argentina. Kai and his brother Ulf are definitely making waves in the scene at the moment with some of the coolest and most different riding we've seen out of any riders for a long time.
Yeah.
Here we go, Kai starting his run off with a back move straight into a Crow 5, then into a nice, beautiful, clean heel side 720. And let's see how he tops off this run right now.
Yeah, Kai, looking for something a bit more than that. That backside 360, he may have wanted a back 7, possibly a late grab back 5. You know, Kai and his brother, it's really excited me to see them come out and to really rip. They take, as you said, a different angle on the sport. They go big. You know, because for a while there, the wakes got bigger, and it almost meant that the riders didn't have to charge as hard at the wake and go massive into the flats, and you saw it less often.
Yeah, it deterred people from hitting those double ups, didn't it?
Yeah, double ups and also sending it to the flats. Like, you know, these guys really, really enjoy going big. They like being creative. I really like the rewind sort of element that's come into the sport and how these guys have embraced it, not just in spins, but also in some more tech inverts and stuff as well. But wrapped up on the toes. Toe side, backside 540.
You know, nice double grab on that. Looked like you grabbed nose on the first grab and then went indie right before that last backside 180. Back in on the heels. Ooh,
he
sketching
was
out
so
a little.
casual on that last that backside 180.
Yeah.
Like super casual.
Very nice and late, wasn't it? But yeah, unfortunately, just butt checking that one a little bit. Back on the toes for that Crail Tootsie Roll. And then let's see how he finishes this second pass off.
Looking for a little speed adjustment, it looked like. Just a little bit of a tweak in the speed. Going to start it off. Heel side approach. Into the wake. What's he got for us? Backside 720. Locking it in, standing it up. 2 stand-up passes for Kai Ditch.
Yeah, he'll be stoked on that. A little bit unfortunate that he had the bobble on the first pass and did the back 3. I'm not sure if you guys saw, but on that first pass, it looked like there was a bit of roll, like some rollers kind of bouncing around the course that were left over from Corey's double up. So it does seem if someone before you makes it to their double up, that you have a little bit of a disadvantage and the course may be a little bit rougher than it is for someone that is going after someone that did not complete or get to hit their double up.
Yeah, that's good spotting there, Harley. That's a really good point.
Good observation.
A lot of the time, you know, the boat, they do sit there and they'll let the rollers kind of dissipate and move away from the course, but with that double up, with the rollers going in different directions, you know, that might have been a factor. You could see it even on the landing, like the second wake.
Yeah,
you could see that little peak.
Yep. And of course, something we've talked about all weekend long, but for those of you who are just joining for the Pro Men's Final, riding in saltwater, it in some ways has made a difference for some of these riders who generally spend a lot of their time on freshwater.
Yeah, saltwater has a bit like a different characteristics. You know, there's a lot of like air and aeration in the wave. So when you hit the wave, sometimes you don't also always get that like rock solid, consistent pop that you're used to out in freshwater. I would say it adds a little bit of like a slippery element to your edging and that sort of stuff as well. So,
and do you think that's because of the extra buoyancy, like your board's maybe riding a little bit higher on the water, and that's what might make it slippery?
For sure.
Yeah, we were talking to Shannon Starling out here, which was really cool to get his insights. He goes, you know, way back into the very beginning of the sport, and we were talking about all sorts of things. He actually filled me in on the reason for the outer course fall and how that came about, which was to do with Daniel Watkins. The boat turned around a bit too quickly. He had a fall, and they actually were like, no, that's not not overly fair. So they changed the rule on the spot there in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Fair enough.
But yeah, Shannon just kind of talking about saltwater as well. You almost got to be a little bit more patient and just let that edge sink into the salt water rather than kind of cutting in as hard as you might be used to in the fresh.
Yeah. Here we go. Kai setting up for his double up. Looks like he has opted for a regular heel side double up. He is going for the same trick that Corey did, actually. Double stalefish back roll. But unfortunately as well, that is taking Kai down, and that will be the end of his finals campaign here at the World Championships on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, and it looked like he may not have gotten all of the meat of that double up. He still went pretty big from that angle, but maybe
still a little bit early. Like, it looked like 6 inches too early to hitting the peak of the double up, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, and it's a hard thing, especially when you're dealing with not perfect water conditions. You know, it's hard to see those waves coming in, and then it's hard to time them perfectly as well.
Yeah, and a big shout out to all of you tuning in around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. We're grateful to have you, glad to have you here on the WWA Rideline app or on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. We're coming down to our final 3 riders on the water, and it's been a great day. You know, after things yesterday a little bit questionable, we were kind of flip-flopping from are we going to run, are we not? We got a couple of divisions out of the way, and it just got too rough, too gnarly to be able to run, and you know, for safety reasons they called it off. Meant we packed in a little bit more. We changed up the format slightly in terms of how many rounds and who went through from each round, which made it a little bit more cutthroat for the riders here in Pro Men and Pro Women. But yeah, we're down to the final 3 rider. Next one off the dock, Sam Brown. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one. You know, Sam has really been throwing a spanner in the works, especially for these guys, Corey Tunison and Nick Rapa, and laying down some of the best runs we've ever seen, and sometimes taking that top spot on the podium. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this, and I think a lot of people are as well.
Do you know who the judges are for this heat, for this final?
I think we got Dean Smith in the boat. We have
probably Rusty.
Rusty, yes. And
I saw Chad for Junior Pro Men's. I don't know if he was still in the boat.
I think we have Aaron Gunn in there as well, possibly.
So, you know, some of these riders, they'll be looking at who those judges are as well. I mean, I guess they're not going to change too much based on that, but sometimes it does depend who's watching. Yeah. We do have a standard format, you know, to kind of look at things in an even way, but some judges like to see a bit more creativity and style and flair.
And Sam delivers that.
He does.
Delivers that.
Describe the drive format for those who aren't familiar with it.
Yeah, so it's an acronym. It stands for diversity, risk, variety,
intensity,
innovation,
intensity. Sorry, variety and execution. Sorry, yeah, but
that is the standard of scoring
today. It's been a long day.
We've had a long week, yeah. But that is the standard of scoring for the WWA Wakeboard World Championships in the pro division. To reset, 4 tricks on the way down, 4 tricks on the way back, and then a potential double up for these pro men.
And I'm going to correct myself there. The D stands for difficulty. So I was like doubling up. I'm like diversity and variety are kind of too similar right there. So. So difficulty, risk, innovation, variety, and execution.
Yeah.
Sam Brown on the dock now. He's the rider's favorite rider.
He just dropped the handle there.
He did. Was that on purpose?
Maybe after Corey and watching how rough it was for.
He said make another pass.
It looks like, looking down at the boat, looks like it might have gotten tangled around the swim platform at the back there.
Very rare.
Yeah. I mean, that might play in his favor, I think. Give it an extra minute or two for the water to settle.
I mean, I'm not going to say that's what Sam was doing, but there have been Australian competitors in the past who have maybe, accidentally, oops, my rope's tangled, give us an extra second to
Are you referring to anyone specifically,
I
Brad?
won't name names out here, but, they know who they are.
Well, I know a lot of the Australians are excited to be hosting the World Championships for the first time in 20 years. And by the way, the first time ever that the country of Australia has raced hosted the Wake Park World Finals, which happened just last week. And if you guys didn't catch those, you can still go to the WWA YouTube page, catch all the action. Earlier in the day, we had the Stuckey brothers, maybe one of my favorite stories going into the semifinals. Trent Stuckey, the elder of the two brothers, super accomplished when it comes to Wake Park. He recently has transitioned to Wakeboard, and maybe one of the favorites going into his heat, which ended up being incredibly close after I spoke with the judges, but I think he has a bright future in boat.
Yeah, it's incredible to see how well he rides in boat, considering the amount of time that he has put into cable and really honed in on that as his bread and butter. But yeah, we saw him ride earlier today. He just missed out on advancing through, but his riding was super impressive nonetheless.
I think he certainly made an impact. He asserted himself as being a potential competitor in the future, and that was the goal. So congratulations to him. Now in the final, we are into the finals.
That's right, 3 riders to go. The first of those 3, Sam Brown, Australian native, going to be lining up his first few tricks here. We got 4 tricks each way, starting off the heels. The back mob, 540 to start it off. Couldn't quite see the grab that he got on it, although I know he would have locked in a solid grab. The Moby Dick 540 landing back in toward the wake, but still hanging on, still riding. And the good thing is with this format, there is no rush. They can take their time between tricks. Heel side 900. Sam is on a heater right now. 1 more to go here in pass number 1 with a heel side, front side 7. Grabbed it on the nose. Every single trick Sam does, he grabs. He makes it look incredible. So an absolute heater first pass for Sam Brown.
Brad, what did you like about his style specifically?
Well, first of all, he grabs every single trick that he does. Not all riders do that. Sometimes, you know, they'll focus more on it being more technical and you know, kind of sacrificing the grab, if you will, or even slipping the grab. Whereas Sam always makes sure he grabs every single trick. He grabs it solid. He's almost like he grabs it, looks at the judges. He's like, "Hey, you see the grab?
Did you like
here?
that? Did you like
see
that?
the grab? Okay, I'm going to continue on with this trick." But yeah, we got pass number 2 coming up for Sam. Toe side approach. Yeah, that creative.
So am I hearing it right? He said his first pass was cab mode 5, nuclear Moby Dick 5, heel 9, heel 7. Is that what we saw?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I couldn't quite see all of the grabs as he went down, but he definitely grabbed everything.
Here we are. He's just gone cradle tootsie into a crow 5. Let's see how he finishes off this second pass. Toe side double back roll. Oh, unfortunately slipping out and taking him down on that one.
Made the full rotation, just kind of like when you're spinning that hard, you got to really tuck for the toe side double. I've never done one behind a boat, but used to do them off a kicker, and I know that it is really challenging to go from being tucked to really, you know, having that rotation come around, and then you got to open up and land on your toes. So, you know, it just looked like Sam over-rotated it slightly, wasn't able to get over his toes for the landing and skipped out, which so much momentum going on in that trick.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially into the wind. You can see he came around there and he just came around a little bit short on that second flip and unfortunately kept rotating straight onto his bum. But yeah, that's a tough trick, especially to do into the headwind as well.
Now it's going to be interesting to see when he gets up. Obviously, Sam's going to want the double up, but he has left a little bit open. He's you know, got room potentially to go for another trick off the wake. So we'll see how he plays that one. I don't imagine he'll go for anything safe. It just depends on how much he values that double up and how much confidence he has in the trick that he's going to select.
Yeah, I mean, if I was in his position right now, I'd nearly be trying to get 2 quick tricks in there, maybe something bigger and then straight into something that you could do really quick just to get back on the other side of the wake. Because I think with the caliber of riders he's got coming behind him, he needs all of those 8 tricks. There we go, backside 7, and yeah, just playing it safe. Oh no, it looks like he's maybe edging out and he's going to sneak. Nope.
No, he's right at the end of the course
end
there.
of his run.
He wants that double up. He's not going to chance it.
He wants that double up.
He wants that double up.
No one's landed the dub yet. No one's ridden away from the double up, so that could play a huge part in this final. If someone rides away, if they've put together a good run, even with a fall like that, that double up really is that exclamation point at the end of the run.
Now, I did overhear the judges in between the break talk about how they're kind of splitting hairs in these really close divisions, and my takeaway from their conversation that I overheard was impression. And I think if there is one rider, and if the judging is truly leaning towards impression, that could surprise us here, it would be Sam Brown.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with that one, Kristen. And I love that you're cruising around the site, you're talking to people, you're listening in on the judges as they're breaking things down.
Oh, I'm a little bird. I'm flying around as they're having these intimate conversations. And actually, it was funny because Dean Smith was at the table here, and he goes, "Can I help you with something?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just listening." Welcome to being a reporter 101, journalism life. But let's set this up for the double.
Yeah, here we go. Sam Brown. Looks like they're just taking their time, letting the water settle, and then they're going to take him into a double up here. Sam Brown is no stranger to hitting double ups and landing some of the biggest tricks we've ever seen done on double ups. He's got double cab mobs, 1080s, back mob 7s. I don't know. I'm going to take a stab in the dark and say that he is going to do a double half cab roll of this double up just to lay down a double flip.
That's a very specific stab.
Solidify himself.
That is a smart estimate or a guess there, right there, Harley, because he did go down on that toe side double back roll. Had he locked that in his run, then he might be going for something different here. But to miss that toe side double back roll means that a double would really go down quite well, I think, off the double up here.
Yeah, I think so. I think if he doesn't do a double right now, that maybe Corey just pips him. But if he manages to lay down a double, I think he may be sitting pretty in that top spot.
Yeah, because Corey did have that fall as well on the tantrum to blind. So, Corey didn't have all 4 tricks in that second pass.
Right.
Let's see what he's got. Hold your breath.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Just a bit too deep on that landing, and unfortunately not being able to hold on. But, nonetheless, Sam absolutely sent it out there and laid down a pretty great 2 passes considering the conditions.
If you had reaction cam, all 3 of us on the edge.
It looked like Joe Rogan and John Anik and stuff in UFC, like their reaction to, I like that. That's what it would look like.
We
right
were
now.
so stoked to see him land it, and so close. So close until he wasn't.
And, we got 2 riders left. Thomas Herman. Thomas, he is an extremely consistent rider. He's very creative, loves double ups. As we mentioned before, he's got the 2-time Parks Double or Nothing title. He did take out his first Pro Tour event earlier this year, so he's not as familiar with the top of the podium as some of these other riders like the Corey and Nick Rapa. But, he has had a taste of the victory. He's had a taste of that top spot, and he's going to be the next one up that can,
Yeah, he did really well this year. He took first place at one of the Pro Tour stops, which I think was his first pro boat win, and then he also took first place at the Double or Nothing, which is the last event that these guys done. But after watching Corey ride and leaving the door open a little bit, I know that Thomas has the tricks to kind of slide right in there and possibly squish out Corey from that top spot.
And I guess it comes down to how much Thomas has ridden in rough water.
Yep.
Is that something that he goes out there and puts intention into? He's out there purposefully training in the rough water, but as someone who doesn't know Thomas as well as a lot of these other guys, I'm really not so sure about that one.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas, he's at that, when you feel like you're riding really good on the water and you can do kind of anything in every sort of condition. I think he's like kind of at that level at the moment. He's been riding a lot this year. He's been putting in the effort, and I know that he would absolutely love to take this win home.
The anticipation builds, guys. In a couple more minutes, we will have a WWA Wakeboard World Champion as the Wakeboard World Series Champion. Nick Rapa stands on the dock. He would love nothing more than to have both titles this year.
Absolutely. And I'm just looking out on the course there. They're just waiting for a few of those double up rollers just to continue to make their way out of the course. So taking their time. And I guess, though, the wind, as you're saying, is sort of gusting up and down a little bit. It really depends on when you do go as to how those conditions are. They're varying a little bit, not too much. But yeah, we got 2 riders to go. Thomas Herman, Nick Rapa.
Brad, standout moment, takeaway from this week, favorite.
Ooh, I mean, obviously there's room for these last 2 riders to make a statement there. I think seeing Trent Stuckey throw down the double KGB earlier this week in the Wake Park
World
Championship,
first.
the first in the world. And it wasn't just that. It was the fact that he went double roll to blind, next lap, double roll to blind, next lap, double KGB. And he just was locking in some of the best rail riding I've ever seen. That was really cool, and to have both brothers take out different titles there in the Wake Park Worlds. I think in the Wakeboard Worlds, one of the standout moments was seeing Dean Smith go out and crush it in his division. I believe in the 30-plus men's, edged out a world championship also.
I'm calling him a sandbagger. He should have gone pro.
With that run, he probably could have.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, no, I think Dean's more than happy to sandbag at this stage with... he does still go big. He throws down, but, the old knees feel it a little bit more. We saw it in his first run. That's one of my highlights. I think in general, this overall trip, for me, the highlight has just been catching up with so many people that I haven't seen in a long time. I've really, really enjoyed being back here on the mic, here on the live stream with you, Kristen, and all of the special guests that we've brought up. That's just been such a highlight for me. And cruising around the site and catching up with people and meeting new people, that's just... it's not the on-water action necessarily, but for me, that's just really special.
Here we go, Thomas Herman getting set. He's on the water, coming in on that first pass. Let's see this little guy throw down. Herman coming in toes for his first trick. And going down on the chromo. A very uncharacteristic fall for the man, Thomas Herman.
Oh, man, he's got to be gutted on that one. He's, might have had his focus on the tricks that were coming after that. That was kind of a, standard trick for him. Obviously, knowing that the conditions are a little bit more challenging out there and potentially, and he is, as you mentioned, he is a slightly smaller guy, like dealing with the rough conditions. I mean, a lot of these riders, I don't know if I'd, Jake's probably a little bit more tall and solid than some of the other guys, but Thomas Herman, unfortunate early fall, so it's up to him now to really rebound from that one, link together 2 stand-up passes, and with this format, he could stand back up and cram in 4 tricks if he wanted.
He can. He definitely can. And he's that style of rider where he can knock off tricks really quick and do them from short edges. So, it'll be interesting to see what he opts to get up and do here, whether he just goes for 3 safe tricks or he tries to cram in those the 4 tricks and keep his flow going.
Yeah, really didn't do himself any favors in terms of pressure, adding to the pressure on himself. But, Thomas, we'll see if he can stand up to that pressure in a few moments as we get that boat around. That Nautique G23 throttle's going to go down with Mr. Scotty Kell at the helm. Get it back up on speed. And, there should be enough room, I think, if he does want 4 tricks.
Here we go. Thomas back on the water. Boat getting back up to speed. Got Scotty behind the helm.
Look at the size of the rooster tail as that thing's plowing up on speed.
All right. He looks like he's taking his time here. But here you go, wrapping up. I'm assuming he's going to go for the wrap KGB 5 right now. Straight back into it with the wrap KGB 5. Coming back in on his switch heel side for a cab. What has he got? The cab heel 7. Back into another wrap.
Landing wrapped out of that one as well. I really love that. The judges will like that as well in terms of kind of composition, putting things together.
There we go.
So late.
Cram that 4th trick in. No.
So late on that 3-2-1, that last 180 on the rewind. Really snapping it around in that last second. So,
but still getting back up and landing 3 very solid tricks. So we'll see what he has to throw down in this second pass. I think if he wants to kind of top Corey on that top spot, that he's going to really have to lay down the hammer and throw 4 big tricks and then connect on a really good double up
Yeah,
here
I
at
mean,
the end.
he is capable of that Moby Dick 540. It seems like a trick that he has relatively on lock. Not sure about the conditions on that one, but, I guess with the other falls for all the other riders, everyone except Jake taking a fall in their second pass. So if he can stand it up, then it's going to be cool to see.
There we go with the double heel side back roll to start that second pass off. Back in on the toe side here. Is he going to revisit that chromo? There we go. Smooth as you like. Edging out for his third trick right now. There we go. There. Oh, opting to just keep it to Moby Dick and not go to 5. That's probably not what he wanted. Let's see what. He's got plenty of time to finish this fourth trick, so he's waiting his time out and trying to get some smooth water at the end of the course here. Let's see what he's got.
What do you reckon? Double toe side
back roll, yeah.
Oh, no.
A dum-dum to finish his run.
Something
really,
safe to guarantee the double up.
Really went junior men on us there the last couple of tricks.
Man.
Oh, you said it, not me there, Harley. But
you know what? Possibly strategic, because, again, you don't want to throw in anything that would compromise your ability to do a double up, and he may think that he has something in store at the double up, but then also you run the risk of maybe running too conservatively and not earning yourself a podium. So that's a toss-up there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard balance. He kind of sandbagged a lot of tricks there where he did the switch heel 7 instead of the 9. He only did a chromo, he did a Moby Dick, and then he did a dum-dum. So he definitely missed the boat on a few tricks there, but nonetheless, he's got 7 tricks down under his belt, and this guy
is
who
the
knows
double up
what
demon.
he could send up the double up right now.
The double up demon, back-to-back double up, Parks' double or nothing champion. Do you think?
I can only assume that he's going to wrap up and go for a double KGB after sandbagging his run like that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that I think if he lands anything less than that,
you'll be disappointed.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to put him on the top spot still. Even, I mean, I guess it depends what it is, really. But, if he's the only rider to ride away from a double up, that could say some things. But, yeah, as you said, Chromobe and the dum-dum.
Yeah. I mean, you've got Corey he's done a 10, a backside 9. He's done a double flip. So he's kind of really up the level of tricks. I don't think this is exactly what Thomas wanted, but it looked like he wanted to make it to the double up. So let's hope he wraps up and does something big for us.
Looks like it's going to be a right-hand double up for Thomas. Big slap of the water there. Check that out. He is getting himself pumped up. He's going to ride on past the crowd. He's calling for a bit of noise.
An entertainer. He wants to get that double up in front of the packed shoreline here on the Gold Coast of Australia at the Spit to watch this men's pro final.
I'm very, very interested.
He's not wrapped up yet.
He's not wrapped up yet.
You guys are tuned in.
He's wrapping up.
He knew.
Yeah.
Oh, the double KGB. If he throws this down, regardless of if he lands it, obviously if he lands it, it's going to be ridiculous. But
Harley Clifford on the edge of his seat here.
Both views here. Yeah.
You're trying to see if he lands it before. We got the 2-second delay here on our monitors.
Oh my God, here we go. Thomas edging out for this double up, coming back in. He landed it. And he landed it! Wow!
Are you
Thomas
kidding
Herman
me?
with a double. Never been done in competition. Wrapped double KGB. What an absolute unit. That was amazing.
Look at the judges. Dino
Are you
is
not
on his feet.
entertained? Are you not entertained? Did someone just jump into the water just now?
Wow. Yeah, one of the judges jumps out of the boat.
Just jumped out of the boat. We're done. We're celebrating. Oh, all of his friends running into the water, lifting up his board. Now, this does...
Wow. Wow. Now,
Yeah.
sandbagging those last 2 tricks, going junior men on us.
might have led to
That trick
moment.
right there, I mean...
He wanted that double
That
up.
is hard to deny, that final trick to go. Never been done in NBD in competition at the World Championships
Wow.
in these sorts of conditions, nonetheless.
And perfect.
Wow.
Oh my, what a unit. That was so good. Good work, Thomas Herman.
To fall on your first trick and come back and lay down a run like that is unbelievable. And the pressure that is going to put on Nick Rapa is going to be monumental.
I wonder if you're Nick Rapa, what are you thinking right now?
He may have actually just changed up his run in his head
Right?
Right then.
You would have to pivot. There's no way you don't.
Yeah, I mean, if Thomas had fallen on that, then I'd say Rapa would have gone a little bit more conservative from the best run that he could possibly do.
Right.
I still think that that Thomas just landed that double KGB, but Corey's sitting in top spot, and that all Rapa is thinking about is Corey's run.
We are, if you haven't been following, the Rideline app usually offers those live scores. We are not getting them down right now, and I tell you what, we want them. We want those live scores. We need these live scores,
Give
guys.
them to us. I mean, that's a big call there, Harley. So I know that it really is going to come down to how heavily weighted the double up is as part of the run.
Yeah, it is.
I know at X Games in years past, they've gone back and forth between just a ranking system where they don't assign a numerical score, which I thought was a really interesting way to kind of evaluate athletes. And then they recently, this past year, moved back to the numerical score because the riders appreciate it, because if you have more than one run, you can make adjustments in between those runs.
100%.
But we are scoreless right now. So Nick is sitting on the dock. He doesn't know where Corey's at. He doesn't know where Thomas is at. And you have to imagine he's just having to go for it.
Yeah, he's doing mental math right now, trying to figure out what he needs to do in order to secure that world title. Shout out to everyone joining us here on the WWA Rideline app or on YouTube. Brad Smaley here alongside Harley Clifford and Kristen Beat.
Hello.
We just witnessed history on the water there that wrapped double KGB off the double up. Thomas Herman. Are you kidding me?
We need a moment. Can we see it again? Replay. Can we see the double KGB again and just
I would love to
soak
see
it
that
in?
again.
We're all waiting for it.
Yeah.
We're gonna break out our cell phones like fans.
Yeah.
We're ready for it, guys. One of the coolest moments of the week, and that might have did that beat Trent Stuckey's?
Well, ironically, it's the same trick basically.
Yeah.
Same trick done slightly different. I would say that is probably topped it as the moment of just the pressure, the amount. Like he
knew what he had to do.
He only got one attempt at that, whereas the difference was Trent Stuckey had multiple laps to go out and do that in on the park. But very different behind the boat
And the
off
sheer
kicker.
spectacle, the amplitude, the projection that he had on that trick was massive. I don't even think cameras do it justice. He was so high.
He just connected perfectly with
Yeah.
that double up. And, you're talking about getting your phone out to film the replay. Don't worry, it's already been posted by like 40 people down there on the shoreline.
Make sure you guys use the hashtag Wakeboard Worlds. Tag Nautique, one of our great sponsors and partners here, GM Marine. Of course, the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships. And we have the World Series champion, which was decided earlier today after the conclusion of the semi, Nick Rapa. And now he wants the world title.
Yeah, here we go. And Nick's he's already solidified himself the win of the overall World Series. So he'll be coming in here probably just wanting to solidify himself that win for the World Championships. He's not going to try and sandbag it and get a second or a third.
He's not
satisfied.
satisfied.
Going for the win. No.
He's not going to be satisfied with anything less than a win out here.
Yeah.
He is a diehard competitor, stone cold Iceman, if you will. He's really going to be locked in and focused right now.
Now, Scotty Broom, I know you'll come back and you'll watch this show again. This is a moment where I would really love to have talked to Thomas. I would love to hear what he's thinking. I would love to get his reaction in this moment. And I would actually even love a shot of him
Corey,
watching Nick.
Can you go and get Thomas for us and we'll bring him up here so we can have a word? That would be
amazing. Can we get him here or even down with the headset? Let's see if we can get him down with the headset even.
Shout out Corey Wilson. Out here in front, we're just barking orders at her. Go get him now.
Mind you, she is a women's 30-plus world champion now. So.
Oh, yeah, and she's one of the core crew to pull this event together.
Yep.
Between herself, Scotty Broom, Shannon Starling, and all of the other amazing WWA officials that have, been helping make this thing run smoothly. And it's been a battle. Yesterday especially, it didn't go smoothly. We needed to change things up on the fly. We had to move the production booth to the host hotel. We moved us back down here today, and I'm so pumped that we did.
The energy is so much better here. We were isolated in the hotel dungeon. But
well, you mentioned earlier that you're like a bird and you like to flap around, and you were caged up over there.
We were caged up. We're going to try to get Thomas Herman over at the mobile set at the conclusion of this, as we'll be waiting for scores to drop in for the men's pro final. But in the meantime, while those scores are being figured, we want to talk to Thomas Herman.
Yeah.
We want to hear from the man of the hour.
It looks like we're not far away. That throttle's going down. We've got Nick Rapa getting up on the water. He is the current leader, as we've mentioned, of the WWA World Series. He is the final rider of the dock, final rider of the weekend of the week. We've done 8 days back to back to back of world championships, and it all comes down to this.
Here we go, Nick Rapa setting up for his first trick. Handle nice and close. Look like he is edging straight in for the mute mob 540. Looking clean as you like. I don't expect a bobble from this kid. He has been looking consistent and nice all year on the water. Here we are back in for the heel side 900. He's going to follow that up with a toe side maneuver right now, setting himself up hard in on the toe side for that toe side nose 900, and then he's going to finish his second pass off right now, cutting in on that switch toe side for what I'm going to say is a skeezer 5. And there we go.
Staying loose the entire run, a full stand-up run.
Together. And when you're comparing that sort of pass versus someone like Corey Tunison, who, you know, it's up in the air as to whether Corey or Thomas will be out in front right now, I feel like Corey's got the edge on him.
Corey does have the edge on him. Corey's first pass was unbelievable. He laid down the toe side 1080.
Yeah.
And he did the backside 900. He did a toe side roll to blind, and I'm not sure.
We've got that side-by-side shot right now.
Yeah.
Waiting for him to get a headset on, but let's continue watching Nick Rapa's final run of the day.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I'm
Oh,
nervous,
me too.
to be honest.
Me too. I can't even move in my seat, and I'm on the edge of it.
Here we go. We got Rafa cutting out. I think he started off his pass earlier with the double cab roll. First hit back in. Let's see if he does the same thing. And no, doing the mute heel side 720. So a Rapa, I think he's making he's doing a really calculated ride right now. He's watched Corey go out there and only complete 7 tricks and then miss the double up, and he knows exactly what he's got to do to win this event. The double Indy tantrum looking easy as. There we go.
Yeah, that
Nick
Indy double tantrum is just ridiculous.
Here we go with the blind Pete Rose. Oh, takes him down.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, Rapa would not. That is not what he wanted.
This might be the great equalizer that Corey and Thomas were looking for, because up until now that was a super clean run.
And when you look at the riders and you make comparisons as to what's to come for Rapa and what is left on the table for him, he can get up, maybe have room for one more trick to make up for that one. But he doesn't have the hammers off the double up that Thomas does. So I'm really going to be intrigued as to see what he has on his mind, as to what he feels like with that fall off the wake. Does he have to go for something big?
This is going to be close. If you're a judge in that boat right now, you are sweating just as much as those athletes are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nick really needs to get back up, lay down one more trick, and then complete his double up as well if he wants a chance of taking that top spot. Unless he does that, I don't think he really has a chance against Corey, because Corey's gone out there and laid down 3 massive hammers
and I think
already.
The fact that Rapa has already done the double tantrum, his real hammer that he might have been able to pull out would be the double tantrum to blind, which he has done in contests before. I don't know if he's got another, double mob or 10 or something in his pocket that he's really confident on to be able to throw down now.
Look at the fans having such a good time out there. Everyone here supporting their favorite riders and athletes, and even just some people from the community.
This is Mrs. Tunison on the screen right now, Corey's mom.
Waving high. Yeah. We got a little freeze frame there.
And then, it's gonna be interesting to see what Rapa does right now. He's getting back up on the water.
He just had about 15 seconds to strategize what could be a world championship clinching moment.
Just trying to see here how much room he has.
So he's opted to go back to the other side of the wake. He's going to edge wide right now and try and cram one more trick in. Let's see what he's got. Is it going to be the Indy back 7? Yes, it is, to finish off that run. He's definitely left the door open. He hasn't solidified himself anything at the moment. It's going to come down to this double up.
I don't think that run beats out Corey's run off the wake. I really feel like Nick has to land the double up here. He has to do something big.
Yeah.
And still, it'll be interesting to see how that falls in terms of. I mean, obviously Thomas is the last 2 tricks of his run. It were a little bit held back.
Yeah.
So yeah, the door has been left open by both riders a little bit here.
It definitely has. You know, we have, if you go trick for trick and you compare what Rapa did to Corey, I guess Corey's done the toe 10, Rapa did a toe 9, Corey did a backside 9, Rapa did a backside 7, so Corey wins on both fronts there. I would say Rapa did the double tantrum, which may edge out the double cab roll that Corey did. And then a couple other things to look at. Corey did a back mob where Rapa did a back mob 5, so Rapa kind of pips him there. I really think it's all going to come down to this double up right now.
I'm really glad we've got you here, Harley, because I don't know if there's anyone better to do that wake math for us.
I know.
You're the type of rider that has gone through that type of thing on the dock over and over again for many years. You know more or less how those types of tricks are judged, how they're weighted, and how they compare in the judges' eyes. So I'm really glad we got you up here for the final with us, Harley.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be here. I mean, it's different to be on the other side of things. Usually I'm the one that's standing on the dock, nervous as, kind of doing all these calculations in my head, knowing like, oh, I just have to do this and then I can beat him. But no, it's cool to kind of sit on the sidelines and watch these boys battle it out and really kind of be with you guys and get to, I don't know, watch
hang
it all.
out.
Yeah,
Well, we
it's
appreciate
cool.
the energy. We
Yeah.
appreciate the insight. This is it, guys.
Here we go. I did notice that Rapa did not do the double cab roll in his run, so I'm assuming that he is going to do a double half cab roll off this double up right now. And I think if he lands that, he may just solidify himself that win.
Yeah, again, I think, it's a tough one. Obviously, that double KGB was just ridiculous. But really, the judges, they have the job of kind of making sure they don't get too overly excited by just that one trick.
Right.
And they look at everything that all of these riders have done, and they got to do some wake math right here now as well. But Nick Rapa.
Here we go. Nick Rapa setting up for a double up. It is going to be that switch heel side, so I'm calling double half cab roll. Here we go. Rapa about to edge out wide right now. I'm going to video this one. Is this going to be the double cab roll for the win right now? Let's see. 1, 2.
We can hear the live event.
Oh, clean as you like. There we go. Nick Rapa with the double half cab roll off the double up. And that
was it enough though?
Well, I mean, we can speculate all we like. We're not judges.
Yeah, Rapa.
I would like to, to kind of sit with Harley on his predictions there, because you're such a seasoned professional, seasoned competitor, multiple time world champion. And man, I'm exhausted. Kristen, we have. I mean, it's been a big week, but just that last final, I'm buzzing right now, and it has been a huge 8 days with 1 day off in between. We went from Wake Park Worlds, we're down into the Wakeboard Worlds, really putting it down clutch right there off the double up, saving that one in his back pocket, knowing that the double would really, really solidify a run, but he had that fall.
It was a bit of a interesting ride for Rapa, because he did play it safe.
He did back off on a couple of tricks.
He did back off on a couple of tricks, but he knew what he had to win, and then he kind of got backed into a corner because he went down on one of the tricks that he probably thought he had easy in the bag. He was going to stand up a clean run. But hats off to Rapa for getting back up, landing that back 7, and then doing a perfect double up. That was some insane competing in some insane conditions. It was fun to watch.
We are actually going to wait, because we are going to get Thomas Herman up here after that super impressive KGB that he landed. And we're going to talk to him. We're waiting for some scores to drop to see who is actually the world champion. But an exciting day, and a super exciting day, guys. Super exciting week. And
I'm stoked we made it through. We made it to the end of it. I've really enjoyed being on here on the live call with you, Kristen, with you, Harley, with all the other guests and people that have come up and helped us out with this this broadcast and bringing you guys all of the action from Wake Park Worlds, Wakeboard Worlds down here on the Gold Coast. Well, I want to give a big shout out while I get the opportunity now to our sponsors. Big thanks to Nautique Boats, the local dealer, Nautique Central, GM Marine, PCM Marine Engines, the WWA, of course, Experience Gold Coast. Shout out to Roswell Marine Audio, Pumping the Tunes, Gold Coast Wake Park. I don't know if I've missed anyone. That is just so cool to have all of these sponsors behind this event and just like mind-blowing what we just saw on the water.
We're going to have Thomas Herman in here in a moment, so if you guys are tuned in, stay with us. Also, make sure you tune into the WWA Instagram following the conclusion of this event. You guys can follow all the awards ceremony, some extended interviews with some of the athletes. Harley, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate the insight and the commentary. We're going to let you go so we can slide Thomas in here and hand him your headset. But for you, big takeaway of the week and the weekend.
Oh, just watching the boys battle it out. I mean, big takeaway for me was just to be able to have this event in my hometown on the Gold Coast and come down here and support the boys and, yeah, have a good time with everyone.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. It was awesome having you up here, and we're going to take a quick break. TV guys, give us a moment. We're going to get our friends situated and go from there.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Cheers, Holly.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Waiting for these scores to drop for the pro men's division. We have got Mr. Thomas Herman up here, and maybe one of the most impressive lands of the day.
I mean, it was right before your run that Kristen asked me, what was the standout moment of this whole week, of all the event? And I had to give an answer on the spot, but then you just changed it right then and there.
As he was iterating that response.
And I think the tough thing is now, like, obviously, to stamp your run like that is leaving just such a high in the minds of the judges. But obviously, they got to look at everything across the board. Yeah. Corey and Nick both really had good rides as well. Some falls involved. Maybe your last two tricks in your pass, possibly not as strong. But I knew when I saw you going for that, I'm like, he just wants that double up.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely had an unfortunate fall in the beginning of my run, and then definitely played it safe on a couple of the other tricks because, like you said, I really, really wanted to get to that double up. And yeah, pretty stoked to put down the double KGB, which is what I did at the Red Bull Double or Nothing contest a few weeks back. So super stoked with the conditions out here to be able to pull it out. It was honestly, I'm still shocked that I was able to do that.
Thomas, how much time goes into perfecting a trick like that?
Yeah, a while. I mean, a trick that technical, and especially on a double up, the double ups are different every single time we hit them, especially like in windy conditions. We're working with water, so it's constantly moving. So Yeah, I've definitely put in a lot of work these past couple of months hitting double up, so I've gotten that one pretty good, but these conditions definitely make it a lot harder.
Did you strategize the final few tricks of that second pass to ensure you got to hit the double up? Was that something you were conscious of?
Yeah, for sure. So typically, if I didn't have a fall, I would do definitely a couple of harder tricks in my run, but because I had that fall, I couldn't risk falling again and being completely done, so definitely played it a little bit safe, so I had the opportunity to hit that double up.
Yeah, and if there was no double up at the end of the run, then we know you would have gone for some other bigger tricks to finish off. So I think, that was just, not only to have the fall, but your fall was first trick, right? So you had to come back from a first trick fall, which it rattles you as a rider anyway. You're like, oh my God, I've got so much left in front of me to do. You came back strong, and I just lost my mind there for a moment.
If you could have seen him and Harley Clifford, I mean, it was unreal.
I was almost on my feet, and that's saying something.
Thomas,
thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much for joining us up here and taking the time to stop in. And as we are awaiting those scores to drop, congratulations on the moment, probably the moment of the weekend from all of us here at the WWA.
Yeah, I think regardless of where the scores fall there, that is just a high that you should be riding off into the sunset this evening. I'm really glad I'm not a judge right now. We're sitting here just calling it and getting stoked on the riding, and it's just been such a huge week and really amazing to cap it off like that.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for announcing today. You guys are killing it. So
thanks so much.
You guys.
We're going to close this one out, and we may be back in a moment. We'll see how quick we can turn those scores around. But regardless, we'll be back in a minute to kind of check in with you guys and let you know what's going on. Thanks so much, Thomas.
Sweet.
Well, you're awaiting the final score drop down for the men's pro division. We're going to go ahead and close things out. Myself, Kristen Beat, alongside Brad Smela. You guys can follow all the action and find out the winner by not only downloading the WWA Rideline app, but also following WWA on Instagram. You can also hear from some of the riders and check out the awards ceremony following this event. They will do an Instagram live from the trophy presentation, so you guys can find out the final scores there. Brad, big weekend takeaways.
We're going to leave you in anticipation as we are as well.
Yeah.
It has been a huge week, obviously. The Wake Park Worlds, the Wakeboard Worlds, back-to-back. I don't think I've ever done two massive events like this back-to-back, not even before my injury, let alone afterwards. It's been a while. I haven't been involved in wakeboarding, and I was so stoked to come back. It's been such an amazing week, catching up with loads of amazing people. We had the Wake Awards. We inducted legends into the Hall of Fame. There's been so much to take away. I cannot bring it down to just one moment besides Thomas Herman's wrap double KGB there, which just mind-blowing. So, it's been an incredible time. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors once again for making this happen, for Nautique Boats, GM Marine, Gold Coast, Experience Gold Coast for bringing the event down here to Marine Stadium, for Gold Coast Wake Park, Roswell Marine Audio, just everyone who has had a part, the judges, the officials, the boat drivers, yourself, Kristen. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you over this last couple of weeks and just being beside you every step of the way. It has just been so cool. So we'll hand over to you to close it out, but just want to say one more big thank you and a shout out to everyone who's tuned in from all around the world.
Brad, thanks so much. And it has been a privilege to work alongside such a intentionally not only kind, but inspirational and knowledgeable commentator. You don't always get the opportunity to sit beside someone that you actually enjoy off camera as well. So thanks so much for that. And to everyone tuning in, thanks so much for joining us from the WWA Wakeboard World Championships from the Gold Coast of Australia. Again, follow us on Instagram at the WWA Instagram, and we're going to get you a winner here shortly and do some trophy presenting. So from everyone here at the WWA, thanks for joining in, and we will see you guys next year.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together, we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Okay, just kidding.
Pump
JK,
fake.
guys. JK, we got the scores in, so we are going to try to round up Nick Rapa and hear from him, as he is not only your WWA Wakeboard World Series champion, but also your Wakeboard World champion. We're going to try to grab him and get a word with him. Brad, what do you make of that evaluation? He's your world champion.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with the judges at all. They are in the boat judging in that position for a reason. Obviously, it's really hard not to get overly excited about that double KGB, but when you got to look at the run from start to finish, the tricks that went down that were landed, we know between Nick, Corey, and Thomas, it was a real toss-up. There were strengths and weaknesses on each one of these riders' runs. The only two riders to ride away from the double-up were Thomas and Nick. And so, Nick really... He went out there and he did a rock-solid run. You might even say he did hold back a tiny bit because he knew he wanted to stand up. He did have that one fall, but then he stood up and landed the double cab roll off the double-up to finish it off. So we're getting a replay right now of Nick Rapa's run. He had the mode 5 to open it up. Heel side 900, toe side 900, back-to-back 9s, and then the Crow mode 540. Starting his second pass in on the heel side 7. Maybe one of those tricks that possibly would see him go for something a bit more, but he knew he wanted to get through it. He had that double tantrum, and that is where he went down, and that's when we all were kind of like, oh, okay, what's he going to do? He came back with the backside 7, and then right there you can see on the replay, pumping his fist after landing that double cab roll off the double up. Oh, I'm really glad I wasn't a judge for that one.
I don't know how they deliberated that through, because when you look at not only what he did, but what Thomas Herman did and what Corey Tunison did, I'm curious to see where they rank as well. I'm going to actually pull up the ride line up and see where we're at as we are trying to locate Nick Rapa. We want to hear from the man of the hour and kind of see what he's thinking. I think what impressed me most, okay, so it was Nick Rapa, Thomas Herman, and Corey Tunison. So the two local boys, Nick Rapa and Corey Tunison, both based in the Gold Coast, finishing 1 and 3. Thomas Herman finishing 2nd. But what I think impressed me most about Nick Rapa's run is maybe the strategy and the thought process behind that, because once he fell, it changed everything.
Well, and that's Nick Rapa to a T. He is a very calculated rider. He is very competitive. He knows. Like, you feel like he would have known what he needed to do, or at least hoped he knew what he needed to do. That fall on the Blind Pete Rose, that's just one that's uncharacteristic for him. And you know when that happened, he would have just been like, oh, okay, what do I have to do? And he would have just gone over everyone's run. He was the last rider off the dock. He had the opportunity to watch everyone so that he could be in that position to calculate and figure it out.
Also, super interesting trend. Corey, Thomas, and Nick. Okay, we're going to get Nick Rapa here live. We're going to get him here. What was very unique is all 3 of these athletes taking a spill on uncharacteristic run falls. It was the little things that I think.
Yeah, and that's what happens with these sorts of conditions. You don't, you don't always get the cleanest runs, and that's what really brings it down to who is really that world champion to be able to come back from a fall. We're joined now by Nick Rapa, your WWA Wakeboard world champion.
Woo!
The smile
Unreal.
says it all.
And World Series champion as well.
I'm stoked. I'm
Both
really stoked.
titles this year.
Yeah, absolutely stoked. Just got off the water. Conditions are crazy out there. It doesn't really feel real at this point. I'm still kind of shocked. I only just found out the results, but yeah, I couldn't be happier. My whole family and a couple of my friends have flown here, and yeah, it feels surreal.
To do it in your home country here in Australia has got to make it feel extra sweet. And so tell us about, you were the last one off the dock. You'd seen all other riders had taken a fall Jake fell off the double up, so everyone took a fall. But you knew, obviously, by that point that it was between Corey and Thomas, and you just kind of had to go out there and calculate a run, and then you had that uncharacteristic fall on the Blind Pete Rose. So tell us about that mindset going into it.
Yeah, I think it's similar mindset. I've done this enough now. I've been off the dock various positions, and then obviously been off the dock a lot in the top seed position. So obviously being able to watch was really, really handy. I will admit it is a very scary thought when someone like, say, Thomas goes and lands that double KGB. Like, that's a trick that's never been done in a normal contest run before. Absolutely stoked for him. But I need to keep reminding myself as a competitor, it's only one trick. That doesn't make a whole run. We've got obviously, 9 tricks to get done out there. And I take my hat off to him. But I was standing there and I was a little nervous for a second. And I thought, I'm just going to do what I set out to do. And obviously what I've trained to do in these conditions, and managed to get that done. Obviously, little bummed about the fall mid-run, but just kind of stay composed, come back and make sure I land that double up in that last trick, and stoked it got me over the line.
Nick, what are the emotions behind claiming the World Championship title in your home country after a 20-year hiatus for the World Championships being held here? Yeah,
it's absolutely crazy. And, I started wakeboarding when I was 12 years old, and the Worlds that were here were like long before I had even started. So, to be able to compete at the WWA Worlds in my country to begin with are amazing, let alone the town I live in. So absolutely stoked. Couldn't be prouder to see so many Aussies and so many people travel to such a beautiful place, and looking forward to it being here again in a couple of years. Yeah, and I mean, to go out there in those conditions, you mentioned that, and you mentioned that's
you've trained in these sorts of conditions. And there's riders that do that. There's riders that don't. I remember Rusty Malinowski was one of those riders who would go out. He would wait for the rough conditions and go out there specifically knowing that you're not always going to get flat conditions. So
Correct.
that'd be something that, from what you mentioned, I imagine you'd gone out there when it was windy, when it was rough, and to see what you could put down.
This is honestly pretty much exactly like what we train in up here. The Gold Coast is a beautiful place to live, beautiful lifestyle, but wakeboarding isn't quite up to par. So it's usually pretty windy. I'm used to training in it, and I'm pumped I could come out on top today.
Well, Nick, it is time to celebrate. You have got some local media here, some national media here, a two-time titleist this weekend, not only the Wakeboard World Series champion, but also the Wakeboard World Champion this year. Congratulations. We're going to let you go.
Thank you.
And enjoy this one.
Yep. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Nice one.
Brad, a massive day for Nick Rapa, a massive week for the WWA Wake Park and Wakeboard World Championships. I can't believe we got this in.
Yeah, we made it. We made it to the end, and huge exclamation mark, huge way to finish it off. With especially those three riders, Corey Chinison, Nick Rapa, and Thomas Herman. Nick Rapa taking the top spot, Thomas Herman in second place. That double KGB, enough of an exclamation point to edge out the local boy, Corey Chinison, who'll be rounding off that podium. So I think that's us done. We've put in more than enough of a solid effort out here over the last 8 days of competition. Once again, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you, Kristen, and and just to be here in general is just an honor.
Yeah, Brad, thanks so much. A privilege to work alongside you. And we are going to let y'all loose. But if you want to continue following the action, make sure you check out the WWA Instagram page for the award ceremony. They're going to go Insta Live pretty soon here. And thanks for joining us. We will see you guys next year.
We're all searching for distraction.